Good morning, everyone. Wilson Santiago presenting.
Morning, Wilson.
Good morning, Miguel. Saludos a
Buen día,
todos.
Good
Wilson.
morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m., July 21st. My name is Marcos Hanke. I'm the CFMC chairman. I'm going to start the meeting. We're going to start with the call order. Miguel, there is anybody on the staff that will name
Yeah,
who is?
Cristina will read for the record the people present.
Good
Go ahead,
morning. Yes,
Christina.
I will do it.
Go ahead, Christina.
I'm opening the list of participants. Okay. Wait. Okay. Miguel Rolón, Graciela García Moliner, Diajay Rivera, Marcos Hanke, Cristina Golán, Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Andy Strekchek, I'm not sure if I am pronouncing it correctly, Angie Irizarry, Carlos Farchetti, Clay Porsche, Diana Martino, Edward Schuster, Guillermo Cordero, Hardnose, that I believe is Julian Magra, Elena Antoine, Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, Kevin McCarthy, Maria Lopez Mercer, Matt Walia, Michelle Duval, Nelson Crespo, Nicole Angeli, Refik Orun, Fish Appledorn. Okay, let's see. Sarah Stephenson, Senai Haptes, Stacy Williams, Victor A. Beltrán, Wilson Santiago, Yamitza Rodriguez, and Jasmine Vélez Sanchez.
That's all, Christina, for now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If I didn't mention the date, I'm gonna make sure, July 21st, 2021. It's 9:03 a.m. The next item on the agenda is the roll call that we just did and adoption of the agenda. There is any comment on the agenda adoption? Go ahead, Miguel.
Mr. Chairman, gracias. A couple of items that you would like to add to other business.
Go ahead, Graciela.
Good morning. Yes, to add to the agenda under other business, probably depends on the pleasure of the council. The follow-up on the ecosystem-based fishery management plans, fishery ecosystem plan. So Dr. Sinai Haptis would have a short presentation for a follow-up on what you had decided at the last meeting. We have, I've asked, I don't know if we're going to discuss anything else on the ACLs, so I'm waiting to see if that would be added to the agenda under other business. Those are the two things that I have on my list.
For other business, any comment from the council members? Hearing none. Let's go to adoption of the agenda. Any motion? Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to, if you give me the opportunity, I want to bring it to your attention in other business about the notable reduction of forest fish species in the western coast of Puerto Rico and the impact that is causing to the coastal fishermen.
Okay, your name is Nelson?
Nelson Crespo.
Nelson, para récord, ¿puedes repetir otra vez qué es lo que tú quieres en el other business?
Okay, Nelson Crespo. I want to bring to your attention briefly in other business sections about the health and notable decline of forest species and the negative impact that this situation is causing to the local fishing in the west of Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Took note of that. Anybody else?
Hey, Marcos and Miguel. Good morning. This is Andy Strelchek. I want to add to other business a brief discussion of the spiny lobster accountability measure.
Already included. Thank you. Andy, anybody else from the council? Any comment? Anything else to add to other business? I think yes. Thank you very much. We have the follow-up on the EBFM, the ACL pending if it's not discussed during the agenda items. If a little space for that. Forest species by Nelson Crespo and spiny lobster requested by Andy Strelchek.
So you need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda. Anybody can help with it there?
Carlos Rochetti, motion to adopt the agenda as read.
Second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Thank you, Vanessa. Any opposition? Any comment? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. The consideration of the 173 council meeting verbatim transcription. Any comment? We need a motion to accept that.
Nicole Angeli, I motion to accept it as written.
Thank you, Nicole. Second.
Carlos Rochetti, second.
Thank you, Carlos. Second by Carlos Farchete. Any comment? Anybody in opposition? Hearing no, motion carries. The Executive Director report, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very brief. Regarding the budget matters, we are okay until the end of the year. As we speak, there are a couple of meetings going on regarding the budget for the first quarter of the Department of Commerce. Start October 1, December 31st, and also they are discussing the budget situation for 2022. There is no effect at this time. Council operations, so we are okay. The council continues also working with the WCAFC working groups in coordination with the Office of Seafood Inspection and International Fishery Affairs of NOAA Fisheries and the Office of Protected Resources, NOAA Fisheries Regional Office, Service Regional Office. We are now in the pre-planning stage of the international working groups that are going to have the 2 meetings this year, and also a meeting in March the following year. The council contribution complemented by the funding received from NOAA Fisheries, Office of Protected Resources and International Fisheries will be used for the logistics of the meetings, the coordination of the Queen Kong Spawning Aggregation Working Group and the Flying Fish Working Group. And we also have a coordinator for the Big Fish Fishery Campaign, which is an international campaign, original education campaign, led by Ana Farcheda, to prepare, distribute documents, materials, radio bits, so people can be aware. We want to create more awareness of this fish aggregation throughout the Caribbean, especially Nassau grouper, as you know, is protected under the U.S. flag, and the mountain snapper. And as we said before, the plan has been prepared already, and is in the phase of being implemented by the implicated countries. We believe that this is a success story. The U.S. working with the other countries and the WCAFC, which is, as you know, the FAO branch in the Western Caribbean, to manage the fisheries. It is on a voluntary basis, but so far, but to manage the fisheries at the national, sub-regional, and regional level in the Caribbean Sea. The other thing that we wanted to touch is that the council will have a meeting to talk about the area-based management. That includes, as you know, area-based management is something that we are discussing now, that we have the Executive Order 14008 from President Biden that called for 30% closures of the, not closure, but 30% conservation areas to be established between here and year 2030. And the council created a subcommittee, and the subcommittee is meeting actually tomorrow, and we present a report by the CCC meeting in October. The idea is to look at all the area-based management. You know, area-based management includes national park, marine reserve, closed areas, etc. And we would like to, number one, define the concepts included in the order, like conservation, for example. Conservation for some people means you close this area, you don't touch it, you don't look at it. Conservation of the Management Act, you know, is sustainability of the fishery using management tools that include area-based management, include marine reserves as the one that we have in the Caribbean, but not necessarily means that you exclude all fisheries, commercial or recreational from an area that you close unnecessarily. We have to be mindful of the mandate of the Management Act for this type of action. So That's what that's what the subcommittee is doing at this time. In addition, we are going to have locally in U.S. Caribbean, we are going to have on February 9, 2022, a workshop on marine reserves. That workshop will invite Dr. Diana Beltran. As you know, she gave us a presentation of the work that she did for us, and other scientists. And what the council has so far in terms of marine reserves, and will also join effort with Dr. Ali Ortiz, who is going to present the component of outreach and education. Whenever you have a marine reserve or you propose to have a marine reserve or area-based management, the educational component is very important. And at this meeting, we will invite all council members that have chairs, and it will be virtual. Well, it will be hybrid, in person or virtual. So people that are interested to participate, it will be a one-day meeting, and we hope that everybody will be able to participate and work on the discussions that we're going to have after the morning of the meeting will be dedicated to a presentation. We also will have the point of view of fishers. I would like to hear, for example, the three chairs of the DAPs provide to us how a fisherman perspective should be included in the equation when we have marine reserve. An example of this is that we have a marine reserve of Puerto Rico, and we have marine reserve of St. Thomas and St. Croix. And in the case of St. Thomas and Croix, the fishers, especially Julia McGrath and others, Tony Blanchard, met with Alida and I and others, and we are beefing up the outreach and education materials that we have for that area. And it was an initiative from fishers. So at this meeting on February 9th, we'd like to hear the perspective of the local fishers on what a marine reserve is. Internationally, there are some people who would like to have, oceanic marine reserves. If you don't know what it is, please. There are a couple of videos on the internet about it. And basically what you're doing is to create marine reserves that ensure the spawning, feeding, etc. of oceanic species, such as tunas and billfishes and everything, and the like. This has been done and proposed in the Pacific and other areas, but not in the Caribbean so far. And there are some interested people, countries, looking at this possibility. The COVID-19 control plan is still on in Puerto Rico, so we have to follow the governor's indications for this plan. That means that we have to be mindful for the December meeting. The December meeting will be, again, a hybrid meeting, will be in person, virtual. So those people coming to Puerto Rico, you have to be abreast of the regulation by that time. For example, if you're not vaccinated or you don't have a COVID-free certificate for no longer than 72 hours, you cannot enter Puerto Rico as if you were vaccinated. And if you don't have any of those two, you have to quarantine yourself for 14 days at your own expense. So we will have more information for you by November. But this is the situation as of now. Therefore, the meeting in August will be also virtual. The council staff also will be teleworking. We established guidelines for telework following the telework.gov page of the federal government. And everybody will be required to have at least one day at the meeting, present at the meeting. So the office will be open the 5 days a week as it is right now. But the staff will have the flexibility of prior authorization by the executive director to keep working remotely. We found that the staff is going beyond what they're supposed to do. They're working remotely, and it's a success story. But we need to keep the office open at all times. So that's why it is telework guidelines will be included in our handbook from now on. The next meeting will be in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The next meeting, presidential meeting in December will be December 7 and 8. We will be at the Marriott Courtyard Hotel in Isla Verde. We are all familiar with it. And we include lunch, so you don't have to venture out if you don't want to of the premises. That's all I have so far, Mr. Chairman. If you have any question, it's the time.
Anybody from the council would like
You're
to make a
muted, Marco.
question? Can you hear me now? Miguel, can you hear me?
Just a minute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys well. Thank you, Graciela. Anybody from the council have a question or a comment to the executive director report? Hearing none, we move along for the next presentation, which is the 5-year strategic plan gonna be presented by Dr. Michelle Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen here. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
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 Great, thank you. I will go ahead and put that into presentation mode so everyone can see it a little bit better. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm happy to be able to present to you today on the complete draft of the 2022 to 2024 strategic plan. Both a copy of this presentation as well as the complete document are posted on the council's website, and I believe Deanna emailed those to everybody as well. And so I just want to start with, as usual, an overview of what I plan to cover today. So I thought it might be useful at this point to just review the rationale for the strategic plan. Then we'll do a quick review of the previous district advisory panel and council actions over the past couple of months. And then we'll walk quickly through the vision, mission, and core values before getting into the goals and objectives. And then we'll wrap up with questions and hopefully council approval for public input. So at this point in the process, I think it's always good to review the rationale. In other words, why did we go down the path of developing a strategic plan? And so, really, and what are the things that a strategic plan allows the council to do? And so primarily, and I think most importantly, it allows the council to establish priorities and future direction. So as I've mentioned in the past, the council has spent a lot of time reorganizing the management framework through the development of the island-based fishery management plans. And it's also working on the development of the fishery ecosystem plan, which will kind of serve as a roadmap or a guide for how to incorporate social, economic, cultural, and ecological goals within this new management framework. So the strategic plan allows for the establishment of future priorities and direction for these efforts. Another thing a strategic plan does is can allow the council to, allocate resources, the limited resources that it has, in a way that will be most effective for achieving its goals. It can also allow the council to plan for and respond to changing conditions, whether that's changing conditions in a fishery or just changing conditions in the world around us, which seems to be happening a lot these days. It also provides for transparency and accountability and decision-making. So stakeholders are trying to understand why the council made choice A versus choice B. A strategic plan can help with that. It also allows for more effective communication and collaboration with both management partners and stakeholders, because people can see what the council's priorities are. And then finally, it allows the council to track progress of these priorities over time. And so just a quick review of previous actions. So Back at the end of March, the district advisory panels reviewed and approved the draft island-specific objectives and provided some initial feedback on potential strategies or approaches to meet those objectives. And then at the end of April, at your last meeting, you all reviewed and selected draft vision, mission, and goal statements and approved the island-specific objectives that were reviewed by the DAPs. And then the DAPs met again in June to take another look at the draft strategies, as well as make a few additional tweaks and edits to the island-specific objectives. And so our goal for today is for you all to review and approve a complete draft of the strategic plan for public input. And so just a quick reminder of how the plan is set up. So we have a unified vision and mission. There are 4 different goal themes, and 3 of those goal themes are organized according to island-specific objectives and associated strategies. And so these are the draft vision and mission statements that you all selected at your meeting at the end of April. And recall, the vision statement is really the aspirational future states. So this is what we would look like US Caribbean fisheries to look like in the future. And so that is thriving and resilient island ecosystems, fisheries, and fishing communities that provide cultural, social, and economic benefits for all. And then the mission is really the council's the council's reason for being and its mandate under the Magnuson Act. So that is the Caribbean Fishery Management Council conserves, restores, and manages fishery resources in the US Caribbean consistent with the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The council is committed to advancing the collaborative stewardship of these fisheries and supporting island ecosystems through education, outreach, and stakeholder input. And so if the vision is the aspirational future state, what we'd like things to look like, and the mission reflects, why the organization exists, the core values really reflect what an organization stands for. And so these core values were based on all of the discussions and input from the district advisory panels and the council, as well as, management partners and the public throughout this entire process. And so they are stewardship of marine resources, collaboration with management partners and stakeholders, integrity, so maintaining the highest professional standards of conduct in fisheries management, transparency in decision-making and ensuring clear communication, fairness in the treatment of all stakeholders, as well as in the making of decisions, and respect for the diversity and unique characteristics of island fishing communities and the needs of stakeholders. And so we also have 4 goal themes within the strategic plan, and these represent the major areas of focus needed to achieve the council's vision. So the management theme is about how the council manages fishery resources to meet goals for island fisheries, as well as meeting requirements for sustainability. The ecosystem and resource health theme is focused on how the council will implement the fishery ecosystem plan, as well as address habitat conservation and ecosystem impacts. The social, cultural, and economic issues theme is focused on how the council considers fishing community and stakeholder needs, as well as incorporates social and economic information into its decisions. And then the communication and outreach theme is really focused on how the council communicates with fishers and other stakeholders, as well as how it engages and educates and obtains feedback from the public and stakeholders. And so this led to the following draft goal statements that you all selected at your meeting in April. Management, which is advanced management approaches that promote healthy local fisheries and ecosystems, consider the needs of island fishing communities, and foster collaboration among management partners. Ecosystem and resource health, promote sustainable utilization of local marine resources in a manner that maintains local ecological structure and function and provides for resilient fishery resources. Social, cultural, and economic issues ensure that management decisions consider the unique characteristics and needs of island fishing communities while promoting fair and equitable resource use. And communication and outreach, which is engage, educate, and inform a variety of audiences to improve public understanding and participation in the council process. So now we're going to walk through the draft objectives, goal by goal area. And before we do that, I just want to mention a few things that I've mentioned in the past, which is that there is a lot of overlap in the island-specific objectives, and this has to do with the priority issues that were selected by the district advisory panels, as well as objectives that are contained within each of the island-based fishery management plans, and as well as input from the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel. And so because everyone has received a copy of the complete draft of the strategic plan, and that's posted on the website, I'm not going to walk through each of those strategies and draft objectives in detail. I'm going to focus on some of the similarities and differences and just kind of highlight an example of the types of strategies that are included within each of the different island-specific objectives. So we'll go ahead and start with objectives 1 through 4, which are the Puerto Rico draft management objectives. So objective 1 is support the development of accurate, timely, and cost-effective data collection, reporting, and monitoring programs. And so this includes strategies such as improving fishery independent and fishery dependent data, both on the commercial and recreational side. Objective 2 is promote fisher involvement and other collaborative research approaches to meeting island-specific science and information needs. So, this includes strategies such as development and prioritization of a Puerto Rico specific list of research needs and, collaborating with fishers and science partners in doing so. Objective 3 is ensure that management measures encourage regulatory compliance and foster effective enforcement. So this includes, the review of the enforceability of management measures and the consistency of those management measures, among other things. And then objective 4 is collaborate with domestic and international partners to promote adaptive and efficient management that considers diverse community interests. So this includes strategies such as development of clear management objectives, as well as things like consistency with local ecosystem productivity. So moving on to St. Thomas, St. John, objectives 5 through 9 are the draft management objectives for St. Thomas, St. John. And you'll note that the first 4 of these are really pretty much exactly the same as those as the Puerto Rico management objectives. So again, the specificity really comes into play with the strategies within each of these objectives. I will note that objective 5 also includes the word implementation, so support the development and implementation of accurate, timely, and cost-effective data collection programs. So for St. Thomas, St. John, this includes strategies such as improving the data collection needed to evaluate the impacts of species and area closures. Objective 6 includes strategies such as involving fishers in the assessments of the effectiveness of species of closed areas and assessment of species that are impacted by those closed areas, as well as things like development of educational materials to promote fisher understanding of science needs. Objective 7 includes strategies such as cross-training of enforcement personnel and joint enforcement efforts. Objective 8 includes strategies such as developing consistent regulations where appropriate and, aligning management with local ecosystem capacity. And then objective 9 is consider the potential impacts of climate change on the efficacy of management measures. So this includes strategies such as evaluating existing fishery independent information to try to ascertain trends in that data that might be impacted by climate change, as well as soliciting fisher input on species and habitat distributions. So moving on to St. Croix, this is objectives.
Hey, Michelle.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. This is Andy Strelchak. I'm curious with objective 9. So that is specific to only St. Thomas, St. John?
Yes. And so, Andy, that was again because of the prioritization of issues. And so this rose up as a major issue that was selected by the DAP. Now, with respect to prioritization, I will say that if you look through the complete draft of the strategic plan, you will note that the other island-specific objectives for, both Puerto Rico as well as for St. Croix include strategies to look at the impacts of climate change in a variety of different areas.
Yeah, and I had noticed that. That's why I wanted to make a note here as you're going through the presentation, because it did seem a little bit unusual to just have a climate change objective for one island platform and not encompassing all of the island platforms.
Yeah, and again, that was due to so we went through a pretty extensive review and discussion of a suite of different issues under each of these different goal themes, and climate change was noted as one of the top 5 priority issues for St. Thomas St. John under that management theme. Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Or yeah, no problem. So just again, going back to St. Croix, so objectives 10 through 13 are the draft management objectives for St. Croix. And again, these are very similar to the ones for Puerto Rico and St. Thomas St. John, with the exception of a specific objective devoted to climate change, as Andy noted. So objective 10 includes strategies such as modifications to licensing requirements to improve catch reporting. Objective 11 includes strategies such as support for joint gear selectivity studies and providing opportunities for fishers to contribute to filling data gaps. Objective 12 includes strategies such as development of compliance guides for commercial and recreational fishermen. And objective 13 includes strategies such as support for measures that reduce bycatch and ensuring that management measures consider the impacts of climate change and invasive species. So we'll move on to the draft ecosystem and resource health goal. And again, starting with the draft island specific objectives for Puerto Rico. Objective 14 is implement the fishery ecosystem plan as a roadmap for future council actions to maintain the ecological relationships, roles, and services of Puerto Rico's island ecosystem. So this includes strategy. Hello? Sorry about that. So objective 4 includes strategies such as evaluating the contributions of existing closed areas to ecosystem integrity and collaborating with fishers and science partners to improve ecosystem information. Objective 15 is identify, manage, and protect coral reef and other fishery resource habitats of Puerto Rico. So this includes development of council habitat policies regarding things such as erosion and sedimentation and other forms of pollution. Objective 16 is collaborate with management partners to address the impacts of natural disasters on ecosystem structure and function. I'll note that this was a high priority issue for Puerto Rico. This was one of those things similar to climate change for St. Thomas St. John that really rose to the top for when the Puerto Rico DAP was having their discussion back in August of last year. So this includes strategies such as, evaluating the ability of management approaches to be responsive to ecosystem impacts from natural disasters and to incorporate those impacts into ecosystem status reports. And objective 17 is collaborate with management partners to address enforcement concerns that may affect ecological relationships. So this includes strategies such as outreach to the fishing community, as well as local agencies on the impacts of both fishing and non-fishing related activities. Moving on to St. Thomas St. John, objectives 18 through 22 are the St. Thomas St. John draft ecosystem and resource health objectives. And again, there are several similarities and overlaps here with the objectives we just reviewed for Puerto Rico, including objective 18, objective 19, objective 21. Objectives 20 and 22 are a little bit different, but just to highlight a few of the strategies that are reflected here. So with respect to objective 18, one of the strategies here is to consider ecosystem approaches that are responsive to climate change. So again, addressing climate change in a slightly different way or in a different area. Objective 19 includes strategies such as developing outreach materials related to habitat loss and accounting for ecological roles in essential fish habitat designations. Objective 20 includes strategies such as identification of habitat enhancement opportunities, as well as funding from other federal agencies that might support habitat creation. Objective 21 includes, again, outreach with enforcement personnel similar to Puerto Rico, and outreach to permitting agencies with respect to the impact of illegal fishing activities on ecosystem structure and function. And then objective 22 is collaborate with science partners to identify and address ecological data and information gaps. So this includes collaboration with partners to prioritize ecological data needs, as well as exploring existing data sets to try to fill in some of those gaps. And so moving on to St. Croix, objectives 23 through 27. So again, you'll note that there are several of these objectives are similar to those reflected in both St. Thomas, St. John, as well as Puerto Rico. And that includes objectives 23, 24, 25, and 26. So that there's that objective 25, creation or rehabilitation of fishery resource habitats that support ecosystem structure and function. Objective 27 is, collaborate with management partners to ensure that ecosystem approaches are responsive to climate change, environmental changes, and natural disasters. So again, climate change being incorporated in a slightly different way by one district advisory panel compared to others. So just a highlight under objective 23, this includes strategies such as, again, identifying and prioritizing ecological data needs. Objective 24 also includes things like development of council habitat policies, as well as protection of juvenile habitats and supporting modified coastal zone regulations. Objective 25 includes additional strategies such as investigating the use of fish aggregating devices where appropriate. Objective 26 also includes similar types of outreach to law enforcement, fishing community, as well as other agencies on the impacts of non-fishing, fishing, as well as development on ecosystem structure. And then objective 27 includes strategies such as collaborating with the broader Caribbean community to identify climate change impacts from climate change, as well as natural disasters. And so moving on to the draft social, cultural, and economic issues goal. Again, just starting with Puerto Rico. So there are 4 objectives here. Objective 28 is to promote the collection of social and economic data that informs management decisions. So this includes strategies such as engaging with multiple partners to identify and prioritize those social and economic data gaps. Objective 29 is evaluate the social, cultural, and economic impacts of management decisions and actions across user groups. So, for example, documenting the social and economic impacts of the existing closed seasons in areas on all stakeholders and ensuring that management measures address cultural differences. Objective 30 is promote efforts that support social and economic opportunity and stability across sectors and fishing communities. So this includes strategies such as support for a recruitment and training program for new and young fishers. Objective 31 is consider the impacts of enforcement and illegal fishing in Puerto Rico on economic opportunity and social well-being. And so this includes strategies such as documenting the economic impact of illegal and unlicensed fish sales. Moving on to St. Thomas, St. John. So the 4 objectives 32 through 35 here are exactly the same as those for Puerto Rico. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of the strategies are included here. So under objective 32, this also includes strategies such as, incorporating social and economic data needs into funding opportunities. Objective 33 includes, ensuring that management measures address fishing community differences. Objective 34 includes strategies such as support for infrastructure improvements, particularly landing and selling sites. Objective 35 includes strategies such as working with partners to determine how addressing enforcement needs might improve economic conditions as well as trust among user groups. And similarly for St. Croix, these 4 island-specific objectives are identical to those for St. Thomas and St. John. And I will note that the St. Croix District Advisory Panel added Objective 38 during their June meeting. So just, some examples of the strategies incorporated here under Objective 36, similar to some of the other strategies for Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John, but also, ensuring that any social or economic studies include collaboration with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Objective 37 includes strategies such as, ensuring that management approaches provide equitable access for both commercial and recreational fishers. Objective 38 includes strategies such as development of outreach materials regarding, social media use for marketing of locally caught fish. And Objective 39 includes, strategies such as educating hoteliers and restaurateurs on the importance of purchasing fish from licensed commercial fishers. And so now we'll move on to the communication and outreach goals. So this one does not have any island-specific objectives or strategies. Recall during development, these were issues that were considered to be important, jurisdiction-wide equally across all of the council's island platforms. So there are 3 objectives here. Objective 40 is use a variety of communication tools that consider the social, cultural, and economic characteristics of target audiences in coordination with the outreach and education advisory panel. So there's a lot of strategies in here that focus on tools such as, continued use of the council's social media platforms, identifying those stakeholder groups that might still need prefer traditional communication tools such as paper or radio, accounting for language-specific preferences, development of sector-specific communications, and things like this. Objective 41 is promote participation of a variety of stakeholders in the council process. So, this includes strategies such as increasing the frequency of council communications, particularly in advance of a meeting, to try to promote that participation, expanding some of the virtual opportunities, not only for participation, but also for education. Use things such as online comment forms to provide additional means for stakeholders to participate in the process, expanding participation by experienced and young fishers through outreach programs. So these are just a smattering of the strategies included under that objective. And then the final objective is about the education component. So it is improve public and stakeholder understanding and awareness of fisheries management, current issues, and the council process. So this includes expansion of the council's non-traditional stakeholder outreach, continued support for the marine resource education program, development of island-specific outreach and education materials, continuing to try to improve the clarity and simplicity of presentations to improve public understanding, expanding the roles of the fisheries liaisons, coordinating territorial and council outreach, as needed to ensure that there's a consistent message being displayed to the public. So again, those are just a few examples of the strategies contained under that particular objective. And so with respect to next steps, the plan is to post the draft plan on the council's website and, allow for the public to have some time to review that and provide any comments via an online comment form. Council would review that public feedback and provide approval of the final strategic plan. And then after that is development of an implementation plan for 2022. So this would be presented at the December council meeting this year. And the implementation plan is really what includes the actions that the council will be engaged in over the upcoming year to in pursuit of the strategic plan. And so Miguel can speak a little bit more to this, but a subcommittee of the council will be prioritizing the actions needed to implement the objectives of the strategic plan. And the intent right now is that that subcommittee would meet a couple times a year in both June and December, and that would review progress and then identify actions for the following year's implementation plan. And so that's all I have for the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. I do, before we get into questions, really want to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to all members of the district advisory panels. They really had the heavy lift on this, and this plan would not be possible without their support, and especially to the DAP chairs for their leadership and reaching out to their membership to make sure that everybody always knew when the meetings were happening and to encourage their participation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for a great job and presentation. I think this document reflects the great and hard work you guys all perform. I just want to make a comment about Andy's question. I think we have on every island elements that are related to climate change. Climate change for many people is a new concept, and the relationship with other things, the fishing community are learning about it and feeling the effects. It's not something that had been with us for a long, long time, at least on a perceptible way, right? And I think Nelson Crespo will want to add some comments to it. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to bring to the Puerto Rico issues the climate change too. That is some of the issues I want to discuss with the forest species. I think it's very important, the impact of the climate change that we are during these times, the negative reduction of these species. And I think we have to put it in our list.
Thanks for that, Nelson. So, so you'd like to go ahead and sort of like add a specific objective similar to what St. Thomas, St. John has of considering the potential impacts of climate change on the efficacy of management measures?
Yeah, exactly. The impact of the climate change and, everything related to the ecosystem and habitats and everything.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nelson.
Any other question? Thank you, Nelson.
Hey, this is Andy Strelchuk again. Michelle, thanks for the great presentation and really great job by the DAPs and everyone that contributed to obviously the work you've been doing. It's a very comprehensive plan as you've kind of walked through it, lots of objectives, lots of strategies. I'm curious to kind of hear a little bit more from the standpoint of kind of the next steps, FY22 kind of action plan that would be developed, because the success, in my view, with so many of these strategic plans really does come down to then how they're implemented and essentially how we prioritize the large number of strategies that have been identified.
That's a great question, Andy, and I appreciate you asking the question. So, other councils that have strategic plans, and I'm thinking specifically about the Mid-Atlantic Council, as you've indicated, the implementation plan is really where the rubber meets the road, because no council can do everything at once, and not all strategies can be implemented by a council at one time. So again, it's a 5-year strategic plan. So having that annual process of development of an implementation plan, I think is key. And so I'm certainly not going to be around for the next 5 years every year to help with the development of an implementation plan, but that's part of my charge here, is to work with council staff and work with the subgroup that Miguel would like to set up to develop this prioritized list. And I think in doing so, it's really critically important to have those activities for the upcoming year, aligned according to the objectives that they are meant to address. They don't necessarily have to be, I think, lined up under a specific strategy, but I think it's really important for stakeholders and the public to understand the activities, how the activities relate to these objectives, which are, important for the council to achieve its vision. So, I'll just note that, I'll just give an example of the process that occurs in the Mid-Atlantic region. So beginning in October, staff works to review the activities from the previous year, looks at how those have aligned with the strategic plan, and develops, based on the progress into those activities. And obviously, not every activity that a council undertakes is a one-year type of activity, but the staff then develops a draft list of activities and priorities for the upcoming year. The council reviews that and then has there's an opportunity for the public to provide some input on that between October and December. And then at its December meeting, the final implementation plan for the following year is approved. And I will say that there's always a list of items that are it's a little bit of a wish list. Like if it ends up that we have a little bit more time or some more resources, here's a list of 4 or 5 things that we might decide to tackle. So apologies for the lengthy response, Andy, but it's an important question, and I wanted to be thorough in my response.
Marcos, I want to say something about the next step, but I would like to call to your attention that Vanessa, Richard Aberdon, and Clay Porsche would like to speak on that order.
Thank you. I have it on the list here. Vanessa, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I really want to recognize all the great work that they have been doing with this strategic plan, especially because the objectives are very direct and easy to read. And of course, Michelle, as you know, we're here to work with you, and we'll be able to make the collaborations with the fishermen so they can participate in the public presentation of this. And also, as always, we'll ask for if we can have a copy in Spanish so that it's more easily for them and to help them to discuss this. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. And yes, I am working on the Spanish version as we speak, but I didn't want to finalize it until after the council had the opportunity to review. So thank you very much for the question. And absolutely, the plan is for a copy in Spanish.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Next on the queue is Richard Appleton.
Thank you, Marcos. Let me first start off reiterating what's been said about the work by the DAPs. A really tremendous job by them. My question has to do with a little bit of, say, organization. This is a strategic plan for the council, yet almost immediately it breaks down into strategic plans that seem to reflect the island-based FMPs. And when I'm reading or listening to the objectives, they really are the same things, slightly tweaked for all islands, and they really should just be the objectives of the council. Where it changes, and this is significant, is the strategies that need to be followed in different islands, because that's when you get into the different cultural, administrative, governance structures that exist there. So I was wondering whether it might be better to have all your objectives stated as objectives by the council and not island-based, but the strategies would then break down to be item-based. And this is, again, just an organizational question. I'm not certainly questioning the work and wisdom of the others. As I said, that's a really good job that everyone's done. Thank you.
If I may, one of the reasons that the that we had that, because you're right, the objectives are all the same. This is, you know, it's logic, but we wanted to reflect the participation of the island fisheries, island communities in the work that they did and the work that they are going to pursue. Because although you're right about the objective and strategy, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I will, before, I will wait, and then when you finish the list, I can add a little bit more to what Richard just said. But this is an important point.
Thank you, Miguel. Just noted that Tony Blanchard asked for a turn to speak, but the next one on the queue is Clay Porch, then Tony Blanchard. Clay?
You also have Julian Marcos.
All right, great. Thank you, first of all, Michelle, for this presentation. I think it was very, very well done, and I agree with all the comments before. I kind of wanted to follow up on Andy's comment, and I agree that if we don't have an implementation plan associated with this, what will inevitably happen is that this basically gets put up on a shelf somewhere and people kind of forget about it. And I think as part of the implementation plan, it's really key to develop measurable targets that you can actually track, and then have at least an annual process, if not a quarterly process, where you're actually evaluating those metrics. And, you know, those can be, you know, leading measures, looking at things that are telling you or pointing towards the end result that you want. So you look at the progress you're making on certain things, or it could be a lagging measure, measuring the, you know, the percent success that you've had in implementing that particular implementation strategy. And I think it's just really, really key to do that. And I wonder if Michelle or anyone in the council has any advice on how that would be accomplished. And related to that, various of us would be working with the council to implement some of those strategies and achieve those objectives. The Southeast Fisheries Science Center actually now has a working strategic plan with an implementation strategy and measurable targets and all that. So it would behoove us to work with the council to modify our own strategic plan and incorporate some initiatives that are common goals between the council and the Southeast Center. So I'll just leave that open to comment for you, Michelle, and maybe also Miguel and anyone else on the council. Thank you.
Marcos, if I may, Marcos.
Go ahead, Miguel.
To the point, that's exactly why in the last slide that Dr. Devar put on the screen, we have this subcommittee. And the way I envision this is that this subcommittee, you know, if you look at the strategic plan and the objective, you need millions of dollars and thousands of people to work on it. Therefore, we need to land on reality here. And I believe that this committee should have subcommittee. For example, Graciela, Richard, as chair of the SSC, can work with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to harmonize our strategic plan objectives with the one that the Southeast Fisheries Center has. And then we can do it on a yearly, every 2 years. I mean, we need to plan the whole thing through the budget cycle, which is 4 years from now. And we also need to be real about the things that we can do. So that the meeting in December is very important, because at that meeting, we will decide, okay, how and when this group will meet to submit to the council the plan for the following years. In the summer, we need to check where are we, how we done what we set to do in January or December. And the process is dynamic. And sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to inject that, because what Clay Porch is exactly what we're discussing. And if we can separate the group, the subcommittee, I have, for example, Ali Ortiz, we work with the outreach and education part of the objective and the strategy. So that way, when the council meets, you will have a report from the group that is working on the strategy of, let's say, science, with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center and the SSC. You will have a report from the outreach and education and so forth. Then it's very important to have in the committee the 3 chairs of the DAP. to look at the objectives and the strategies of each island area. So we will concentrate on what is possible for the following year, what is possible for the next 2 or 3 years. The core of this plan, and I agree 100% with Clay, because I hate to have this document put it on the shelf and let's say we did it, we're all great, that's it. No, this is a very dynamic document, and it will spell out the action of the councils to implement the MSA and everything that we do in the following years, pinpointing the priorities and also assign monies to those priorities and actions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next on the queue is Tony Blanchard.
Good morning. Sorry for being late to the meeting. I was having problems getting on. Good presentation, Michelle. But I have not really a question, but a comment and a question. As to putting this information on the website and getting it out there to the community, I think that's a good idea. But I think we overemphasize that everybody does not get on the websites and look up information. Now, the question is this going to be brought in an in-person meeting before the public, before any measures are taken? That's the question.
Thanks for that question. Thanks for the question, Tony. I appreciate that. And so, especially the fact that not all members of the public have access to the internet or may even, think to go to the council's website. So I don't know about an in-person meeting. I think that that's something I'll leave for Miguel to address, just given the state of the world as it is right now. But in terms of ensuring that people have opportunity to provide comment on the draft plan, I don't think it's any problem to send out, a hard copy along with a hard copy of a comment form to anyone who would like to provide comments on that. And I think if there are suggestions for, how to do that, I know that, in the past, Miguel and the staff have graciously made copies of, presentations related to the strategic planning process and sent them out to, the list of stakeholders that they have that they send out notifications to. So I might be speaking beyond my authority here, but I do think that is one way, sending out hard copies to folks along with a hard copy of the comment form to make sure that they're able to comment. But I think I will leave, I'll let Miguel comment on having an in-person meeting to, present this to the public before actions are taken.
Okay, between here and December, we are not going to have any in-person meeting. However, we can send the material via regular mail to anybody interested, and we have to engage, and we already did it, but just to reiterate for the record here, we are engaging the liaison officers in each one of the island areas. We have Nicole Grill, Mabel Maldonado, and Wilson Santiago, and they will be in charge of also identifying those people who would like to receive this documentation on paper. And they will have a set of, let's say 20 set each, so they can distribute it as needed. And then word of mouth, if you know somebody or someone who would like to have this on paper and do not have capacities or willingness to go to the webpage, please let us know and we will send them the documents. The other thing that we can do is to send a 3x5 postcard to everybody that we have in our webpage. No, excuse me, webpage, mailing list. Iris can do that, and Diana, and then announce that we have this available. If you want a copy, please contact so and so, and we'll send you a copy. That way, by December, we will be able to have a report on any comments that we might receive from today until probably November.
Thank you. Follow up.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, Miguel. I think sometimes we don't really understand the people that we're dealing with when it comes to outreach. Because, I gotta be quite honest with you, there are some surveys going around that recently we found out that the surveys were being backed by the Pew Foundation. And they are going under Lenfest. Now, my question is this. You have surveys going out and most people don't look into these things, but when it comes to light, who is behind the surveys, how do you think that's going to go with officials? Number one. Number two, the other part of it is, at this point in time, when any survey goes out, it's going to be questioned. I don't care who it's coming from. If it isn't coming from the president, it's going to be questioned because of the atmosphere with the fishermen them and the state in which the fishermen them are being looked at and handled by the government, number one, as well as other user groups, meaning anybody who willing to use us. There is a negative stigma towards us. I don't know if we got targets on our back, but to the end of the day, when these guys here solve it, they go take it and they go put it in the garbage pan. So my take on having an in-person meeting, even if they could read and comprehend, because we have been accused of being illiterate, even if they could read and comprehend the material on that document, some will not do so. They just won't grasp it. There needs to be a explanation behind the document in order for this to work. Now, we could push it off any other way and downplay it, but if you're going to ask my opinion as to how I think this should go, knowing the type of people that we are dealing with, I think it needs to be an in-person meeting with an explanation behind any questions that they might have concerning the presentation, because what we are doing for outreach is not working. And I'll get into that later when outreach and education comes up. But that's just my take on it. I mean, to the end of the day, this is above my pay grade. So whatever everybody else decides to do, go ahead. That's
duly noted, Tony. We will proceed with the process that we set for, take in consideration that you're coming, and as soon as we can do it, provided that COVID allows, we will have in-person meetings to explain this further. Remember, this document is dynamic, so it doesn't mean that what we decided between here and December will be locked in stone, and that will be it. The document is dynamic, so when we have the mechanism, we can have in-person meeting, we can have workshops and continue the work. So everybody that have an interest will be able to participate effectively. I hear what you're saying, and we have to take it in consideration that we have done it, Ali and I. So hopefully, if we are allowed in 2022 to have more in-person meetings, we will take this in consideration and continue the conversation with the public. Because the first thing that we need to do once the plans are implemented, I'm talking about island-based FMP and any other plan, and this is a strategic plan, it's not a fishery management plan, but it's a plan. We need to meet with the people, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and explain very clearly what this is all about. And they get the feedback from those groups, individuals present, and presented to the council in due time. So it's a good point, and we will take it, of course, in consideration. Mr. Chairman, I believe you have Julian and a couple of others.
Yes, I have Julian McGrath.
Yes, good morning to all. Thank you very much. First off, I would like to start by saying a special thank you to Dr. Duval. You did an awesome job with pushing this plan through and working with our advisory panels. Special thank you goes out to all my members for the St. Thomas, St. John district. The way this plan was put together, I thought was awesome because with Dr. Duval's leading the group, it was a very easy process. And she was there to listen to what we had to say and, took everything into consideration, worded it, make sure that we accepted the wording. So, a special thank you to everyone involved in this process. I am looking forward to where this plan is going to be implemented like everyone else out there. You know, we did so much work on this, and I'm looking forward to see where we're going to go with this, and to just chime in with Tony. And I know my counterparts think the same way. Is as soon as possible, once COVID can ease all of us, you know, to get this to the public in person would be very well accepted, I believe. But as far as how social media works, not everyone is there as yet. But for right now, we understand the circumstances that we cannot do that. So I look forward when we can. So let's continue the hard work and push forward with this plan as it was created. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. There is anybody else on the queue, Miguel? I don't see anybody else.
Elena wanted to ask a question before, but I don't know whether she's
Elena
still interested in that.
Elena, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Miguel. No, I was just curious regarding one of the objectives that was being presented in terms of the fishermen that you want to engage in collaborative research. I was just wondering if there are any plans to include funding for those fishermen. That's all.
Okay.
Thanks for the question, Elena. So it's I think that remains to be seen. So it's really the objective is about using fisher involvement and other collaborative research approaches to meeting these needs, and once those needs are identified, to see if there are funding opportunities where those needs can be included as priorities. So I'm thinking about cooperative research programs, which is unique to the Southeast. And typically those types of cooperative research programs, include compensation for the fishers who are participating in the research. But I don't personally have, a specific funding source in mind or something like that. I think things like that will come into play with the development of the implementation plan, if that makes sense. Really, getting down into the weeds of the actions that would be necessary to get these things rolling.
Marcos, if I may.
Go ahead.
In the case of Elena's questions, for every proposal, every project that we have here, for example, we are working now with the original education that will have to have a video regarding the mountain snapper. I talked to Carlos Fachete and others, and he talked to fishers, and we incorporate the cost of, let's say, renting a fisherman's boat, because as you know, if you have 1 or 2 days, they will not be able to be fishing, so you need to compensate. So in the other thing is that this implementation plan doesn't mean that the council will pay for everything and the council will do that, or Southern Fisheries Science Center. It's just that we are able to identify the different needs, prioritize them, and then we can touch base with anybody interested in pursuing that as a project. Could be an independent person, it could be a fisherman association, it could be anybody who's really interested and have the means to do it. And then we need to connect the people who are donors, the people with the money, with the people who are going to do the action. That's what the beauty of having a plan like this, because we will be able to, at the end, probably at the end of 2021, the only thing that we will have is the plan itself and the committee appointed. The works really start in the first quarter of 2022, where we are going to identify each one of the priorities. And going back to the way we did it, the way that the DAPs were incorporated, I expect the DAPs to also be included in any prioritization that we have. So that's what it is important that this committee work. And I'm sure that when you talk to a fisher, he will say the same thing. I will be to cooperate, but also I need to feed my family. It's not an easy question to address sometimes in budget, but it's an important one. So that's why we I'm glad that Elena brought this up, because this is the kind of things that we need to convey to everybody that is going to be working in the next years with the scientists and the fishers jointly working together.
We have Michelle Duval will respond to the comments and questions, and then we have Richard Appleton. Michelle?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back to a couple of comments from Dr. Appledorn as well as Dr. Porch. And so I guess first to Clay, with respect to the implementation plan and really have the need for measurable targets for implementation to ensure that the plan moves forward, and ensuring that there's a process that is timely with respect to how frequently the implementation plan is reviewed. I mean, you're preaching to the choir. I agree with that, and I think keeping in mind what types of metrics we will use is key in the development of the implementation plan. And so, and I agree that because NOAA Fisheries has regional strategic plans as well that I think are combined, both between the regional office and the science center, making sure that some of the things that are identified in the council's plan are also aligned with the priorities of NOAA Fisheries is going to be it's going to be really critical to accomplishing those things. And I know that in the Mid-Atlantic, up in the Northeast, when the Mid-Atlantic Council and New England councils, review their priorities for the upcoming year, NOAA Fisheries, the regional administrator and the science center directors up there are, they provide comment on those, and they are involved in that. So, I'm happy to reach out to both you and Andy offline to get some further input on how to make that, a productive and efficient process. And then just with respect to Dr. Appledorn's comments on the organization of the plan, I agree, Rich, absolutely. There are a lot of similarities in and a lot of overlap with respect to the island specific objectives. And I think if you guys recall back a couple presentations ago, I presented the tables of the different priority issues that were considered by the council as well as the district advisory panels, and showed a chart of where those overlaps were. And I can pull that up and show it again so that you can see how those overlaps played out. And I would also note that so again, there's two ways of doing this. We can have island specific objectives, which, I think allow for maybe a little bit more individualization of what the priorities are for each of the council's districts. Or as you suggested, collapsing all of the objectives into just one set of objectives and, breaking out strategies by island. Either can be done. It was suggested to me when I first started in this process that I think given the way the island-based fishery management plans were developed, where, certainly there's a lot of overlap in the objectives and the goals that were developed for each one of those plans. But there are, tweaks to those that reflect the individual needs and priorities of each of the districts. So I just wanted to have the opportunity to explain a little bit, where that came from. I don't necessarily think that one method of organization is, better than another. I think there are, benefits to either one. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Richard?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the answer, Michelle. I was going to speak back to the question of the cooperative engagement of fishers with the research programs. One of the places where the council can help is try to push the programs that are available to facilitate this collaboration. And I'll speak to one example from a proposal that Michelle Schar and I had put forward through the cooperative research program. And where it got shot down was we were going to pay the fishermen for the days that they were working on our project, which was days that they would not be fishing. And the critique was that, well, if this is a collaborative program, this should be what the fishers are putting into the program, and therefore they shouldn't be charged for their time. And I thought that was, and Michelle thought that was completely wrong. And so if this really a feature of the collaborative research program, that's going to stop a lot of potential collaboration. So to the degree that the council can lobby those programs to amend how they view that, that is one way to facilitate increasing the collaboration with the fishers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are not allowed to use the word lobby, but I know what Richard is saying. And certainly, Graciela and I will talk to Richard and see if we can provide information to the right people, right places about the importance of engaging the fishery in these projects and compensating them for the time and effort.
Thank you. I share your comment and the position that was expressed by Richard Apollon. We really need to be effective on this matter. I don't see anybody else on the queue. What do you need from the group? You need any from the group? You need a motion to approve this language, or what is proposed? What is the next step, Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think, what I've heard is that we'd like to add an objective under the management goal for Puerto Rico that is similar to the objective for St. Thomas, St. John, that considers the potential impacts of climate change on the efficacy of management measures. So I can go ahead and do that. So that that is part of the draft plan that would be available for review by the public. So I think what I'm looking for today, is approval of this draft plan for public input, as modified today, if the council is amenable to that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I got it. Do you want to, we have to do it through a motion, Miguel, or just ask the council on record?
No, in the case of this, adding this, we can just go ahead and add this line, because this is something that the DAP Puerto Rico don't have to go back to it. So the council has the authority to include it. And then the other thing that we need is a motion to approve the document as presented by Dr. Duval, and also to follow the next steps.
I need a motion from council members who can help me on that.
Well, one thing that you could do in order to alleviate it, if nobody opposes, then the line is added to the DAP Puerto Rico.
There is any opposition to add the lines that just expressed by Michelle Duval? Hearing none. This is the way it will be. We still need a motion, Miguel?
Well, the motion now is to, now that you heard her presentation, Dr. Duval's presentation, we can go back to the last steps. Michelle, can you put that on your screen again? So we can have a motion to adopt the draft plan as presented and follow the process as outlined by Dr. Michelle Duval.
I need help from the council members for the meeting to move along. Go ahead. Anybody?
Marcos, I propose to have the language, and Lehigh can write it on the screen. She's an expert on writing stuff on the screen now. Lehigh, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Lehigh then can share her screen, and I would propose a language, and then please, council members, add, delete, modify, especially.
Can you see my
Okay.
screen?
Yeah, perfect. So the motion would be for that the council accepts and endorse the CFMC, we can and endorse the draft 5-year strategic plan
I'll fix that now.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Uh-huh.
it. So the plan as presented by Dr. Michel Duval on July 21, 21. July 21, 2021.
The word draft is not there.
Let her finish.
Okay.
And to follow the process, to present this to the general public for any comment suggestions. The final document shall be presented to the council at the December 21 meeting.
Would you repeat that, please?
The final draft document will be presented to the CFMC at the December 2021 meeting for final action. Thank you.
Thank you for the.
Okay, that's Marcos, that's the proposed language, but whoever makes a motion can change it as he pleases or she pleases.
Thank you for both for the support, council members. Any change or to move the language, to move the meeting along? Go ahead.
Vanessa Ramirez, motion presented as it is read, so move.
Thank you.
Carlos Fachari, second.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. Any opposition?
Hey, Marcos.
No, wait.
Hey,
before that, you need to have discussion, Marcos.
Yes, go ahead. Andy.
Hey,
I'm sorry, who's the comment? Tony?
Carlos
Carlos, thank you.
Go ahead, Andy.
This is Andy Strelchak. So the motion as worded doesn't reflect the suggested change for the Puerto Rico objective. So it seems like we would want to capture that in the motion.
Well, we can say as modified and presented by Dr. As modified and presented by Dr. Will that do the trick, Andy?
Yeah, I think Michelle certainly understands our intent in terms of the modifications. That'll be good.
Okay. Vanessa, do you accept the modification of the language by Dr. Strelchak?
Yes, I accept.
And if Carlos agree, and there's no, then you can continue the discussion and for the to vote, Mr. Chairman.
This is Carlos. This is Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Oh yeah, I kind of agree with what Strelchak was saying about the objective 9 on climate change for all 3 islands, but I didn't hear anything from St. Croix, but I don't think I as a council member, that I have the right to change our objectives, but I'd like to include that for the St. Croix.
Carlos, the only thing that they are modifying is to include climate change. So what he's saying is that
that's what I'm
they do not,
to.
They don't have it in St. Croix?
No.
So if the council agree, if the council agree, then modify will include the same as Puerto Rico for the St. Croix component of the strategic plan. Michelle, do you agree?
Whatever is the pleasure of the council, Miguel, and certainly I can add that same objective as a specific objective under the St. Croix section of the management goal for climate change. And just noting that there are also, other climate change related strategies scattered throughout the remaining pieces of the plan as well. So I'll go ahead and add that for both Puerto Rico as well as for St. Croix.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's very clear for the record that the intent is to modify the strategic plan to include climate change concerns recommendations in the 3 DAP subsections of objectives and strategies.
Yes, Carlo Farchetti, are you satisfied with clarification and the adoption of your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. And any further discussion about the language?
Tony Blanchard.
Go ahead.
I agree with the language except for the part where it's going to be the final draft in December to be presented at the council for final action. Because I don't see this being effective as to getting out who it needs to get out to unless we have an in-person meeting. That's my opinion.
Okay,
So,
the contract that we have with Dr. Michelle ends December 31st. And we have taken this to the public in different many ways. That's okay, but we need to finish this. So, Mr. Chairman.
Tony, thank you for your position. Just be mindful that on the implementation, there will be further participation from the groups and hopefully on the in-person matter way, right? Any further discussion about the motion and what is going to be voted in a few minutes?
Just do a roll call vote by name.
There any
Marcos, do a roll call by name.
Miguel, just a moment, please. Hearing no other person that want to make a comment during the discussion. Tony Blanchard, to vote?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Carlos?
Yes.
Puerto Rico, Damaris?
Yes.
Virgin Islands?
Yes.
Who is representing Virgin Islands today? I cannot
Nicole
recognize the
Angeli.
voice. Okay, thank
Hi,
you,
this is
Nicole.
Nicole.
Yes, I was not sure who was on the meeting. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Nicole Angeli.
For the Virgin Islands, the person that can vote is Dr. Angeli or the commissioner.
Yes, I agree. I just didn't recognize the voice. That's all.
So for the record, is Dr. Marcos, for the record,
yes.
is Dr. Angeli just voted?
Yes, Nicole Angeli just voted. And Marcos Hanke, yes. There is no abstention.
And Andy Strelchak, yes.
And Andy, thank you, Andy. I just got lost here. Thank you, Andy, for your vote. Yes. No abstention. Motion carries.
Motion carries, and you have to say 6 in favor, 1 against.
1 against, right?
One against, Tony Blanchard, and the rest of the council members.
No abstention.
Voted yes.
Motion carries. They will come. Gracias, Lehigh.
Am I missing something? Should I write something else?
No. That's
Okay.
Motion carries. I was waiting
All
for you
right.
to finish. Thank you very much. That's all, Michelle. Thank you very much for your presentation and a great discussion. We are ready for the next item on the agenda. I would like to propose the group for a 5-minute break to stretch your legs, drink a coffee, and 5 minutes. Anybody in opposition of that?
You're the chairman.
Hearing none, let's come back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Cristina, no pares el recording.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We are back on the meeting, 10:42 a.m. I'm going to restart the meeting. Next presentation is update on Fishery Ecosystem Plan. Michelle Duval will be the presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you see the screen okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm going to just, let's see, move this around a little bit. So, let's see. Just need to, sorry, a minute, let's see, I just need to, there we go. Make this a little bigger for everybody. Okay. So again, this next presentation is just an update on the stakeholder engagement workshops in support of the development of the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan. And so, you know, similar to the last presentation, I just like to give a little overview of what I plan to cover in the presentation. So first, we'll just provide a little bit of information on the project background and purpose. Then I'll review the methods and outreach. And then after that, we'll walk through the conceptual models and finish up with next steps for this process. And so I thought I would just start with a little bit of background on Fishery Ecosystem Plan best practices. And I know the council is probably familiar with this, but the schematic that you see up on the screen on the right-hand side is called the FEP loop. And this represents the best practices that were developed by the Lenfest Fishery Ecosystem Task Force related to Fishery Ecosystem Plan development. And that very first step is, where are we now? And, you know, assessing that. And in order to do that, this involves co-creation of a conceptual model among stakeholders, managers, and scientists to identify and inventory the components of a fishery ecosystem and how they interact. And I think one of the best practices that is really highlighted and that I would like to emphasize is, you know, this quote that you see on the screen, which is that stakeholder input is central to fishery system planning. And so, you know, broad stakeholder involvement is really necessary in order to identify trade-offs that may not necessarily be apparent to, you know, decision makers or to scientists. And so just a little bit more background on the current project. So this is part of a larger coordinated effort to reach as many stakeholders as possible, you know, in line with those best practices. And so the current project is a result of communication between the Pew Charitable Trust, the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair, and the Council Executive Director regarding identification of a variety of stakeholder groups for FEP development, including, you know, local government, coastal businesses, local environmental non-governmental organizations, scientists, and others. And the Pew Charitable Trust offered to provide support for a subset of stakeholder engagement workshops. And so I was hired as a contractor to do workshop facilitation, develop outreach materials, and write up the report once the models were developed. Pew staff provided logistical support during the workshops by running the mental modeler software that's used to develop the conceptual models, as well as note-taking its backup for the workshop recordings. As also part of this effort, as you know, the council is well aware, is the Lenfest Ocean Program awarded a grant to several members of the council's ecosystem-based fishery management plan technical advisory panel. A couple of those folks are also members of the council's SSC. And so this group of folks are leading an effort on similar engagement workshops with the science community, experts, managers, and others. And so I worked with the Lenfest PIs to ensure that we were all using the same type of methods with respect to these engagement workshops. And then, of course, outreach to the fishing community has been spearheaded by the council through the district advisory panels, although the Lunfest PIs are also reaching out to fishers who may not have been involved through the DAP process. And so the purpose of this project overall is in keeping with those best practices, really to ensure that a variety of stakeholder viewpoints are incorporated into the development of the council's overall conceptual model, and to engage a subset of stakeholder groups that are not frequently involved in the council's work. So these are coastal businesses such as dive shops, surf shops, hotels, guest houses, outdoor guides, as well as local environmental non-governmental organizations, or ENGOs, based in each island district. And so the objective was to develop conceptual models for each stakeholder group in each district. So how is this done? The first thing I did was to develop a set of outreach materials. So this included 2-page information briefs in both Spanish and English. And one of these focused on fishery ecosystem plans, so what they were, a little bit of information on the council's fishery ecosystem plan. And the second one was about conceptual models and how these tools are used. And these were distributed to all stakeholders who accepted the invitation to participate. And then with respect to stakeholder contact, there was an extensive stakeholder list developed in coordination with the OEAP chair, with support from Sea Grant staff. And so this targeted a broad range of coastal businesses and ENGOs, and separate workshops were conducted for each of these stakeholder groups in each district. So, 2 stakeholder groups, 3 districts. So this was a total of 6 workshops. And a small group approach was used for each workshop. And this was done to really ensure that all attendees were able to participate, as well as to allow for thorough discussion of ideas. So the maximum target size was really 8 to 12 participants for each workshop. And invitations were sent out to over 40 ENGOs and over 80 coastal businesses. And these invitations were sent by email roughly 4 weeks in advance of the workshop. And then follow-ups were made both by email as well as phone for non-respondents. And then an agenda with the connection information and outreach materials were sent to confirmed stakeholders. So, and just to make sure we maximize our participation, I sent a reminder email with the agenda and materials a couple days prior to the workshop, and then all participants received reminder phone calls 1 day in advance. And so these workshops occurred in late April and then throughout May as well. And so the workshops were all virtual, just due to the pandemic. So these were 2-hour facilitated workshops. All of the workshops were recorded, and all participants were informed that they were being recorded. So, and we did, I did use evening workshops for the businesses, and that was done to really maximize participation, understanding that small business owners are, pretty much busy all during the day, and the only time they have to participate is really in the evening. And so I do also want to note that for the Puerto Rico workshops, simultaneous translation was used. So, and all workshop materials, including the presentation, were provided in Spanish. And so each workshop started with a brief presentation. So this was a little bit of review of the background information that all participants received regarding fishery ecosystem plans and conceptual models. And then I used a series of trigger questions and time for individual brainstorming to identify and develop the biological, social, and economic components of the different models, as well as to identify the relationships or the linkages between the different components. And then after the workshop, I sent a thank you email to every participant, and everyone received a link to a Google document that contained the schematic of the conceptual model. And so I allowed 2 weeks for participants to provide any additional feedback or relationships or linkages between components. And so this was part of the effort to just validate the model. I didn't receive a whole lot of comments on any of the models, but the few comments that were received were incorporated into the conceptual models. And then I also reviewed the workshop recordings just to ensure the accuracy of what was captured, to make sure that all components were captured accurately and all linkages among the components were captured accurately. And so now I'll just quickly walk through the conceptual models. And I'm going to start with the St. Croix environmental non-governmental community. And so I just want to spend all of these schematics of these conceptual models look roughly the same. And so I just want to spend a couple minutes orienting everyone to those. So you see that there are a couple of components with green circles around them and a couple of components with pink circles around them. So the components that have the green circles around them are two of the components that were most affected by other components. And so lots of relationships or linkages coming into those components. So I'm calling those receiver components. And then the two components that you see the pink circles around were two of the components that affected the most other components. So lots of linkages coming out of those components. So I'm referring to those as drivers. And in full disclosure, this is different than how drivers and receivers are referenced within the mental model or software. But for illustration purposes here, this is how I'm referring to those. So the model developed by the St. Croix environmental non-governmental community, two of the receiver components that were identified were water quality and coral, and then two of the driver components were anthropogenic influences and regulatory agencies. And so moving on to the St. Croix coastal business community, this model is a little bit busier, but I know you all have seen these types of models many times before. So three of the receiver components identified by the St. Croix coastal business community were water quality, reef fish, and coral reefs. And then two of the driver components were actually restoration of nursery habitats for fishes and coral species protection. So moving on to St. Thomas, St. John, this was the model developed by the environmental non-governmental community in St. Thomas and St. John. And so two of those receiver components identified by this group were water quality and coral, while two of the driver components identified were land-based sources of pollution and runoff. And then the St. Thomas, St. John coastal business community, again, this one is a little bit busier, but two of the receiver components identified here were coral reefs and sea turtles, whereas two of the driver components identified by this group were government agencies and lack of environmental education. And so moving on to Puerto Rico, the environmental non-governmental community, this is again, a very complex, thorough model. So two of the receiver components identified by this group were reef fish and water quality, whereas two of the driver components identified were climate change and public education. And then finally, the Puerto Rico coastal business community conceptual model. So two of the receiver components identified in this model were reef fish and coral reefs. And then two of the driver components were lack of management and education. And so I wanted to also just highlight, I think, some of the common themes among these two different types of, receiver and driver components. So again, the receiver components were those that were affected by the most other components. So there were three that were more common here, and these were water quality, coral and coral reefs, and reef fish. And so water quality was identified by both of the St. Croix stakeholder groups, by the St. Thomas, St. John NGO groups, as well as by the Puerto Rico environmental non-governmental community, whereas coral and coral reefs also identified as receiver components by both St. Croix stakeholder groups, both St. Thomas, St. John stakeholder groups, and Puerto Rico coastal businesses. And then reef fish was identified as a receiver component by both of the Puerto Rico stakeholder groups. And so a similar, I guess, assessment of common themes from the conceptual models for the driver components. So again, these are components that affected the most other components. These are primarily education, and then similar terms used, or excuse me, slightly different terms used, but for similar concepts, or government, regulatory agencies, and management. So education was identified as a driver by both Puerto Rico stakeholder groups as well as the St. Thomas, St. John businesses. And then this government, regulatory agencies, management component was identified by the Puerto Rico businesses, St. Thomas, St. John businesses, as well as the St. Croix NGOs. And so really the next steps, again, this is just meant to be an update. The models have been completed. The stakeholder workshops are done. It was really presentation of these conceptual models to the FEP technical advisory panel for incorporation into the overall council model, as well as some additional analysis and then completion of the project report. So just a quick update for everybody. So Mr. Chairman, I am happy to take any questions that folks might have.
Yes, we're going to open for question. I just want to make a comment before that a great presentation again, and I like very much the explanation on the utilization of receiver and the driver components that give a visualization tool that we didn't have before. Basically simplifying everything at the same time having the detail if it's needed. Thank you very much, and I'm very impressed with the team of you, JJ Mota, Tarsila, and Stacy Williams. For me, that's the insurance of quality and participative channel for this kind of work. Thank you very much, Michelle. It's open for question. Anybody want to make a comment or a question?
Yes, Marcos. Vanessa Ramirez for the record.
Vanessa?
Yes, Michelle. Did you can say more about the distribution of the stakeholders that participate in these workshops?
Thanks for the question, Vanessa. So you mean like with respect to the coastal businesses? And so the two stakeholder groups that were identified were coastal businesses. So that included surf shops, that included dive shops, that included restaurants, that included small hotels, that included large hotels, that included, there was a very extensive list that was, developed, as I mentioned, in coordination with the OEAP chair, as well as Sea Grant staff. And so the invitations were sent out to an array of coastal businesses spanning all of those different categories. And, with respect to the environmental non-governmental organizations, these are organizations that, had their place right there on each of those island districts.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Vanessa, for the question. Anybody else? Any other question? I guess that's it. You don't need anything else from the council, Michelle, at this time, or we are okay?
No, Mr. Chairman, this was really just an update to let you know that this work is, the conceptual models have been done. I'll be passing those off to the FEP, or excuse me, the EBFM technical advisory panel, and just the work is been completed. So thank you.
Thank you very much again. We are ready for the next item on the agenda. Thank you for all the council members' participation. Next, it's the SSC report, Dr. Richard Appledell.
Thank you, Marcus. There's a presentation, I think. Leah High might be putting that on. Thank you. So this is the report from the SSC. We met, next slide. We met last week on the 14th, and the issues we discussed were the new Caribbean branch. We had an overview of that from Kevin McCarthy, who's the branch chief, and I won't say any more about that. Also an update on the national SSC meeting. But the bulk of it was on the our review of the data poor tech memo which you'll also be getting a presentation on. So this is putting something a little bit before that, and the red hind spawning dynamics and close season issues by Michelle Shar, which you'll also be hearing later about. And finally, a presentation on the Puerto Rico electronic reporting program and potential extensions into electronic monitoring. Next slide. So very briefly, the National SSC meeting is actually called the Scientific Coordination Subcommittee, and this is the 7th meeting of that. It was supposed to have occurred a year ago and has now been okayed to be rescheduled as an in-person meeting next year to 2020 in Alaska. And the overall theme of that is going to be ecosystem-based fisheries management with 3 focal areas: incorporating ecosystem indicators into stock assessment, needs for managing interacting species, and assessing species with shifting distributions, primarily due to climate change. And I think our council, in particular, RSC, will have a lot to say about the ecosystem indicators based on the work that the TAP and the LINFIS group are doing. All aspects of this meeting need to be renegotiated, even who are going to be the keynote speakers, because schedules have all changed and everything. And we have a conference call next month to start rescheduling and renegotiating everything. We do expect, however, that there will be travel support for 3 SSC members from each council to attend the meeting. So that's the information that's available at the moment relative to that meeting. Next. All right, so the bulk of our time was spent looking at 2 things, and one of those was the tech memo on data poor fisheries. This is the official title of it, but I've underlined flexibilities and data limited stocks. So this is a tech memo that addresses what to do with data limited stocks, and it allows for new flexibilities in developing things that were not available to the councils or the SSCs before. So as I state here, it's all about flexibilities for setting OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs. And this is to be applied when catch data are lacking or are insufficient. That means to say we can use other things besides catch data to set reference points and target limits for individual stocks. And some examples of alternative reference points might be based on average length, or maintaining a juvenile adult ratio, maintaining a level of catch per unit effort, maintaining an average density. There's a lot of things that could be used here, so I don't want to lock us into thinking about any one thing. This is all new, and we'll have to approach it with a broad mind. One of the nice things about this is that we can use multiple indicators at one time for any given stock. So, you know, given just the list above, we might want to have, you know, it has to be within a range of catch per unit effort and have an average length of some magnitude. And these indicators could also be used in conjunction with numbers or weight-based reference points, as we currently have. So we could actually enhance what we have. The tech memo gives guidance on what they're calling the H2 flexibilities as to qualification. When can you use these? It gives some examples, as I mentioned, of alternative approaches, such as ACLs be expressed in terms of rates. That would be a catch per unit effort example. And stocks that qualify, and what stocks would qualify for the application of H2 flexibilities, but lack data for a rate base. So there'll still be things you can do besides rates. You're going to get a presentation on this later, so I won't emphasize any of this. But we did look at these things and come up with a number of I guess, statements, if you will. Next. So the SSC endorses the H2 flexibilities for assessing the overfishing status of data limited stocks presented in the draft tech memo, given that all stocks within the US Caribbean would benefit, a point that has been long recognized. Nevertheless, while we see great promise with this enhanced flexibility, we anticipate that there will be operational difficulties to overcome in their application and expect a period of testing before such methods can be routinely applied. In other words, this is something we've, in the Caribbean in particular, in the Western Pacific, have been advocating for well over a decade. So it's great to see that this is now coming to fruition, but as with any method, its application is going to be something that has to be worked out and make sure that the science is good and that it's justifiable. So there's a lot of work to be done. It's just not something we're going to plug in, all of a sudden we're fine. Potentially, once we do have something developed, it can be updated very quickly from year to year, but that's further down the road. Next. The SSC recognizes that there will be a substantial process involved in prioritizing which species should be addressed using this enhanced flexibility, due both because of the high number of species within the US Caribbean that would benefit and the limitations within the Science Center, particularly the number of assessment staff. So we have lots of species and stocks across the 3 islands that need to be addressed. We're going to have to be strategic on how we do this because given the limitations in the demands on especially the Science Center staff, this is a process that's going to go slowly. An additional benefit was identified in that some standard fishery management tools such as size limits, closed areas in season, et cetera, more directly relate to potential reference limits that may result from these more flexible approaches. So if we were using a length measure, for example, to set limits, then size limits would obviously be a measure that would directly relate to that, much more so than how size limits relate to, say, a catch quota. Next. And the SEC notes that the timing of this effort dovetails nicely with other efforts within the region to improve monitoring and assessment, including efforts to improve the quality, amount, and statistical validity of landings data. For example, the recent pilot study of the Puerto Rico commercial catch resulted in over 14,000 length estimates, which is a data set that would be available should length-based measures be one method that we want to pursue. Other methods, the formation of the Caribbean branch within the Science Center, and there are more targeted efforts to increase and improve available data. The initiation of electronic monitoring of catches within Puerto Rico, and the initiation of integrated stock assessments through the CDAR process. And we recognize that while weight and number-based OFLs are the ideal, improvements in data collection and application of the H2 flexibilities create a bridge ultimately to achieve that goal. So we still have a goal out there that we'd like to have in terms of having the data to be able to apply the more rigorous models that we would do through a CDAR process. But that will still take a long time to do that, despite all these really encouraging activities that are underway. But using the flexibility buys us time to where we can improve our assessment and management of species while we move to achieve that more rigorous goal. Next. All right, the next thing we talked about was the red hind spawning dynamics. This is and their relationship to closed season. So the SSC heard and discussed a presentation by Dr. Shar, who's also an SSC member. As a co-investigator myself, I recused myself as chair when this topic was discussed, and neither myself nor Dr. Shar participated in the voting on the recommendations that follow. Next. So as a recommendation is to amend the Puerto Rico FMP to modify the seasonal closure for fishing or possession of red hind in federal waters west of the 67° 10' west longitude, and for the Tourmaline and Abrila Sierra Bank red hind spawning aggregations to December 15th to March 15th. Currently, they are beginning of December to end of February. And the rationale for this was to reduce the impact on red hind spawning stocks at the West Coast spawning aggregations on the last few days of their reproductive period due to a shift in timing of the aggregation. A fish spawning aggregation does not form, as I say, we have not recorded it to form before December 15th, but aggregations can remain after the March 1st opening that's currently in place. So that's the rationale for requesting the shift by 15 days on either end. Next. Another recommendation, support the implementation of continued long-term fish spawning aggregation monitoring to determine changes in the spawning stock / populations of red hind off western Puerto Rico. The rationale for this was that we should be measuring the benefits of management measures for red hind populations off the west coast of Puerto Rico. So this is very similar to, I think, comments we've gotten from particularly the representatives in St. Thomas about the need for monitoring what's going on and having that relayed back to the council as to the status of these measures. The committee was particularly concerned about what the population size was of red hind off of Puerto Rico. And again, Michelle will be presenting material later that hopefully will show this. Next. No, there should be a next. Yes, thank you. No, it's missing one. Yes, thank you. The SSC requests the council to ask the Science Center to evaluate the seasonal closure, currently February 1st to April 30th, for red, black, tiger, yellowfin, and yellow-edged groupers in federal waters in the U.S. Caribbean as applicable, to ensure it coincides with the timing of spawning aggregations for these species. And our rationale for this request is that closed seasons should coincide with the spawning seasons as much as possible. Next. Lastly, we heard a presentation by Alfredo Sphere of Shellcatch on electronic reporting and electronic monitoring. Electronic reporting has been implemented in Puerto Rico's commercial fishery. And that implementation is increasing as time has gone on. I recall there was more than 700 fishers who were reporting now using the electronic reporting program. And this was freeing up staff at the Commercial Fisheries Lab to utilize their times to better monitor the quality of that data. And so it's yielding, as a result, more and better data. A lot of the data still has to be reviewed, by someone reading it, but it's eliminating the need for manual data entry. So that's where the savings really come in. And so we thought this is a very, what should I say, a really great activity that's happening, and as this expands, and hopefully can expand across islands and into the recreational fishery, that this will greatly enhance the the amount of data and the quality of data that we're getting. And this, of course, would be in conjunction with other activities that are happening. They have now, as was reported to us, been able to link the Puerto Rico database that is resulting from this with the database maintained by NOAA Fisheries, so that data can be made available to NOAA on a very, very timely time basis. But note that this is currently all done under a contract between Shellcatch and the DNER of Puerto Rico. We also were presented a preview of upcoming capabilities using electronic monitoring. And this is mostly in the form of both-based video at the moment, which would be eventually in conjunction with artificial intelligence. That is to say, using both-based video, you could monitor, and I'll make it something up for a trap fishery, how many traps were being set and hauled, what was being brought out of the traps. You could even get the lengths of the fish as they're being taken out of the traps and whatnot. So this is all possible, and he just kind of gave us a view of kind of how this would work, where they have other contracts with other countries and organizations where they're trying to develop that basis. It seems promising. However, at the moment, they are reading all the videos manually, but they are working on developing artificial intelligence capabilities that would be able to identify fish and estimate the length, etc., all automatically. So this is an exciting capability that's coming down the pike. Don't expect it next year, but it's being actively worked on. So these kinds of capabilities are going to be available to us, and we need to think about, you know, should we be apply them? How can we apply them? There's obviously going to be some issues relative with confidentiality that will have to be addressed of, but it's all very exciting in terms of the technology that's being developed. Due to the time constraints, at this point, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. The SSC did not consider any recommendations relative to the electronic reporting and monitoring issues. We were just kind of very interested in the capabilities that are becoming available now, and we'll just leave it at that. And I think that's the last slide. Is there another slide, Mihai? No, that's it. Thank you. So any questions?
Thank you very much, Richard. Council members, question?
This is Carlos.
Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah, Richard, hi. Earlier in your presentation, I saw something that I'm not familiar with. Where did I write this down? Or rate-based ACL. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, currently all our ACLs are based on weight, you know, and derived from catch data somehow. And so that's a weight-based ACL. A rate-based ACL would be something where our target is not to maintain a certain level of catch, but to maintain a certain level of, say, catch per unit effort. So maybe we don't have a good handle on the total catch coming in for a species, but we do have some standardized measures of catch per unit effort for that species. And therefore we might want to say, okay, we want to maintain catch per unit effort at or you know, below some level that we think will be sustainable. So it's no longer based on numbers of fish or weights of fish. It's based on a catch per unit effort. So that's a rate-based reference point.
Any other question?
Hey, Marcos, this is Andy Strelchek. Want to thank Rich for the presentation, and I really liked the SSC's suggestion for doing some pilot study work. One thing that's potentially on the horizon for the Caribbean, and a good thing, is that there's in the president's budget some additional funding for territorial science, both in the U.S. Caribbean and Western Pacific. And to me, it presents a huge opportunity, I think, for us to improve some of the data collection. And so the pilot studies, in my view, and Rich, I'd be interested in your perspective, in order to kind of move to these flexible management measures, we really need to then ensure that we have sufficient data collection to support that kind of underlying management. So if the average length is the target, then we need to make sure that we're collecting sufficient number of samples to determine the average length for the fishery. So I'm curious kind of your perspective in terms of the pilot studies and kind of where we're at with data collection, and what you would see as some of the improvements would be needed to meet these flexibility standards.
Okay, I'm not sure I can answer that in any kind of real detail, but I can give some examples. The SSC has not heard yet a presentation by Todd Gadamke on the pilot program that he had been overlooking in Puerto Rico, but there was a presentation given at the council meeting, at the last meeting, and Todd is now back on the SSC. He gave us a little bit of inkling of what has come from that, and also, again, what's coming down the pike in terms of automating things even more. So that figure that I gave of 14,000 length measurements is something that came out of the pilot study. So if this was to be implemented fully, we would expect a substantial enhancement of the number of length measurements that are being taken. And if this can be automated, which is one of the goals I know that Todd has, and he has people who are set up to try and develop artificial intelligence. So something can just be passed under a video camera and moved on, and no one has to sit there and actually measure and then record the data. It's all being done through artificial intelligence. This can both decrease the amount of time that a port sampler is intervening with any fisherman, and increase the amount of data that's coming through that, because there would also be automatic species recognition with that. So the fish is just passed under the camera and it moves on. If we reach that kind of level, we're going to have length measurements galore for at least the species that are caught in abundance, to give us hundreds to 1,000 length measurements that we would really like to have really good data. One could certainly work with less data, but then the uncertainties start rising substantially. But I think that the kind of information that we're going to be able to get using the port sampler approach, and we'll add in the e-reporting that Puerto Rico is doing, will, I think, start feeding in a lot more data that will be applicable to these more flexible alternative reference point approaches. So, it will really at some point come down to, okay, what are the key species we want to look at? Are we getting sufficient length information from them, or do we need to target some sampling for them? But other than that, I think this is really promising. And then we'll get down to those species which really, are not amenable, and then we have to think about, what are our data sources? But we have other data sources, such as the encrypt visual census surveys that NOAA Fisheries is doing in conjunction with National Ocean Service, I think, and those also provide a lot of information on lengths and biomasses that could be used for stock assessment purposes as well. So there's lots of different sources of data that are coming in. So I think we're going to have our data is probably going to increase faster than our ability to deal with it in terms of the staff time that's available. But once we have a system set up, you could see where you could automate these data streams to have these reference points monitored on a very timely basis once they're set up.
Thank you for the answer. Next is Clay.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for that presentation, Rich. And one, I'm very excited to see that the SSC is embracing some of these alternative techniques. I did want to mention, in terms of the artificial intelligence, the automated image analysis, we've actually, in several arenas, made great strides in that. For instance, with our underwater video surveys, we've now gotten to the point where we can process the videos on the ship just after they've been collected. We're still working out some of the details in regarding to training the software to distinguish all the species, but for the majority of high-profile species, the recognition percentage is really high. And like I said, it's really fast, because right now reading those images manually takes an extremely long period of time. For us, it generally takes about 6 months to read all the underwater videos that we take, and then you got to process all that information. Once we get this automated image analysis in place, and like I said, we've made great progress, I expect we'll get that time down to a month or so. And that would be really important if we started using information like that to manage fisheries on a CPUE type basis. And I also wanted to turn to maybe ask Rich this question: if the SSC had really talked about what management measures would look like. It's easy to say, for instance, that we would monitor catch per unit effort, but you have to then say, okay, how do we monitor catch per unit effort? That would probably require electronic monitoring and this automated image analysis, so that that information can be processed quickly and without error. And then you have to think about, what do you do? Okay, so if the catch per unit effort drops below a certain threshold, then that would demand stopping fishing. And I'm just wondering if they had much conversation about exactly how these measures would look like. And I recognize there's a lot of kinks to be worked out. Thank you.
All right, I'll say this. We recognized all the difficulties you just mentioned, or potential difficulties, and that's why we had the statement, we recognize there will be difficulties in implementation, because while this is allowing us a lot of flexibility, the implementation is not straightforward, and will need to be worked out, and perhaps by a species basis if it needs to do that. No, we did not have any discussion about where to go at this point. We were putting our discussion mostly in the terms of what the document was presenting, which was here are added flexibilities, and we're embracing those added flexibilities. They're not going to be a panacea, but we do think they're going to be very helpful. You mentioned the one aspect about, okay, if catch per unit effort falls below some level, or goes too high, for example, what do you do? And that's the same problems we faced with our weight-based ACLs, and you're going to have other issues as well in terms of looking at length. How does recruitment affect your average length? So there's perhaps ways to look at that in terms of catch per unit effort, and that's why the ability to have multiple indicators might be the best way to view the application of these, because none is going to be perfect in their own right, but if you can use multiple ones, they might give you a better sense of what's happening in the fishery. So we discussed these issues in very general terms, realizing that, you know, it's the application of these is where the rubber meets the road, and that's where, you know, we're going to have to spend a lot of time working it out, and, you know, we're going to be counting on the senator strongly helping us with that.
Thank you, Richard. I have a question to Clay, Richard, and maybe Andy. How you three visualize on this transition period where we're going to have a potential new method, a new way to do business in terms of collecting science or connecting data with the CEDAR process? I think is, from my point of view, I think is important to recognize there is capacity building already in the area, pursuing those species that are in schedule for CEDAR, and how this is going to be addressed on the future, not to be with empty-handed on a near future, right? Just to follow up with what we have on hand already. Any of you three? Thank you.
Well,
I can jump. Okay.
I was going to say, from the SSC's point of view, we recognize that the CEDAR process and the types of models that we can look at that, even the data poor ones, are where we want to work towards. So these flexibilities that we're getting now are kind of a bridge for what we can do in the meantime. The potential amount of data that can come through these automated processes that are potentially coming online will allow a lot more data to be collected in a more statistically rigorous way, and will help therefore to reduce a lot of the variability, or at least be able to measure directly the variability. And as a consequence, more species will be able to be bumped up into the tier 1, 2, and 3 levels of the CEDAR process, and so that's where we're going, and I think we're going to be seeing an improvement as these big improvement as these technologies and studies, you know, come to their fruition. So CEDAR to me is still going to be the way to go, and again, another burden on the staff, Clay, but it's the gold standard, and in the meantime, if we can get something going with some of these flexibilities, so much the better.
Thank you. Graciela, there is anybody requesting a turn to speak?
Tony.
Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Rich. Good presentation. Now, I'm a little concerned about the catch per unit effort, how it's being looked at, because catch per unit effort goes up and it goes down. But to the end of the day, or for lack of a better description, to the end of the year, everything balances out. Now, that's one concern. The other concern,
Tony, I cannot hear you. I lost you.
We lost him.
I'm going to write a text. Yes, I'm going to text him that we lost. I'm going to give a turn to speak again. Clay and Andy, want to make any comment about the question I made earlier?
Yes, this is Clay. Thank you. So I agree with Rich that CEDAR is the way to go on this. And I would say that we've actually been looking at these alternative techniques for quite some time. In fact, I'd say the Southeast Center was helping to lead the curve on this. So none of those techniques that are in the NS1 guidelines are new to us. We're real prepared to execute them. The main problem was having the data to do even most of those ideas. But as Rich pointed out, we're getting better and better at collecting information. But I think the real problem and challenge for the council is going to be, once you get this information, how are you going to actually implement it? And Tony was getting to one of them when you were talking about catch per unit effort. But as Rich pointed out, if you were monitoring mean size and the mean size falls below a certain level, what are you going to do? It's always easier to explain that you've exceeded a catch limit than it is to explain that you've exceeded an appropriate fishing mortality rate. And so there will be some challenges along the road, but if you really don't know catch or don't have the ability to enforce catch, then it is appropriate to look at these other approaches. It doesn't make them easy, but they may be the most viable alternatives until we get, as Rich said, to those tier 2 and tier 1 stock assessments.
Yes, thank you for this participation, Clay. One thing that I personally believe is the multiple factors, not just a single one, and also having a baseline to compare to on those catch per unit level or anything that we're going to use in the future that we can compare to, right? And this is a process that we're going to keep building, and we are excited to have an opportunity to have a new tool on the toolbox to address our data poor area. Let's see if Tony Blanchard is back online to finish his thought.
Yeah, back on. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Speak slowly, Tony. There is a little problem with the connection. Go ahead.
Okay, was any of the chairs at the DAP at that meeting, the SSC meeting?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay,
Sorry, Nelson Crespo was there during the SSC meeting.
Okay, did they have any input to the meeting? Nelson?
I was on the meeting too. On the top of my mind, I don't remember inputs or anything that he participated. Maybe I'm wrong, but he was available to participate anytime and to be request his participation by the chairman of the SSC. He was available there.
Because my take is, I believe that the chair of St. Thomas, especially knowing Mr. McGrath, would have some comments on what was going on to the meeting, some input to bring to the meeting. So that was my concern. That the only DAP chair that was there was Puerto Rico. Ed wasn't there either, to my knowledge. So that's the point I'm trying to bring.
Yes, Tony. Thank you for your point. Actually, it's appropriate to ask Mr. Julia McGrath if he wants to say anything about the presentation on this matter to keep advancing this discussion forward. I cannot hear any comment.
Sorry about that. Julia McGrath again for the record.
Yes, thank you, Jude.
The question that I had was, well, it was a comment. Number one, I never received the information about the SSC meeting. So I was not there. I was contacted the day after to tell me that there was a meeting. And I found that very strange that I didn't know about the meeting. I called Ed. Ed told me that he never got the login information. I called Nelson. Nelson told me that he was on. So that's past now. But I heard all what was on the agenda, and I found it very alarming that I wasn't able to make a lot of comments on what was taking place. Because I do have issues with the way that we are trying to move forward with this new data way. There's a lot of loops in there, and it's creating a lot of issues. When Puerto Rico did their pilot study, it showed where they were off by thousands and thousands of pounds. and that can trigger accountability measures, and that can also trigger where fisheries completely shut down. And I think before we move forward with any of these methods, that they need to be looked at a lot more carefully. You know, we've been asking for more port sampling, and we still go back to a project that the Virgin Islands did not want to participate in, that we're trying to move forward that project again. The best port sampling and the best data you can receive is hands-on. And there are a lot of people out there to do hands-on to argue we need to go. But you know, to answer to a lot of the other stuff that took place at that meeting, you know, I wasn't there, so I have to wait till the next meeting, and hopefully I will know about it, that I can make my comments on the record. And you know, it's just like the conceptual models is here. It is. We're going off a creation of conceptual models, you know, created by LinFest, who is guiding us. Come to find out, LinFest is funded by the Pew Foundation. We have a serious problem with that. So you have the whole Pew that's pretty much running the whole conceptual model stuff. So, you know, I'm going to leave it like that. And I hope at the August meeting, I'll have a presentation from the officials of the St. Thomas, St. John district, and our disappointment and how a lot of things are going. And you know, we need to get back on track to where we are working together instead of trying to get back to where we were in the past of working against each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Julian. Anybody else would like to make a comment about the presentation? Otherwise, I have a question for the group.
Marcos, I'd just like to remind everyone that they're going to hear a presentation on the tech memo and on the Red Hind. So hearing our comments before they've heard those presentations perhaps is somewhat putting the cart before the horse, but there will be a chance to hear those presentations and make comments.
Yes, Richard, and we have also on the webpage of the council all those meetings announced, and this is how I connected, and it's a public platform for everybody to access. And I want to remind all the council members that always be connected to the best tool we have, which is our webpage. And any other question to Richard? Hearing none, I would like to ask Richard about the recommendation of the SSC. I would like, especially the representatives of Puerto Rico, to express about the recommendation about moving the Red Hind close season 15 days towards March. But I think it's appropriate, Richard, this is my point on this, to do it after, to come back to this after the presentation of Michelle Shatter a little later on the agenda. Do you agree with that position, with that statement?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the council should hear the full arguments, and then they would more fully understand the basis for the recommendations.
Thank you. Let's do that then. And if people from especially from the Puerto Rico, Nelson and Damaris, that this addresses specifically our area. This is another example why we did island-based management approach, looking for that. After we're gonna come back to this discussion or to see what we're gonna do with the recommendation of the SSC after Michelle Shatter presentation. Hearing nobody else with asking for participation, we finish with Richard's presentation, and we're going to go now to Michelle Shatter presentation.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Michelle Scherer. I've been doing research in the west coast of Puerto Rico for about 20 years now, thanks to Richard Appledorn, other collaborators that I've named here, Tim Rowell, Carlos Sayas, Eric Appledorn, Ron Hill, Hector Ruiz, and Evan Tui. We've been fortunate to work with all these organizations that I've listed here in different aspects. And basically today, I'm hoping that this information will help us have a good discussion to inform MPA or area-based management in a more ecosystem-based approach. And specifically to address the potential for red hind fisheries to be improved by enhancing their reproduction in a critical part of their life cycle. Next, please. So I brought in a little bit of history. We had a CDAR in 2014, and at that time, the red hind was the most abundant grouper caught in Puerto Rico. It was about 2% of total landings. I believe that's now grouper unit 3. And this graph demonstrates the spatial distribution around Puerto Rico of where those landings come from. So historically, we had about 100,000 pounds total being caught. And then after 2005, we are around 40,000, 50,000. But in the light blue, you can see a lot of that comes from the west coast of Puerto Rico. So in the next slide, please. In the most recent time, and these are data that the Department of Natural Environmental Resources put together for the most recent data available, we can see that a high proportion of all the pounds landed of red hind is coming from the West Coast, but there is a significant increase in what's being landed from the East Coast of Puerto Rico, but we don't have any federal waters on the East Coast. So that's why we're focusing today on the West Coast for red hind. And the mean, like I said, of these past few years was around 47,000 pounds of red hind for the whole island of Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. So before we had a closed season for red hind in the island of Puerto Rico, that was approximately in 2004 when the DNER put out fisheries regulations. Before, a lot of the landings of red hind were constrained to the month of January, February, and a little bit in March. So this is historical data of the landings of this species, mainly during the time that they aggregate to spawn. And this was work done by Ojeda et al. By working with fishermen to get information specific about spawning aggregations. Next. Again, with the data that DNER provides, the most recent data are the years 2012 to 2007. I tried to reconstruct this monthly landing patterns of the proportion of all the fish captured, of all the red hind reported. And we can also see there's a decline now during December, January, and February compared to the previous graph, because that's a closed season and we're not supposed to be landing red hind. But there is another significant peak in August and September, except of course in 2017 when we were hit by the Hurricane Irma and Maria. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of many efforts that have been going on in the west coast of Puerto Rico. And I just wanted to show this map of why we're working off the west coast of Puerto Rico, specifically in the federal jurisdiction area, because everything that you see in green is basically Puerto Rico jurisdiction. And the recommendations that come out of this research are specific for that little chunk within that red circle. There may be an animation there. Can you click next? Basically, these are areas where, again, fishermen reported that there were spawning aggregations for multiple species, not only for red hind, but most of those areas are off that western shelf coast and they are in federal waters. So the research we've been doing includes different methods to try to assess the populations of red hind, but more specifically, what's going on when they aggregate to spawn. So we've done diver surveys at some of these aggregation sites for red hind. There's also been work funded by the council to look at NASA grouper with acoustic tags at Bajo de Sico, which is that little corner up in the left part of that map. Thanks to a SK funded project, we were able to collect fish red hind between Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. Croix with the same methods to look at size and age, their fecundity, their sex ratios. And what we've been doing consistently at one of these sites off the West Coast at Abrir la Sierra is passive acoustic monitoring. It's also going on at other sites, but not as consistently as Abrir la Sierra. And basically, we're listening to the courtship-associated sounds. We record the sounds that are produced by the fish, and we convert that into sound pressure levels, which basically gives us an indication of when the fish are present. We collaborated with Laurent Cherubin from Harbor Branch, and we deployed gliders that also listened for the red hind throughout the West Coast. And more recently, we're piloting a grouper sighting project with fishers off the West Coast of Puerto Rico, so that if they're diving and they see a NASA grouper, they can provide us with the size and the coordinates and the habitats of these fish, and we can then monitor if that species is recovering off the West Coast. Next slide, please. So these are some preliminary results from the collection of red hind. It's important for everybody to understand it's really different when we're looking at red hind because they are a protogynous species, which just means that they change their sex as they grow. When red hind are small, they're all females. And at a certain size, which is approximately 11 inches long, then they transition to be males. And they have very complex social structures due to these types of aggregations. We've been able to document that the males arrive first at the aggregation sites. Some of them migrate quite a ways. Then they have to set up and defend territories between males. And they have like a harem structure when they're aggregated. So one male can have lots of females in his little area, but the females move in and move out of the aggregation during different lunar cycles at the aggregation site. We know that the female fecundity increases with size. So bigger females will have more eggs, but they also need lots of males to fertilize those eggs when they spawn. We've also observed that the males and the larger sized females are remaining at the aggregation site longer. And then after the whole aggregation's over, that's when they go and migrate back to their home range. So this graph, I've plotted preliminary results of the number of females, which is the red bar, and males, which is the blue bar, at 3 sites that we sampled during 2016. And the sex ratios at the West Fish Spawning Aggregation Site was 17 females to 1 male, whereas in the fishing grounds of the same area off the West Coast, when they're not spawning, the sex ratio is 4 females to 1 male. And if we compare that to samples from the fishing grounds off the East Coast of Puerto Rico, we can see also a 2-to-1 sex ratio. And it's important to compare the West Coast fish spawning aggregation ratio with results collected at the Red Hind Bank and at Lang Bank, because these were collected during the same time. And we see the sex ratios are pretty different in the Red Hind Bank. They're 3-to-1, And at the Lang Bank in St. Croix, they're 9-to-1. So why is this important? Because, as I said previously, we need various males to be able to spawn with all these females and effectively fertilize those eggs so that we have a complete life cycle and we have sufficient generations of red hind to repopulate our stock. Next slide, please. So this graph is a summary of all the diver surveys that we have made at Abril La Sierra over the years. Unfortunately, we don't have the same effort every year to go there and do a lot of dives to be able to assess how many fish are there. But some years we've had funding to do a more specific repeated sampling on one lunar cycle, or at least two, but other years we can only get there once. So we really haven't seen a change in the density of the red hind of the aggregation site, but this may be an artifact of not completely sampling every aggregation with the same effort, but it is with the same method at least. Next slide, please. So this is the basis of the technology that we're using for passive acoustic monitoring of grouper sounds. Some of you may remember the work by Carlos Sayas that was presented at the council describing the different sounds that red hind produce. We also have described the sounds of Nassau grouper, of yellowfin grouper, of black grouper. And basically these sounds are different between the different species, but they're also different depending on the behavior that the fish are conducting when they're aggregated. So we have these two main sounds that red hind produce when they're aggregated. Some are during setting up their territorial defense behaviors or courtship, or in the case of Nassau grouper, we've also seen competition between males for a mate associated with sound. Peaks in sound production occur at sunset or at dawn. So what we've done is we're recording 24/7 during 6 months, but we extracted the 6 p.m. hour to calculate sound pressure levels. And this is all work that Eric Appledorn has been doing. So the sound pressure levels is basically how loud it is within that frequency where we know the fish are producing sound. And for the examples I'm going to present you, the 150 to 300 hertz frequency is filtered. So we don't look at the other frequency bands because we know the grouper are not making sounds in those other frequency bands. But if you go to the next slide, I can show you better the difference between counting the sounds versus calculating the sound pressure levels. So this is one of the examples that I'll be showing you, but here we have two data sets. The gray bars are counting how many actual sounds, individual sounds were heard within that hour, and we sum that for the hour. But for the sound pressure levels, that calculation of sound pressure level for each file is averaged over the hour. So every day you can see how the sound pressure levels increase or decrease, and that coincides pretty well with the number of sounds that we are hearing the red hind produce. And all of these graphs I'm going to show you, they all have a red line, a red vertical line, and it's been placed on March 1st because that's the day that the closed seasons end. And after that, it's legal to catch red hind. But in some cases, you'll see that we can still detect the presence of the fish because of the sounds they produce. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through a time series. Next slide, please. I tried to show you from the point of view of the red hind what their aggregations look like. Next, please. So every year we've calculated these sound pressure levels for the, I've just cut it down to December to March because this is the area of interest, because we don't really hear them before or after during making these peaks to show that they're aggregated. And the little circles on the top are the full moons. So if you go to the next slide, I'm going to shift every time series so that you can see how they coincide on the red hind schedule, which is associated to the moons and not necessarily to the dates. So in 2011 and 2012, I think we were pretty okay that the closed season came after the red hind were no longer present. Next slide, please. In 2013, we noticed that the fish were present after March 1st at this site. And we were not pretty sure why that was happening, but we kept on looking at the same time series to see if it happened again. Next slide, please. So 2014, we see presence of red hind after March 1st at the site. Next slide. In 2015, it was not apparent. The two main peaks of the red hind sound production were previous to March 1st, but there was a little bit after that. And 2016, next slide, please. We can see that there's a peak there precisely on March 1st, but when these sound peaks are just one day, we have to go back and check the record and make sure what produced the sound, but it could be other interference, it could be whales, it could be boats. Sometimes when there's a strong swell or current, we'll see those one-day peaks. Next slide. In 2017, this is the time series of the sound production levels for Abrir la Sierra. And it looks like we were okay in 2017. Next, please. In 2018, we see presence of those high sound levels after March 1st. And next slide, please. Apparently it happened again in 2019. Next slide, please. We only have 2 to go. So this is the record for 2020, and we see presence of red hind sounds after March 1st. And next, we also see here that there was presence of red hind straddling that date of March 1st and a little bit afterwards, according to the sound levels. So next slide, please. This is what the red hind calendar for spawning looks like. So these 2 peaks, the strong 2 peaks, are generally occur in January and February, but sometimes due to the timing of the moon in the month, those peaks can also occur after March 1st. So the bars that I've put in here that are either gray or green are basically where March 1st is going to be on the red hind calendar for the following 10 years. And only 2 of those that are in green, 2025 and 2028, can we predict that the red hind will be done with the aggregation before March 1st. For all the other years, there's either going to be a coincidence with the end of the second peak on March 1st, or there may be a third peak when fish will be present after March 1st. And this is based on predictions that were put forth for the Virgin Islands. So a model that was worked out on the relationship between the full moon and the winter solstice. But in our case, in the west of Puerto Rico, the red hind are a little bit more delayed on the moon. So this is why it's a little bit different from the case in the Virgin Islands and maybe the east coast of Puerto Rico. Next slide. Next, please.
I am having problems. I I cannot go to the next slide. I can just close and open the presentation to see what is happening.
You can share, I can share screen and show mine if you want.
Michelle, why don't you do that?
Thank you.
Mhm. So here is a summary of the conclusions for what we've observed in the past and what we expect for the future if the same patterns hold. For the few years in the past, we have 4 of all those years where we did not have a problem with March 1st, but the others, 63%, we had either a peak after March 1st or the second peak occurred after March 1st. That's why we're recommending just to shift the dates, because if the same pattern holds in the future, 80% of the time, we may fall short of protecting the end of the spawning aggregation. Why this shift is occurring is still a mystery to us. There are many hypotheses that have been put forth by other researchers. Some have to do with low abundances of the aggregations. When there's not a lot of fish, the fish kind of wait and hang out to see if more arrive, and that takes longer after the time they were supposed to spawn. There's also a concept of hyperstability, where at the aggregation site, you see the same density, but that aggregation is actually shrinking in space. So in total, you have less fish. And another possibility is that we have changes in the seawater temperature, or actually variations in the incidence and the strength and the direction of the currents, which we know are cues for spawning when the fish are already aggregated. And we have seen research where they have studied shifts in the space used by fish when they're going to spawn. But we haven't had a lot of research on shifts in the time that fish use to spawn. So all of these things are future lines that we could look at to decipher what's going on. But basically, we want to recommend to improve the grouper fishery in Puerto Rico that these spawning aggregations complete their life cycle, and all those eggs are spawned into the water column, so we have more red hind in future years. So what we discussed at the council was to shift this 90-day closed season, when the sacrifice of not fishing red hind may be more useful. So that would be starting 15 December to the 15th of March. It's really important to monitor these aggregations because they are very variable and they may be shifting, and these things, we have to be there to see them on time, not after maybe it's too late. So if we ensure the closed seasons provide protection at the most vulnerable time, that would help forward the management of the species. And we would also be able to document how effective these seasonal closures are at the MPA sites, and also demonstrate the benefits of not fishing for those 3 months. We also have data that suggests the black grouper, the yellowfin grouper, perhaps the tiger grouper and the Nassau grouper are using different times as historically. So this is something that we also have some research on, but in the case of Nassau grouper, although it is a prohibited species, the aggregation off the west coast of Puerto Rico is within a marine protected area, and the seasonal protection there ends March 31st, but we have seen activity in April for the same reasons that I just discussed for red hind. So even though they're not supposed to be caught, if they're aggregated, they're vulnerable. If they're brought up, they could suffer barotrauma, and we would like to avoid any of that to recover the species. And something that's really important is that these closed seasons need to be enforced, both at sea and then on land throughout the supply chain. And finally, a recommendation would be to educate the critical importance of conserving fish spawning aggregations so that we can have sustainable fisheries. that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, before the questions, I have, because of the timing, I'll ask either Michelle and Richard, because this is related to the SSC report too. If it's not more productive to have the sequence of questions that I already have Tony, Virginia, Gervais, and Eddie on the queue to do after lunch, and not to be rushing over this. What the presenter and Richard think about it.
Well, Marcos, that's your decision. We can wait until after lunch and start with this outline of people asking for a question. And then you can add 15 more minutes to the discussion in the afternoon, because this is an important component of the meeting today, and the council have to make a decision as to the next steps.
Yes, I agree, and I was trying to be the most open to the public, but we need to be very quick on this and to take the best of our time. Let's break for lunch and discuss this. I have the Tony, Virginia, and Eddie on the queue with a little more time to think over the presentation and to discuss this better. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. See you guys at 1 o'clock.
Marcos.
Aquí estoy. Vamos a empezar. Let's start. Let's reconvene. It's 1:03 p.m. We have on the queue Tony Blanchard addressing the presentation of Michelle Schauder and maybe issues that was also touched by Richard Opperdon. Tony?
Yeah, I just got a couple of questions and some.
We cannot hear him.
Yes. Tony, we are having problems to hear you. Can you try again?
First of all, I want to know what Puerto Rico representation thinks about.
I believe that what Tony wants us to hear is Nelson.
You could hear me now?
We can hear you now, Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Tony, okay, we cannot hear you very well. Go ahead again.
You could hear me? Oh,
yes,
okay,
go ahead.
I wanted to hear from that is the downward spike at the end of the season, of the close season. Do we have any idea what the amount of fish that the spike represents? Number one. And are we even sure that they are still spawning at that point in time or just moving around the bank? The other thing is, if we're talking about closing, because we're going on the idea that the full moon, the fish aggregates a certain amount of time during that period, then we should only close on the full moon when it affects the seasonal closure as is. That's my take.
Point well taken. Thank you very much. Next on the queue is Virginia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Michelle, first, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you so much for providing such a thorough explanation, especially from y'all's direct research. My point was just that we actually have extensive life history data from reproductive histology and age structure. Both CMAP samples that were collected have been collected during the spawning season in the West Coast, and then some fishery independent and dependent sampling efforts that my lab's done that would provide additional information that that shows some different stuff than was in your presentation. And so since I sat in on that SSC meeting, I know that kind of information wasn't included in your consideration. And I just wanted to throw out that those data do exist and might be utilized to better inform this discussion.
Thank you, Virginia, for your input. And there is any way you can not discuss the information, but to say what kind of information related to what?
So we have data from just from reproductive histology, gonad histology that show for buoy 4, where that aggregation was sampled that Michelle gave some ratio data, that in 2018, at least, when the aggregation was spawning, there was a sex ratio of 1 male to 7 females, not 1 to 17, for 2018 at least. Just one example. And then we also have, over the years, we just have, reproductive histology data showing the different locations where fish have been collected, females have been collected that are spawning capable and then the extent of when those spawning capable females occur.
Thank you very much for that clarification. It still is a higher ratio than the rest of Puerto Rico, but it's a very important feedback for the group. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much for your participation. If there is anything else, please let us know. Eddie?
Good afternoon, Edward Schuster, DAP Chair. Excellent presentation. I learned about the change from male to female. My question would be, and my curiosity is actually to find out what triggers the males show up first. So what triggers them to change, to finding out, whether it determines, like, for example, if you got 100 males that show up first, what percentage of the males change? I mean, there's a 25%, 50% of them change because there's females there, or does the ratio have to double, to 300 females to 100 males that show up? The next thing is the fisher involvement. Maybe the fish has changed and there's another spawning aggregation. And along with any natural predators that show up, I've seen this on either Blue Planet or one of those National Geographic where the whale sharks come in. Have you seen those species around where the aggregation, or while the aggregation is taking place? Those are just the things on my question list here.
Michelle, very quick, you want to answer to that?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Thank you, Eddie. So the sex change part of the red hind is that when they're all born, when they're all small, they're all females. And at a certain time, after so many years, which varies, but it's around when they're 11 inches long, then they become males, but they can't change back. So the first part of their life, they're females. There comes a time in their life when they change to males, and the rest of their life, they're males. So when the males arrive first at the aggregation, they're not going to change anymore because those are already males. So after the females come in, some of those larger females are the ones that could become males next year's aggregation. So it takes some time for the physiology to work to make them change their ovaries to testes. So when I'm talking about sex ratio, it's basically the males that were there that get inundated by a bunch of females. In one moon, the females leave. In the next moon, females come back. And those are the main spawning events that occur at night. Regarding spawning aggregation sites changing, that is a possibility. And that's why we try to make our surveys further from the area we're sampling. So these are like nuclei where there's higher density of red hind during the spawning aggregation, but they are spread in less density as well. So it is possible that they move around where they make these nuclei. That's why it's so important to have standardized monitoring over time. But the space that we are listening to is the same space year after year. And with our surveys, we have seen that the fish are there, that they're distended, that they're ready to spawn. And regarding predators, we have seen a few hammerhead sharks during the time we're doing the surveys, but not whale sharks. But there are other little fish that could eat the eggs once they're released into the water column. So we also have to think of egg predators, but those are great questions. Thank you.
Just to add to this, Marcos, I know in St. Croix, we did this for the conch. We had a closed season of 3 months, and then we expanded it 2 months. I think 1 month before, 1 month after. And the reason being this is that fishers had come to our FAC and mentioned that they've seen the conch spawning before the closed season and after. But I know this affects Puerto Rico, so I don't want to be too influential on their decision that they make, but that's just my input on it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for your participation, Richard.
Yeah, a little follow up on Edwin's questions. Where do you see things like whale sharks, the big filter feeders coming in, are more the bigger groupers, and especially the snappers, where they will spawn in the water column much more en masse, therefore creating a high density of these particles for those filter feeders to target. Whereas red hine are spawning pretty much just a little bit off the bottom, and therefore they're not really launching stuff up into the water column as much. And it's a more spread out process because they're forming these territorial harems, as opposed to all getting together and trying to go up at, several big or one big mass like some of the snappers do. I had wanted to mention a few other things about the state of the aggregations in Puerto Rico, and it's really difficult to get large sample sizes for this, and that's why Virginia's been going back and getting more. The reason we sampled at Buoy 4 and not where we've done most of our work at Abril La Sierra is that we felt we would basically decimate Abril La Sierra if we were to take the fish out of the aggregation that we were closely monitoring. So that gives you sort of an idea of what we thought the state of the aggregation is. One of the benefits for having the glider research done with Laurent Cherubin was that the glider could go all the way up and down the West Coast and even over to Vallecito, listening for these sounds and therefore mapping the distribution of those sounds. And pretty much what it showed was that the aggregations, or the locations of sounds, which we associate with aggregations, were only located in the areas basically we were already familiar with as far as the outer West Coast was concerned. There are other aggregation sites in Puerto Rican waters, for example, that were not looked at because, such as over near the mouth of Mayaguez Bay, but so I don't think we're seeing an expansion of the range of the aggregations. However, what could happen if densities are increasing is that the densities at these outer portions of those aggregation areas would expand. And I think that's probably what's happening over at the MCD. The last point I wanted to make is that in addition to the sex ratios, we also have things like age distributions. And so a comment on both of these. And these were samples that were also processed by Virginia, so maybe she can comment on that more. But in the initial samples that were done comparing the West Coast with the Hind Bank and also Lang Bank, they found that the mean age of fish in Puerto Rico aggregation was 5 and the maximum age was 9. At the Hind Bank, the mean was 11 and the maximum was 22 years old. So a much older age distribution in that more protected area, and that's not surprising. In terms of sex ratios and sex change, those are, sex change is subject to a lot of things. And so it's subject not only to the size, but it's the size relative to the rest of the population. So the time or size at which sex change will take place can vary substantially based on studies with other species, depending on the size and age structure and health of the population. And that's also true with the size of the fish maturing and therefore being present at an aggregation site. So if you have an older, larger dominant population, smaller individuals that might otherwise be at the aggregation don't go because they haven't matured yet. So the age of maturation is also somewhat flexible. So for example, in the same comparison, the peak size mode of red hind at Buoy 4 off the west coast of Puerto Rico was only slightly larger than the minimum size recorded at the Hind Bank. So again, these are all signs that are saying that at least at that time, that population was being fairly stressed. Now, Virginia's data that she just mentioned comes from some years, I think, after the initial sample. So maybe that indicates an improvement in the population. Or conversely, the problem we've found, and I think Michelle kind of touched on this, is that if you don't have a lot of samples, and I don't mean individuals of fish, I mean samples throughout the aggregation period, you're unlikely to capture what the peak is, because the males are there first, the females will arrive, but frequently the females are not really coming out until near sunset, and then they started really showing up where you could start counting them. So if you're taking your fish, before that time, as compared to that time, you might get different answers on what your sex ratio is, even though the population is exactly the same. It's just, what are the fish behaviors relative to your ability to catch them? So all these problems make it difficult to monitor the health of particular aggregation, which is why we need long time series, and why, if possible, to be able to get out there frequently during the spawning period.
Thank you for all those good points, Richard. We have, as expected, a lot of interest. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle, excellent presentation. Based off your presentation and what I see on the field, in my area, I think that is pertinent, and are not going to cause major impact, to move the beta from December 1 to December 15 to March 15, because I check on the most of on the next 10 years, the most of the time where we're going to have the Holy Week is going to be by the end of April, when that's fish, especially the red hind, have a big market. Also, I know that species have to be protected, and I know that Abril Sierra is one of the best spawning area. We need to do something about it, and because it's not going to cause a major socioeconomic impact. I think we consider, to run the close season a little bit. I don't know if that answered Tony's question, because I can hear him well, but I want to hear Vanessa's opinion, because I really know that more to the south side of the island, that species have a really, high interest, in the market, but only for the holy season. When the holy season passes, the interest decline. That's not mean that the people don't stop catching it, but means that the interest to catching and the sales lower, dramatically. That's what I see every day, every year in the field.
Thank you, Nelson. And very important, Nelson, are on the west coast of Puerto Rico. Damaris, I have on the queue Damaris, Clay, and Vanessa. Damaris, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to propose a motion regarding this potential change in the dates, if that's possible.
Yes, just as different. Thank you, Damaris. We're going to go back to you then.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Clay and Vanessa first.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Clay?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Michelle, for this presentation. And I was just wondering if we could use these passive acoustic monitoring arrays in something close to real time. And the idea being, once the signal is gone, indicating that the fish are no longer aggregated and spawning, then you could open up the fishery. So that way you do it exactly when the fish have stopped aggregating.
Richard, want to answer?
Well, I read his comments, so I had two things I could say, and then Michelle can chime in as well. One is, yes, you could monitor. All you would need is to have a relay up to the surface that, using cell phones, you can listen to these things in real time, or you can have some automated system counting. We actually have algorithms that Laurent's group has developed to try and do that. The other way would be to have a glider cruising around, and which is what his glider does. It listens in real time for these recorded sounds. And so, technically you could do it. You would have to make sure that all the stuff doesn't get tampered with. But the other and perhaps more important point is that the data show that we can actually predict when they're going to aggregate very precisely. And therefore, I don't think you would need the real-time monitoring. You could say, okay, this year we expect it to go on to the 4th, this year will be the 8th, or something like that, and be pretty close, because I think that the timing of this is, in fact, quite rigorous relative to the moon. What you would need would be a flexible mechanism that would allow you to turn on and turn off the close season each year without having to go through some emergency measure type of process. And Michelle, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we did do that with the glider and it worked pretty well. But these aggregations are a little bit spread out. They're like along the shelf, and you have nuclei of fish those are the ones we're counting. So there was a previous question by Mr. Blanchard about the number of fish and if there were sufficient fish during that last peak. And the answer is we haven't measured that consistently over the years, so we can't really answer that. And if they're done spawning, well, one issue we have with this species is that nobody's seen it spawning. So we have seen them still there with distended abdomens, which means they still have their eggs in them and they haven't been able to spawn yet in that March peak. But we really need to be there and monitor this more closely to be able to answer all these important questions that you all have brought up.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Basically, what you're saying that we need a little more time on the water and support for that to happen. The next on the queue is Vanessa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Well, practically, as we know, and Nelson also that is always down here, we already know that this change is real. Since 2017, we have seen not only in the red hind, also in another species that are in highly demand. And of course, we're gonna think that this is a good action. We already know that there are gonna be people that will not be agree with this, especially as Nelson says that March 15 is very close to the Holy Week, and this species is very important for that sales. But I think that we need also be responsible and be taking the action when we have to. So as Damaris says, I suggest that we accept this and make a motion and move on this, because we already know that in the West, we have a lot of commercial fishermen, practically more than the half of the licensed fishermen are in here. And for each one with license, we have one or two without license. We have seen this during the last years. We have seen this during the last close season, that there are still fishermen, there are still fish markets that are buying this during the closure. So also as a point in here, and want to be on the record, we need more enforcement on land also. So I will suggest that we take this action now, making the point also that the first one should be an orientation period for the fishermen, and we need to make a real effort to go down the fish markets and take the action, explaining to the fishermen why is this season applied only in the West, and why is the importance, when it's going to be applied, and where it's going to be applied. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Very, very important. Thank you very much. We have on the queue Miguel Rolón, and I would also like to in the future, after the motion, to have the support of Jocelyn to make sure that whatever is proposed on the motion is the most efficient way of proceeding with whatever the motion presents. Miguel.
Okay, a couple of things. Number one, the motion that you're consider is whether you accept or not the recommendation of the SSC.
Correct.
And there are ways of doing that. And right now, the only way that you can do that is by amending the island-based FMPs that have been approved September last year. And the same way that you are working on island-based FMPs amendment at this time, I discussed it with Jocelyn a little bit, and she provided a clear path of what we do. The council also can ask for more information because just today we found two sources of information that are a little bit different or will add more to what Dr. Shader is presenting. That information comes from Virginia. On the queue here, on the chat here, I have some information from the local scientists also that have information that they can share with the council. If you decide to move forward with this, then you need to consider a couple of things. Number one, you have to instruct the staff to work with the regional office to prepare an option paper, let's say, to start discussing to put everything together. The biology, the socioeconomy information that you need. Enforcement is an issue because most of this, well, all of the management measures, if you don't have enforcement, it's like, you know, in Spanish, letra muerta en paper. It's just a paper. Regulation doesn't work. If you are going to have a change of the season, if you have problem with enforcement now, you think about moving that season up and down every year because of you are looking at the temperature or whatever in the water. So our recommendation is to, if you are going to move it, lock it into a specific time and areas that is being proposed. The other issue is that they're asking me is what happened to the rest of the closed season. The closed season now is from December 1st through the end of February 28th, so to include those years where February have 29 or 28 days. And at this time, you can don't even talk about it and just concentrate on the area 67, 10 west of Puerto Rico to, let's say, adopt the recommendation of the SSC at this time. So in summary, if you are going to adopt that recommendation, you need to amend the island-based FMP. It cannot be made via a framework because I asked, you know, framework is when you give the authorization to the secretary to use this parameter. If something happened, for example, he or she can modify the regulation in place. I don't have to amend the plan because it's already part of the management plan. That's what they call a framework approach. But in this case, we don't have that. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, if you are going to adopt the recommendation of the SSC, which is moving the time that you close in those three areas that have been mentioned, or the areas west of the coordinate that we mentioned, the longitude that we mentioned, then it have to be done through an island-based FMP amendment. You need to start working on the documentation, the appropriate recommendation that include biological information from all the sources that have been discussed today, socioeconomic information, and then you have to take it to public hearings, of course, to the public. And that's all I have to say. At this time, you have any question? Also, Jocelyn is here, so you have any question regarding the legalities of it, this is the time.
Yes, I already expressed my interest to hear the input from Jocelyn to follow the best steps and which consideration we should have on this matter. Go ahead, Jocelyn.
Thank you. So I agree with what Miguel just said, that you can decide if you want to move forward and accept the recommendation from the SSC to change the closure periods, and you could then form an IPT and begin work on an amendment. Or if there's additional information that you want considered, you could direct staff to compile that additional information and come back to an additional meeting and discuss this again and decide if you want to move forward with an amendment. And I agree with Miguel that this would be an amendment to the island-based FMPs and that we can't do it by framework. We can start working on an amendment to the island-based FMPs right now. That's similar to what we're doing with spiny lobster, for example. We're working on an amendment to the island-based FMPs. because those have been approved. We're still in the process of creating the rules to implement them, but we're in an okay position to amend those plans if that's the choice right now.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. And I guess not commenting on Jocelyn's statement, more in terms of accepting the SSC recommendation. So the SSC is being fairly explicit with regard to December 15th through March 15th closure. I think my preference would be along the lines of what Jocelyn was saying, kind of explore options for changing the closure dates for Red Hind, and that could very well end up being December 15th to March 15th, but there could be other considerations. For example, Clay had mentioned obviously the real-time monitoring, but what immediately came to mind is, you know, if we want to provide some flexibility given the dates in which the closure may be needed, that we could look at different spawning closures on an annual basis and set it based on the moon phases, or you could provide NIMS, the regional administrator, some authority and flexibility to open or close the fishery based on certain conditions. So I think it would be best to kind of keep the recommendation motion for action more generic rather than just simply adopting the SSC recommendation, which is very specific.
Thank you. One comment as a historical have historical knowledge about this discussion, this one and similar discussion in the past, is that the fishermen locally tend to prefer a single date or something that have some continuity throughout the time, over the time, doesn't change too much to avoid confusion. And I'm sorry about my English there and the pronunciation, but I think the message is there. And I would like to hear the motion that Damaris has, because we don't have too much time and we need to move this along to go to the next item on the agenda and discuss the motion. Go ahead, Damaris.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. So the motion would be the council moves to request staff to draft an amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP to modify the dates of the seasonal closure for fishing for or possession of red hind grouper in federal waters of Puerto Rico from the current date and shift from December 15th to March 15th as requested by the SSC.
Okay, Damaris, for the screen, can we just copy the recommendation of the SSC and you can look at it and see if it agrees with what you
Yes.
just stated.
Hold on.
So, Leahai, can you copy
Vanessa,
paste?
can you send it through the email, because the chat is not able to do copy paste. If you could please do so through email. Thank you.
Not Vanessa, not Vanessa.
All right.
Damaris.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Okay, no worries.
Pero
Hold
mira,
on.
Leahai, wait. Leahai, dale copy
Yes.
paste a lo que recomendó el SSC.
right.
Entonces, Vanessa puede leerlo y arreglarlo según el deseo de ella en este momento. Y es más fácil para ti.
Damaris.
Entonces, mientras estamos haciendo eso, as we are doing this, remember that this will is giving out instruction to the staff to prepare the document for further action to see if this motion can be accepted as is. And what Andy Strachek is saying, that there are other options that have to be included also in the document. So although the goal could be 15 of December to March 15, there might be, after the information gathered by the staff, the appropriate staff, that there are other options that could be presented in the option paper, actually. That's what they call it. So the council can take a look at it and choose the best one for the fishery and the socioeconomy of the area.
Miguel,
Okay.
I have just pasted the SSC
Okay.
recommendation.
So thank you. Damaris, can you read it and see if agrees with what you are trying to state? Déjala quitarle ahí ahora para ver si
Yes,
ella-
yes, that's fine.
Okay, I agree with you. So is that the motion, Mr. Chairman? Within a second on discussion?
I sent it by email to you, Miguel, Graciela, and Cristina, and Marcos, but that's fine.
No, the point is the language that we have on the screen, Damaris.
Yes,
You agree with that one? So we need a second.
yes, I agree.
Thank you, Damaris.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
And now we need a discussion.
Yeah, let's on the discussion. I'll like to hear from the rest of the group, especially Andy, if there is any language to be added, recommendation language to be added to address his point earlier.
Yeah, Marcos, thanks. So my recommendation would be to amend the motion as written to say something along the lines of direct staff to develop an options paper to modify the seasonal closure for fishing possession of red hind, during the red snapper or red hind spawning aggregation time frame, and leave it at that. Don't specify dates, anything like that. Have staff bring back options for consideration by the council at our next meeting or the December meeting.
Okay, point of order. That's a substitute motion. So if that's a substitute motion, so is the proponent, wait, if the proponent of the motion and the seconder agree, then we can withdraw this language and then allow Andy to dictate to Lehigh the new language. But they have to first agree on the change of the motion.
Damaris and Vanessa, do you agree on the change on the motion?
Yes, I agree. Damaris
Okay.
Delgado for the record.
And Vanessa, the
Yes,
seconder?
agree. Yes,
Okay.
Vanessa. Agree.
Okay, so Lehigh, please erase what we have now. Erase the whole thing. And then wait for Andy's to dictate the new language. Can you do that, Andy, please? Slowly.
Well, can you bring the previous language back up? Just reinstate it.
Sorry?
Go back. Yeah, just bring the
Just-
previous one because I can use the previous language if you can go back.
Okay.
My recommendation is direct staff to develop an options paper to modify the
Sorry,
seasonal-
direct staff too?
Prepare a motion, an
prepare
option. Go
an
ahead.
options paper. And then you can delete up to modify. So yeah, and then I guess just restore the struck out areas at the end. But delete the dates. So remove the dates, but leave spawning aggregation areas.
Okay.
So in this case, Mr. Chairman, Andy can then make the motion as written, and then you need a second for the other and for the discussion.
That's the language. Andy, are you comfortable with the language to request for a second?
No, wait. Andy have to make the motion. Is that your motion, Andy?
Yes, that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, now we need a second.
Yeah, that was my question. There is a second.
Second, Damaris Delgado.
Thank you, Damaris. Any opposition?
No discussion, Marco.
No, we are going for discussion. I think we have, I was checking here on the chat, Tony Blanchard. Tony?
Yeah, I think we're moving too far ahead. I don't think we need Virginia say was not brought. Yes. Marcos.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we move.
Tony, we cannot hear anything that you're saying.
Too fast. I think we should said was not taken into consideration. You could hear me? You could hear me?
You're back. Yes, go ahead, quick.
I think that we should we're moving fast too fast forward instead of taking into consideration the information from Virginia that was not looked at the SSC meeting.
Okay, this motion is not to implement the measures as recommended by the SSC. The motion is to prepare an option paper, and the option paper includes all that information that have been talked about today. So Virginia's paper, the information from the Puerto Rico Laboratory of Fishery Laboratory also will be included, as well as any other socioeconomic information we may have. Because right now, the only thing that we have is the opinion of some fishers around the table that moving this will not affect their fisheries. But there may be a myriad of other fishermen that will come to the table and say, no way, Jose, that's when I fish. And 10% or 20% or whatever percent come to that I fish for come from those 2 weeks. So what Dr. Strachek is suggesting here is, according to the process, is to prepare that option paper, and the option paper will have all this. Remember, the option paper also have possible other alternative, because for every action that you have, you need at least 3 alternatives or 2 more alternatives. So you have 3 alternatives for the council to consider. An alternative could be a floating season like has been proposed today. Could be also a change of those dates from December 16 to March 16, something like that, just to be as an example. So the council has to be aware of the process. If you approve this today, you are not approving the measure itself. What you're approving is to have that option paper. The staff will look at it. You have an IPT have to be named at the regional office, and then it will be an option paper that consider a modification or amendment to the island-based FMP, applicable island-based FMP. In this case, will be Puerto Rico island-based FMP to establish this new seasonal closure. Be mindful that Dr. Strachek deleted the period December 15, March 15, because that's deterministic. So if you approve this, Mr. Chairman, Antonio, and all the others, you are nothing but preparing an option paper that will include all the information that you need to take a final, not a final decision, but take a decision that you will take to the public for consideration.
Thank you, Miguel. Maria del Mar, then Vanessa.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. I just wanted to speak from the side of the named staff. We will work with the council staff to put together an options paper that, as Miguel said, that evaluates not only the dates, but also the cumulative effects of, not the effects necessarily, but analyzing the other closures that are overlapping and the other areas as well. And we can also, if the council is interested, form an IPT to take a look at this. So we will request also the researchers to send us the information that they have, so we can incorporate that and utilize that so that the council can make the best informed decisions. Thank you.
To the point, Maria, when you're saying the analysis, it will be based on the SSC recommendations, and this will be for Puerto Rico, correct?
Yes, so it will be based on this motion that the council just put forward. And so the idea for this motion was to keep it general so we can look at different options that we could present at to the council in December.
We have Vanessa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, practically my comment is that for the suggestion of the SSC and the people that can attend that meeting, I think that they already have the information that they need. And from us, the one that are here, that are from the West and fish every day in this area, they know that this change is real. And I think that as better we take an action, it's better if we present everything at the same time and not continue back and forward, changing things or waiting up to December if we already know that this change is real. And I think that those dates are the best one if you have to move something. Thanks.
Vanessa, point of order again, you cannot do that. Because you have to follow the process that we have. And although we would like to have immediate action whenever the council says something, this is the only way that we can do it, by amending the plan. Fishermen, if they also believe this is good, they voluntarily can do it. But they also have to be mindful of the regulations in place. So if I'm a fisherman and I fish 2022 between March 1st and March 15, and there's no regulation in place, I'm free. That's what I'm going to do. So the process called for this process that you have here. And this is the quickest way that you can do it and the most appropriate. So whatever we do here, remember, the management plan has to be implemented. So we are not talking about 2022. We are talking about the season of 2023. If something goes smoothly and fast. Any further discussion on vote?
Yes, thank you. Any further discussion? Anybody else that wants to add to this? Hearing none, there any person against the motion? Any abstention? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for a good participation. I think the record is clear, and thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the draft tech memo and managing with ACLs.
I will share my screen. Just give me a second.
Marcos, can you recognize Dr. McPherson?
Yes, I was I was waiting for, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes. For Marion McPherson to be ready with the presentation. Welcome to the meeting. The Caribbean Floor Management Council floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. I'm Marion McPherson. I work in the NIMS Office of Sustainable Fisheries headquarters office, and I'm here today to talk with you about this draft technical memo that we've produced. And I'll note you've got my name on the screen there, but there are several technical experts that have helped produce this document that are around to chime in and help answer questions. Jason Cope is here, Patrick Lynch is here, Skylar Sagaris is here, and I think also Kate Sigrid. So, so welcome to them and invite them to join in as we go. So next slide, please. As an overview, why are we doing this? What is this about? So obviously ACLs have worked well in a lot of situations, yet we've also faced challenges. It's been 12 years since we first implemented the MSRA requirements, and this is a good time to look back and see what's working and what we could be doing better. In 2016, NIMS revised the National Standard 1 guidelines pertaining to ACLs, and there a particular paragraph that we'll be focusing on. NIMS convened a technical working group consisting primarily of folks from S&T and all of the science centers with a few policy people on board to provide guidance on these new guidelines. And subgroup 3 of that technical group is focusing on this particular topic, which is managing with ACLs and the data poor fisheries. We've had some progress in the last 12 years over what methods we have available for doing data limited assessments, and also these regulatory changes. So I've included the title of the draft tech memo on this slide for you because I want to emphasize this guidance, this draft guidance is very limited. It's very narrow in its focus. It's looking at this one particular paragraph in the National Standard 1 guidelines that talks about flexibilities for data limited stocks. The status of this paper, it's very much a draft. We're anticipating additional changes after we hear feedback from councils and perhaps more internal reviews. We presented this draft to the CCC at its May meeting, and NIMS has now requested comments from you guys by October 1st. So we're doing these discussions with councils and SSCs as you invite us, and I'm happy to be here today to talk about what this memo is. Okay, next slide. So this is the general overview slide. There are basically 3 main topics that are in this draft tech memo. We talk about the legal context, we talk about the science, the assessment methods, and then we talk about management and what that means, what our interpretations mean. So just briefly, what's in the Magnuson Act itself, what's in the law, the statute, we must comply with. What's in NIMS's guidance can be, in some cases, we have more flexibility in our interpretation. So I'll note as a foundation for this discussion, when it comes to ACLs, the Magnuson Act does not define ACL. The Magnuson Act does not define catch, where we get this concept of an ACL being expressed as an amount of fish, as a weight or a number of fish, comes from NIMS's interpretation and our National Standard 1 guidance. And we still believe that's the best way to do it. When you can, that's what we're shooting for. And the guidelines call that the standard approach. The standard approach means you're expressing your ACL in terms of a weight or number of fish. So we'll talk more about that later, but that's the legal context. Data limited assessment methods. This paper, as I said, there's been a lot of progress in the last 12 years of what we can do. This paper talks about 2 categories of data limited assessment methods. There are some, depending what data you can put into the model, that will get you the information you need to manage with an ACL that follows the standard approach. An ACL that's a weight of fish or an amount of fish. There are other data limited assessment methods that are giving us good information that could provide a science-based approach to do annual management and monitoring to a limit or a level that's not expressed in terms of an amount of fish. So that's what we've explored in terms of could we do an ACL that's expressed as a rate. So I'll talk about that a little bit as we go through this paper. And then the management section of the paper is where we sort of pull these concepts together. Okay, when does this paragraph apply? When is H2? When can we use it? When can we have the flexibility to recommend an alternative ACL? So the paper talks about that, and then it explores what might it look like, what could be an alternative ACL. So we talk about what could it be if you had rate data. And then finally, there is this category of stocks that maybe they qualify for alternatives, but they don't even have rate data. What do we do with them? So we've got considerations for that category as well. And that's basically what I'll be talking through is these three main concepts. Okie doke. Next slide. So as I just mentioned, Magnuson Act, the requirements in the Magnuson Act are that the FMP specifies the annual catch limit. The annual catch limit has to prevent overfishing, and the FMP has to include accountability measures. That's Magnuson. NIPS's interpretation in the guidelines, the standard approach to complying with Magnuson is to express your ACL as an amount of fish. And then we have this flexibility in paragraph H2 that says, a council may recommend an alternative to that standard approach in certain situations, but the alternative still has to comply with the Magnuson Act. So we still have to have an ACL that prevents overfishing and includes accountability measures, even if it's not expressed as an amount of fish. And this alternative must be included in the FMP. So go on to the next slide. So to emphasize how this is going to be relevant for us, this is straight out of that section of the CFR. This is what H2 says for data limited stocks, that there are limited circumstances that don't fit the standard approach, and those circumstances include, among other things, stocks for which the data are not available either to set the reference point or to manage to the reference point. We can't set it reliably, or we can't monitor and enforce it. And then a council may propose an alternative. So it's all going to get down to the data. What do you have? That's going to be the test. What do you have, and what can you do with your data? Okay, next slide. So we've made this progress in our assessment methods, as I said, over the last 12 years, advances in our stock assessment methods. We have new tools that let us do more with the data that we have, identifying manageable metrics, and we've also increased our understanding of the uncertainties. So moving on to the next slide, I'm just gonna touch on this, and if we have detailed questions, I'm going to ask Jason to jump in with us later, but this is the overview of the two categories of assessment methods that I was talking about. So the brown, let's see, starting at the top, the brown boxes are going to pertain to what data are available. Start with what you have. And then if you have the biomass information to plug into your models, you can travel down the left-hand side of your screen, and these brown circles are just questions about what you can use. And then it takes you down to what assessment methods are going to be available in the little blue boxes. And if you're using the ones I said on the left, I hope I didn't say right. I'm talking about the right. I used the wrong word. I'm sorry. The left-hand side of the screen is if you have the biomass information, you travel down the left-hand side of the screen, and that can produce your ACL. It can support identification of an ACL that's expressed the standard way as an amount of fish. But some of these new methods that I've been discussing, those are the ones on the right. Sorry for the confusion. If you don't have the biomass information, but you can still measure other things, and I've heard you guys talk about length and CPUE, you can get science-based advice that you can use to manage and monitor annually with limits and accountability, but just not expressed in terms of amount of fish. And so if you're finding yourself going down this right-hand side of the slide, this is when you might be thinking about the flexibilities in H2, what methods you're going to use, and then how they're going to feed into your management in terms of a flexibility. Okay, before I leave this slide, I do want to highlight going down the left-hand side, you get to the very bottom, that little box at the bottom middle that says catch estimator approaches. We're going to talk more about those in a minute, but that's basically if you have limited data about removals and that's all you have, that may be your best scientific information available and you may need to use it. But huge caveats about uncertainties with those approaches. And now that we have all these alternative methods and flexibilities, if you have anything other than any other information to feed into a model other than these catch estimator methods, then we're going to have recommendations for that in our draft technical memo. So I do want to point out, and I heard you guys talking about this earlier, and I want to emphasize this oversimplifies things a little bit, just because in data poor situations, you think you have information from, on links, but is it really usable to do what you want to do with it? And I'm hearing you talk about that, and you know this already, but I want you to know that we realize this is an oversimplification. And you got to ask these hard questions and explore and vet these issues of what really can you use. But this is the concept. So laying that out there. So next slide. The draft tech memo following the discussion of those, it discusses the methods, the assessment methods that will get you to information for the standard ACL. And then it's got recommendations. When you're using those methods, they're still data limited. I'm not going to read these to you. I think you've got a copy of the draft tech memo that's been posted, and you can also read this slide. But the concept here is even when you're using those methods, be aware of uncertainty, be clear about your uncertainties, use precautionary buffers. And then I want to highlight here at the bottom is the discussion of using the catch estimator methods. And we do recognize this might be the best available that you have. And if it is, you got to do the best you can with what you have. But if you're using that method, this memo encourages you to look around and see if there's anything new that's come down in the past 12 years that would be better. Consider those, consider flexibilities under H2. And if you're still stuck using the catch estimator method, try to make a plan to transition to a different approach. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So those, we were just talking about the methods that will get you to your standard ACL. These are the other methods that I was mentioning that you don't have the biomass data, but they can still provide the science-based approach. Length-based indicator methods that, just to note about these, they're limited. They can't define removal targets in terms of the amount of fish. So they don't fit under our standard ACL guidance, but they do provide these science-based metrics and reference points, and they can support compliance with Magnuson just in a way alternative to that standard approach. And again, it's very fact specific, but this is the concept. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Okay, so here's the big question. When do you use H2? When can you consider using H2, the alternative method? So the key is the data. The key is you start with what you have. If you lack the data to effectively specify or manage with an ACL expressed in the standard format, that's when you want to consider using this flexibility in H2. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next slide. This little flowchart sort of encapsulates the whole premise of the tech memo in one handy spot, but we wanted to sort of lead you here with some of the background information to get you here. But it starts with what you can measure. That's what we keep going back to. And similarly to the methods flowchart we looked at a few minutes ago, you know, if you have the biomass data, and there are the two questions here, is it a complete time series of removals and basic life history, or these other options to get you what you need on the biomass side, then you can proceed down the left-hand side of this chart and start heading in the direction of the standard ACL. But there's a second question that has to be asked, and that is number one. The first question we asked got us to the answer of, can we specify an ACL in terms of an amount of fish? But remember, the language in H2 says you can't specify or manage to it. So the second question has to be, okay, you can specify it, but are you able to monitor and enforce that standard ACL? And if, again, the answer is yes, you proceed on down that left-hand side of the page and you use the weights number-spaced ACL. If you get a no to either one of those first two questions, then you get into the big box there in the middle. Okay, you're in H2 now. You should start, thinking about alternatives. Just because you're in H2 doesn't automatically mean the rate-based alternative is right for you. That's an alternative that our team came up with, and we've discussed it and described it. But just because you're in H2 doesn't mean you have to use rate, or that you're able to use rate. So there's a second question before you get into proposing a rate-based ACL, and that's, do you have information on the fishing mortality rate or a proxy for F at FMSY that you can use to get to these reference points that you're going to need to manage manage with the rate-based reference points. So if you do have that information, you're going to want to consider trying out this rate-based ACL. And again, we know lots of questions, lots of things to be vetted and considered, but just sort of the thought process. But there are going to be some stocks where your answer is no. Like, we can't do normal, we don't feel confident with our standard ACL, and we don't have rate data. So what do you do with these stocks? And that's a tricky question. We'll get into that. There's not much to say about it, but you still must comply with the Magnuson Act. You must do something. It might be catch scalers are all you have, but at this point, you're going to want to consider a transition plan. Is there some sort of cost-effective data collection project you could do that could start moving you in the direction of managing and monitoring more effectively? So that's just the overview of everything, and then the paper sort of provides that all written down in more complete sentences. Okay, next slide. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about how would this work, how would this concept of a rate-based ACL look. So using those assessment methods that we talked about that went down the right-hand side of our slide, whatever data you have to put in to the data, if it's the length-based data, the CPUA data, it's going to give you your F, your fishing mortality rate, and your MFMT, maximum fishing mortality threshold, which is one of the ways we have of measuring overfishing. So rate can give us the information we need to make sure we're not overfishing. Following the format for the standard ACL in the NS1 guidelines, you could take that F and MFMT and then apply buffers, as we currently do, through the SSC for scientific uncertainty, and then through the Council for management uncertainty, to derive an ABC and then the ACL. It would just remain expressed in terms of your fishing mortality rate instead of a weight or a number of fish. And that's what you would start managing around. Okay, next page. Next slide, I mean. So I put in this slide after hearing your discussion this morning. I think y'all are way ahead of me on managing with indicators, but our paper does mention, that this is definitely within the realm of the concept of rate-based management would be using the indicators. And so, if you have linked data, then perhaps the SSC can correlate specific links to specific rate targets or thresholds, so that you could use that linked data. So here's just sort of hypothetical of what those links might look like. And then you could either tie your management to that or continue running the assessment method to measure, to compare your F to MFMT. And I heard you guys talking about management options, like what do you do? I want to point out that a lot of questions for the council here, a lot of questions to be considered, and we're aware of those, and those are going to be on the table. But the types of tools that you could use for managing to a rate are the same kind of tools you can use to managing for an amount. You have size limits, you have time area closures, you have year modifications. And I saw from the SSC this morning that in a way, these management tools directly relate or more directly related to these rate type methods than calculating back to an amount of fish. So some of these have logical linkages, but that question of, oh, CPU is changing, like how rapidly do we respond, how rapidly do we react, that's going to depend on how you set it up, how the council designs its accountability measures. So I'm going to go on to the next slide. So the FNP would need to describe how you're going to do your monitoring, and a couple of things that we explored in the paper, 2 options. You might want to run your model annually, just continue collecting your data throughout the year, and then run the model once a year for your accountability measure mechanism. Or I heard you guys talking a lot about real-time monitoring of potential error. That's also an option, certainly something the council would want to explore. But whatever it would be, you would tie an accountability measure of some sort to your ACL. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here's just the overview again of what we talked about, of those stocks that do qualify for alternatives, but they don't have the rate data. What do you do with those? They must still comply with Magnuson, doing the best they can with what they have, best scientific information available. For these stocks, consider whether you could start collecting data that would support a movement towards the rate-based ACL, and consistent with what I heard this morning, continue to move us forward towards our ultimate goal is to get all of these stocks up towards the use of the standard ACL approach of using the ACL expressed as an amount of fish. So that's the quick overview of what is in that paper, and I'm happy to take questions, and I'm probably going to call on Jason to jump in and help me, or anybody else with technical stuff, but that is the show.
Thank you for a great presentation, Marianne. And this is Marcos, the chairman. And council members, do you have any question?
Marcos?
Yes.
Not a question, but to clarify, because some people ask, okay, now this is it, what now? Well, the thing is that what we have heard today, it provides more flexibility, especially data poor areas like the one we have here. So the council can work in the establishing of ACLs, following these guidelines in a better, let's say, manner. And also, if we do this, we comply with the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And of course, we have to always wait for the SSC recommendations. We did something similar. The SSC did something similar when we identified the different species that we have here, the data components that we have, and then we had, remember, the tiers. So what the presentation today not only validate what we have done, we can modify, tickle a little bit, but we'll be in compliance to study those ACLs in a way that we follow the Magnuson-Stevens Act, but better, we follow the guidelines established by the National Marine Fisheries Service, in this case, no fisheries. That's where we are, you know. So anyway, the question from the council is, are open now. If you don't have any questions, fine, we'll move forward. But I would like to hear from Dr. Richard Aperon and other technical people around the table, whether they have any questions that can be addressed today. Of course, on the council members.
Any other member of the technical group would like to jump in?
Hey, Marcos, this is Andy. I'll jump in. So, Marianne, good to see you. Good to hear your voice. been a while. You might have said this, and apologies if I missed it. It's very much a draft plan right now that's going through review. Timing for finalizing the plan at this point, or the policy?
That's a good question. I think it kind of depends on what kind of feedback we get. So, and someone just also asked for a reiteration of that. We've requested comments from the councils by October 1st. And then I think there will probably be some more discussion at the next CCC meeting. And then just depending on, you know, what the comments look like, what sorts of revisions need to be made will affect the timing of the next steps. But we're hoping to keep moving it along if it's something that's going to be beneficial for people.
Yeah, and then a follow on, I know at one point we were talking with you and others about a pilot style project, and I think you heard that conversation this morning or suggestion from the SSC. Curious if there's any pilots ongoing at this point in other regions or any kind of efforts along that front beyond some of the initial discussions we've had.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, for bringing that up. Yes, Sam Rauch encouraged us to kind of do a, I don't know, micro rollout of this and reach out to Southeast and also Western Pacific about whether there would be interest in doing a pilot project and trying this out. So we have talked with West Pacific and also with your region, and we don't have a pilot project in the works yet, but I think there is some, there are a couple of things that are of interest and might be developing soon.
That's good news. Anybody else?
Marcos, if I could just make a comment.
I'm missing anybody there?
Marcos, Richard Kirol.
Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points. One, the presentation that the council just had is almost exactly the same as what was presented to the SSC, although we had it presented by Jason, who's a little bit more technically savvy in some of these areas. So I think that provides a context for which we were making our endorsements for. You know, there's nothing really specific there. It's a process and we're endorsing the process. And secondly, I'd like to thank Maria for explaining rate-based methods better than I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Clay?
Yeah, thank you, Marion. I just wanted to comment that, yeah, we did have that conversation. And in fact, the Southeast has been applying a variety of data limited tools for a while, but most of them haven't been used in management yet. So we're definitely primed to come up with a pilot example. In fact, we're going to look at some with this upcoming queen triggerfish assessment. And really any of the assessments in the Caribbean are data limited. So it's more a matter of, instead of just trying to translate the approach that we find best supported by the data into catch advice, we can use it more directly in terms of managing fishing mortality rate or some related indicator. Like if you used a length-based approach, there's an implied fishing mortality rate, as Marion pointed out in one of the figures. So we would find the average size of the catch that you would expect with the target level of fishing mortality. And then you just monitor the average size. And there's lots of things we can do like that. They're not all as directly intuitive as just monitoring catch. But if you don't have a good way to monitor catch, these are better than doing nothing or pretending that you know what the catch is.
Thank you, Clay. I'm looking here on the chat. I don't see anybody else. Thank you for a great presentation. Last opportunity for the council members. Hearing none, go for the next presentation.
Thank you.
Marco, the next thing in the agenda, enforcement issues with NASA grouper and other fish species in St. Thomas and John. I'll send a presentation, but just to give an introduction to the topic, we received a phone call at the office, to me specifically, indicating that there were some issues with the NASA grouper in the area of St. Thomas and John. I talked to a couple of people. I talked to Julian, and he's here. He can expand. And the situation is this: the person that called me claims that their fishers going out, they fish NASA grouper, fillet the fish at sea, and then they are sold on land as other groupers or any other thing but NASA grouper. And this fisher is really upset because he and his friends are following the law to the dot, and they believe in the process that we have to allow the NASA grouper to recuperate, but at the same time they are demoralized by these people coming in. Nobody is intervening with them, and they are selling the fish. We talked to Miguel Borges and others, and they told us that presently they cannot intervene because they only have authority in the EEC, not in the local area of jurisdiction of the US Virgin Islands. So the issue is, okay, that's the situation that is happening. What can we do? Do we need a memorandum of understanding to be rewritten, or just establish a memorandum of understanding for enforcement? So federal and local government authorities can join in efforts to stop this from happening. What can we do? And of course, all this process have to do with the present laws and regulations that we have. So Julian, if you're around, can you explain a little bit more, if you know about this issue, what is happening in St. Thomas and John? Marcos, Julian has a hands risen.
Yes, you already gave the opportunity to him. Go ahead, Julian.
Well, when I received the email about what was going on, right away I jumped on, and I had some dialogue back and forth. And one of our biggest concern is, I don't understand, if you have a compatible regulation, both federal and local waters, and an individual is caught by a federal officer, why can't they deal with the issue? Because it's a compatible regulation. And then as it pertains to the NASA grouper, that's closed all around forever. So what's happening is, fishers are complaining about the illegal activity by other fishers, both commercial and recreational. And because we don't have any local enforcement that are out there enforcing and checking the different markets and see what's going on, or at the dockside when the boats are coming in, nothing is being done. And even to myself, I have warned several people that we are in the closed season and they need to follow the law. But I think something needs to be done, that if a federal officer catches someone on the shoreline with a offense that's both federal and local, that they can address it. Because then compatibility would never work. We talk about doing stuff incompatible, but the federal officers can comply, or they can do their job unless the individual is caught in federal waters. And that's a major problem. Can we address that?
Thank you, Julian. And I will just check, and I think Miguel Borges is on the line. And the question, Miguel, is what can be done, or what can be done to fix, if there is any loophole or coordination with the state waters? Go ahead, Miguel.
Hi, Marcos. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Okay, well, thank you, Julian, also for your comments. When we received that, I contacted the council, and then I contacted our enforcement officer who's over there in St. Thomas. The main problem that we have even is that even if the regulations are compatible, that doesn't mean we have jurisdiction in state waters. Those are two different topics. So the regulations might be the same, compatible, but that doesn't mean that we can enforce those regulations in state waters. So that's an issue that's always happened. I have it here in Puerto Rico as well, and in the Virgin Islands, and it's a challenge for us to get jurisdiction sometimes. We have, for example, jurisdiction in the tunas, from the shore all the way to the federal waters, but all the other species, it'll depend on case-by-case basis. In this specific anonymous call, we, for the most part, do not have jurisdiction on that issue. I wish we had, and I spoke to General Counsel to see if we had jurisdiction, but it is very limited in the specific issue that was brought in that call. That's all, Marcos.
So how can we fix it?
A specific question from my side is a letter of understanding or cooperation between the state and with you guys doesn't fix it. There is a way to go.
I believe that it has to be in our jurisdiction has to come from directly from a CFR or federal regulation, not directly from the state. There is a process in some cases where the state could be preempted, and they give some jurisdiction to the federal agencies, but that is a process to be a long process that has to be done. It's not as easy as, okay, here you go, a letter of understanding between federal agencies and the local government, and we automatically have jurisdiction. I wish we did, but we would have to ask General Counsel to see any other alternatives that we have to acquire jurisdiction if the state wants us to intervene more. As far as I know, it needs to be a federal regulation for us to have jurisdiction. So that's a good question for General Counsel.
Marcos, if I may.
Go ahead.
I don't understand this. A NASA grouper is protected under the Endangered Species Act. It's a federal offense. You pursue the people because they fish the wrong billfish all the way to the shoreline. So why in the hell we cannot do the same thing with the NASA grouper?
Well, Miguel, that's a good point, and I share your frustration as well. But even that's a good point that you brought, because I've discussed the billfish issue, and it's the same thing. I do not have jurisdiction in state waters for the majority of the cases of billfish. If it's caught in state waters, I need to prove that it was caught in federal waters.
No. The fishery management plan for billfish goes all the way to the shoreline. It's the only species that go all the way to the shoreline. And I also, for the record, Miguel Borges is doing an excellent job here, but what he's telling us is that he needs some regulation that he can abide for in this case. So my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is that we write a letter to the appropriate authorities, in this case, on the third check, and they can sort this out and come up with the possible solution. Because I agree with Miguel, a simple cooperative agreement won't do anything unless we have a mandate, in this case, a mandate to enforce the law all the way to the shoreline. So my recommendation in this case is that we are not going to do anything by continuing discussing this here. But if you allow the staff, we can prepare a letter for the signature of the chair, and then send it to the regional administration of non-fisheries to see if they can then tell us what action can we take, or what action the action agency can take to finish this. Also, in the case of Puerto Rico, the rangers or the vigilantes are deputized by the federal government to engage with the federal regulations that are the people that are in violation of federal regulations. So we need to look at that, and Miguel is right. We need to also knock on the door of the legal advisors, make sure that we have the elements and the tools to close this gap, to be able to then enforce the law to protect the Nassau grouper. Because right now, internationally, we are telling other countries what to do with the Nassau grouper. And then we are here in the Little Caribbean and we cannot do it. To me, it's more than frustrating. I have other words, but we are on records here. So if we all agree, Mr. Chairman, we can do this, but I would like to hear from council member and any other person that has something to say at this time. But I believe that the first step will be to send a communication, official communication to the regional office, inquiring about what can we do in terms of alleviating this problem, because it's really something that is affecting the fisheries in the St. Thomas and John area especially.
Thank you, Miguel. Jocelyn?
Thank you. So I would want to speak with my colleagues in the GC enforcement section, but I did want to just speak briefly on this issue. Right now, as Miguel had said, there is not jurisdiction in the state waters. So, you know, the federal law preventing any harvest of or possession of the Nassau grouper would be from federal waters. So if they encounter someone in state waters, they don't know if it's a violation of the federal law. And so there's not jurisdiction to enforce the state law as of right now. In terms of whether that would be possible, I don't know if it's possible to work with the states, at least to refer any violations or to come up with any joint enforcement agreements. I'm not sure about that, so I'd have to check in with others, but that's something that we could look into. I did want to speak to the Endangered Species Act issue, though. So Nassau grouper is listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act, and basically that means that the National Marine Fisheries Service would have to put into place regulations that makes it unlawful to, the word would be take, which would include like possessing it, to take the species. So right now, that's not necessarily a violation unless there's some, other provision that's put into place. So that's why the Endangered Species Act doesn't right now provide a hook. For certain federal actions, there's limits on the amount of species that can be taken. So if it was taken in the federal fishery, we are monitoring that, and there are take limits. But again, that would be, we kind of want to know what happened as part of the federal fishing activities. And here we're talking about something in state waters. So we can, continue to think about if there's any potential option for what can be done in those state waters. But right now, as Miguel Borges said, there's just a jurisdictional issue.
Thank you, Jocelyn. With the idea that Miguel just mentioned before, the council, anybody from the council have any opposition to make this letter to follow up on this request and this issue brought by St. Thomas and John fishermen? Hearing none.
Marcos, also we need to touch base with the commissioner of the U.S. Virgin Islands to check on the applicable regulations regarding this issue. Because if we, let's say, have an issue with the jurisdiction, but it is adopted, I don't know if it's already have been adopted, but it is adopted as a state law violation, messing with the Nassau grouper, then you have compatible regulation, actual compatible regulation. So the issue of jurisdictions is a little bit, it's still there, but at least there will be no excuse for enforcement agents to go into their waters and enforce the law. local government will enforce the law in the 3 miles of the USVI, and of course, Miguel Borges will continue doing what he's doing in the EEZ. So the letter will be, I will draft the letter, send it to Jocelyn for making sure I'm not stepping in the wrong toes or saying the wrong words. And then once we clear that up, we send it to Marcos for review and approval. And we send the letter then to the regional administration, to run the start check, and another one to the commissioner of the Virgin Islands, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And by December, maybe we will have some information to discuss this further.
Thank you, Miguel. Have Nicole Angelique, thank you for waiting.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the discussion. One of the things that the department would very much support would be allowing federal NOAA officers to prosecute individuals if a species were landed and it had been illegally caught in territorial or federal waters. So we look forward to information from NOAA Legal about a way forward so that we could increase our capacity for law enforcement in the waters, especially in these times of disasters and pandemics when most of our enforcement staff has actually been called to our VIPD, our Virgin Islands Police Department, to execute activities related to the pandemic. So in these cases, any sort of cooperation that or increased support from the federal government would be very welcomed.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for your points. Also, Damaris wrote on the chat about the same issue, that she brought the similar situations to Puerto Rico, that please include similar situation for Puerto Rico, and would like to be included on this letter also.
Rather than saying Puerto Rico or the US Virgin Islands, we will say US Caribbean, so we can take care of Damaris' concern. So
Yes,
it will be a letter
you.
addressing the US Caribbean local waters.
Thank you. Anybody else from the group that we need to move along? Hearing none. Thank you to all for a great discussion.
Marcos,
Yes.
Marcos, Miguel, really quickly, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to
Identify yourself for the record.
Yes, it's Miguel Borges, no law enforcement. So I just wanted to make sure that in the record that thank you, Jocelyn, for your comments, and Miguel Rolón, I also concur with your letter or your idea of requesting a letter for NOAA to hear this issue. It's in everybody's benefit to sort out our jurisdiction in state and federal waters. So I agree with that letter. And in my part, I do hope that and wish that it was easier, the jurisdiction issue. So we would have jurisdiction in that in those ESA cases, even in state waters. So that's all. Thank you.
Right, from Miguel to Miguel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Next item of the agenda is DAP chair report. I'm going to start with St. Thomas.
Marcos, before we start, I promised the three chairs that I was going to do a bit of an introduction. Remember that in the previous council meetings, we are addressing this issue of the number of hooks per buoy sets that I use for deep water snapper. And Julian, Nelson, Eddie Schuster, and I have a talk, and I prepare based on a communication with Maria del Mar. And in this case, what we did was to share the letter that was presented by her to look at certain topics of interest in this discussion for calcium action. So we met and we have some talk points, and then the idea is for the three chairs to convey to the council what they have found in terms of the present status of the fishery in each area using this type of gear, the buoys. So the first one is Eddie Schuster in our line, followed by Julian McGrath and then Nelson Crespo. Eddie, are you available?
Yeah, Miguel. Want me to go ahead first?
Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, council members and everybody present. Okay, we had this discussion and I'll just read out what I have here. There are about 12 commercial fishers and about 1 to 2 recreational fishers that both fish in local and federal waters. But this gear is not used year round. This gear is used when only the weather is permitted. And it's also used within the, the lunar cycle with fair conditions. This gear is used in a depth range from 400 feet to 1,200 feet. And the species that are targeted go anywhere from the blackfin snapper, silk, black snapper, the queen, the Quaker, which would be the cardinal snapper, and some occasional catches of different species of grouper, along with incidental catches of sharks. Also, if the current, while fishing in deep waters for the queen snapper, you may catch incidental like oil fish and other species that I'm not really too familiar with. The number of hooks vary from 18 hooks all the way to 25 hooks, and along with a weight at the bottom. And there are some other trade secrets that the fishers have asked not for me to, be too verbal on it or vocal. And one is also with a light that attracts the fish to the bait. The number of the buoys that are used, it varies. This is a fish that travels at the bottom with the current. So what the current is at the top is not necessarily what's at the bottom. So the fishers might start with 1 buoy all the way up to 4 buoys, but it's times that they go and the fish are there, they're eating, and you only have time to drop 1 of the buoys. Reason being is that if the bite is hot, what happens is the fish try to get away while they're hooked, and that thrashing around, it causes the sharks to come, and then the fisher loses a day. The fishing days are usually anywhere from 8 hours to 12 hours. And it's not a fish that actually stays in the freezer. This fish actually are sold before they're caught. So as a fisher, catches a fish ice, if he's not too tired, most of the fish goes that same day, or by the next day it's gone. And hold on, there's one other thing. Yeah, so that's what it is. It's a self-regulated fishery. It's very expensive to get into it, one, and it's something that somebody has to have the experience, or fishing with somebody that has that year-long experience or years of experience in order to go into it. Reason being is that you could lose all your gear in one set depending on the current, so you'll have to know where to set the lines, have the experience to know if the current's going inland to the shallow, because there are deep shelf drop off on St. Croix especially, you would have to set really deep, and you would fish from the deep coming with that. So you don't want to set too much gear at the same time. So you'll have to start off from there. And then there's times that the current goes the opposite way. You have to set it at 400, and then, it goes out to the deep. So it varies, and it's a fishery all due to experience. And that really summarizes what I have written down. Any questions?
Thank you, Eddie. Next presenter, and we make questions to all of you later if the group will desire. It's Julian.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Julian McGrath here for the record, DFP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John. This fishery is a very, very small fishery here in St. Thomas, St. John. Right now, presently, there are 2 to 4 guys that presently do this type of fishing. And one of the main reasons for us having such a small amount of guys doing this type of fishing is due to the fact that the distance that they have to go to the North Drop where they're fishing is pretty far. So it's a weather driven fishery like most of our fishery. It's only 10 miles to the south, but 20 something miles to the north. So there are a couple of young guys that presently are doing this type of fishing. They're using electric reels, and they use up to 10 hooks. And then we have a couple of the older guys. Some of them use traps. And that's the Lede brothers was doing that for a while, and some of the Berry guys, but they took a beating last year with the currents and everything. So they have backed away from that this year. And we have 2 other older guys that's using the buoy gear, and they don't go out that often at all. So it's when the weather is really calm, they would go out and they would explore, do it for a couple of days, and then that's it. Then they don't do it again. So it's a fishery that's out there that has great potential. And I wouldn't broadcast that there's a lot of potential for it because we wouldn't want outsiders to come in and start to harvest tons of the fish, even though they don't have to land it here. They can land it elsewhere, because if they land it here, it's required for them to have a commercial fishing license. And we also have the weekend warriors that also fish in this fishery. So when the weather is calm, they will go out and catch some of the fish, but they keep it for themselves. The market, there's a great market for it. If anyone catches that fish, it's gone. It doesn't self-hit the ice, so it hits the ice while the guys are out. But once they hit the shoreline, it's gone. It's sold immediately. I would like to see that maybe there could be a permitting system for the federal water, since it all lies in federal waters, for this fishery, to try to control it for some younger fishers who are coming up, or anyone who might have interest in it, that we could try to protect it, that it's not over harvested. It's very a virgin fishery right now.
Julian, I have a question.
Yes.
A clarifying question. You was talking about the fishery, not necessarily specific to the buoy gear. Can you add anything about the buoys?
Yeah, well, the buoy gear, as I was saying, the buoy gear, it's 2 to 4 fishermen that's presently do it just a couple of days out of the year. So I know of 2 here in St. Thomas, St. John. We have a lot of fishers that come from St. Croix when the weather is good and fish in the south shelf of St. Thomas, but I don't include them because they don't land here. They land in St. Croix. So presently in St. Thomas, I know of 2 guys that do the buoy gear, and if they do it 4 or 5 times for the year, they do it a lot.
Thank you for clarifying.
It's very small. Yeah, it's very, very small. So
thank you.
I think that's what I would have to say about that.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The comments I'm gonna make now are based on my experience as a commercial deep water snapper for this water snapper for more than 40 years. And in conversation with DAP members, Edwin Fon and other fishermen from the west of Puerto Rico. I know there are some deep water snapper fishermen here. If I miss something, if you allow them that, you know, if I miss something, I request, you know, to them to remind me, because I know I have a lot of experience, but something, you know, always we miss. This type of fishing is not easy at all. And in one of the cases, experience make the difference between a good or a bad trip. I'm gonna go over the talking points regarding the year in federal waters. All of us agree that the use of this year have to be in local and federal waters as always been using. This is the most unsafe, effective year so far to develop the fishing for deep water snapper 1 and 2 and deep water groupers that we know through this moment. Regarding the duration of our trips, normally we go between 3 to 4 days per week in good conditions. I mean, depending on the moon phase and the weather and current conditions. For example, you can have a flat day, but if the currents are hard, the possibility of a bad fishing day increase. In reality, we only can be able to fish around 100 to 120 days per year, a little more in some years. That's what we call the natural closure for this fishery. The duration of the fishing trips is between 10 to 12 hours per day from when we left from shore and came back. I have to clarify that the year is used only around a maximum time of between 5 to 6 hours per day or less. The rest of the time is used to move from one point to other. And let me explain this for you better understanding about this fishery. Based on our experience, if we reach one area and the ocean currents are strong or not suitable to develop the fishing in the area, we have to move to another point that allows us to do the job. I must be clarified that although the currents are acceptable, if they are not the one which the fish eats, it's very little or nothing what you are going to catch. And that happened, and the same happened with the moon phase. If you don't know where to go on each moon phase, it's the possibility to make a good catch, you know, lower down a lot. Regarding the information of targeted species and incidental species, the targeted species are of course, snapper unit 1 and 2 and deep water grouper. But in my opinion, although we know the groupers are there, the deep water groupers are more a bycatch than a target. Between the incidental species harvested, I would classify them in two groups: those that have some commercial value and those that do not. For example, the glass eye snapper that we know like curro or toro, the cartucho caballa, I don't know the English name, and the black cartucho, will send them together with the snappers. The small sharks, spiny, and the other one, the Vilma, although they have a limited value, most of them are returning alive to the sea. And let me make a quick aside and tell you that they are really abundant. And it would be good to take into consideration for marketing. The meat is good quality, and I think it would be a good alternative in order to reduce the fishing pressure for other fisheries. There are other species that currently have no commercial value and are also returning to the sea. They are rarely caught, and perhaps that is why they are not traded. They are the brillol, congre, Spanish flag, griselita, the oilfish, la limosnera, etc. regarding the number of hooks vary from each fisher between 20 to 40 hooks. But we found that 25 hooks is the perfect number to develop this fishery due to some reasons. Based on our experience, between 25 and 40 hooks, the catch are more or less the same, and there is no reason to use more than 25 hooks. With 25 hooks, you can handle easy the year in the boat. But have to clarify, also, with 25 hooks, you save bait, you save money on year when you're gonna make it. But we have to clarify that 25 hooks do not guarantee 25 fish. When the fish bite and get hooked, they check the sutilillo trying to escape. And generally, the bait on the upper and lower hook comes off. From the other side, using less than 25 hooks, we find out that the catch decrease. The cost of bait increase and more hooks means more bait and do not guarantee that you're going to catch more fish. The cost of fishing equipment has risen dramatically, and it does not make sense to use more gear than the necessary. With the current, with more hooks, the current move the gear faster and don't let the fish bite. With the number of the set lines, that varies from the preference of each fisherman. Generally, we use between 1 to 4 set lines, and the number of hooks are the same, 25. If the bite is low, we use 4 set lines in order to find the fish. We are just searching, around the water. When the fish start biting, immediately we start reducing the number of set lines depending on how hot is the bite. When the bite is really hot, we don't use more than 2 in order to pull the line out faster and prevent the shark attack the gear and the fish comes off from the hook. If you let the set line in the water with fish for a long time, the risk to lose the gear due to the shark encounter increase. If the current are strong, we only use 1 or 2 set lines until start to slow down. Sometimes we only stay in the boat drifting, just checking the GPS and wait for the current slowdown. Information on how landings with this gear type are reported. We report this gear like Cala, which is the name by which we have always known this gear type. We reported to the DNR via reporting or the regular paper fishing trip ticket. The most of the fishermen have their own logbook for personal use. Also, in my opinion, the DNR is being more than generous in allowing 60 days to report any catch. I think that with the tool we have right now, more than 30 days is more than enough without excuses to provide the data in order to remain proactive for the good of the fisheries and the commercial fishermen. Again, I emphasize that we have to open the door and give the opportunity to the illegal deep water snapper fishermen to join us and start reporting their catches. I guarantee you, without a doubt, that there are more poachers for deep water snapper than the ones that have the permit at this moment. And we have to have a real idea of how healthy is our resource. So I request this council, to pay attention to this and, explore a way to how to bring those guys, to the table. As always, I say, it's really important for me and for the health of the fishery. That's all I got. If you have some question, I'll be more than happy to answer it.
Thank you, Nelson. Anybody have questions for the chairmans of the DAPs? Turn to speak, Maria.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Maria Lopez for the record. I want to say thank you to the DAP chairs for providing this really good information that will benefit the description of the fisheries that we're including in the amendment to the island-based FMP to modify the definition of buoy gear. I do have one question that that Nelson mentioned at the end, and it's about how the landings with this fishery are reported. I didn't hear that from the U.S. Virgin Island DAP chairs, and I don't know. I know that they said that there are not many fishers that are using this gear, but if they have that information about how these landings with this particular gear are entered into their catch report forms, that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to make a question or a comment? Hearing none. Maria, do you have all the information? Any other question before we close?
So I made the question about the how the information is entered in the logbooks, and if the DAP shares have that information, they can make it they can send me an email or communicate with me later. That would be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are ready then to wrap up this presentation and question and go for the next item on the agenda. I will allow 5 minutes for you. Carlos?
Yeah, Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
I heard that there are recreational uses of this gear. Is that going to be allowed in this FMP thing that they're trying to do?
Maria.
Yes. Okay. So a buoy gear in the Caribbean is a gear that it's only an allowable gear for commercial fishing. In federal waters, it's not allowed gear how it is defined in our regulations. So this action is only going to be modifying the definition of the buoy gear as it applies to commercial fishers.
Okay. So I guess recreational fishers won't be able to harvest that species, I guess.
Carlos, remember that we are talking about the buoy gear itself that is different than fishing with an electric reel on the side of the boat or with a hand line on the side of the boat to catch the same species. Correct me if I'm wrong, Maria.
Gotcha.
That's correct.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for your question.
I'm also with Maria's question as to what is recorded on the CCR. I believe that Director Angelis should be able to answer whether or not that gear is in that catch report as a, that they got to report it as such gear being used. I'm not sure. I've never seen it.
Nicole?
Yeah, that's not currently on, but we can revise our CCRs in collaboration with NOAA annually. Last time that was done was 2019. So it's probably time for us to take a look at the CCRs again.
Thank you. We are going
I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that. Did she say it is there now?
She just said that is not there. It was a little low, the volume. It's not there, but that they are willing to revise, and it was revised last time on 2019, and is a work in process.
Got
Correct,
it. Got it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may, Graciela here.
Go ahead, Graciela.
So we've been talking about gears here and there, but I think that what it's really needed is that we need to review and re-describe all the fishing gears that are being used, not only for the commercial, but also for the recreational sector. Really, the last and the first review that was done for Puerto Rico was in 1988, 89. And there is really not a one-to-one correspondence of the fishing gear that is being used to what is being reported. So, and this happens for many of the other gears, the nets, the other lines, etc. So, it should be put in the as a priority to complete a full description of all the fishing gears being used to date, and to make that into these catch reports, so that when we go to analyze the data, we're speaking the same language, because otherwise we'll keep running into these problems. So just, be advised that we haven't done a review in, I don't know, since the 80s or early 90s, and that really needs to be put in the list of priorities for the council and for the local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. On the same lines, I want to add that Maria del Mar, I don't know if it's possible, and there is no limitation on this, but if there was a list of questions that can be circulated to the fishermen on a voluntary base for them to provide information about the gear, characterization, or description that they have, that will be something that will help to speed up this process and have a better information. Just let us know if there is any possibility to do that.
If the local governments can do it, that's fine. If we are going to make a survey like a federal government, that's something else. It would take about 9 months just to start a survey. And that's why we ask the chairs to talk to the people there. But as I told Graciela, the description of the other gear is something else, and we can do it later. But I asked Graciela to introduce the topic to the record. But the most important part now is to move forward with the buoy gear issue that we started to work. But Graciela and I were discussing this a little bit, and we are a little bit worried. What do you call a recreational fisher carrying 3 buoys? That's interesting.
Thank you, Miguel. Let's pass to the other business. We don't want to run too late on this. Thank you very much for all the participation. Other business, we're gonna start with the letter sent by Captain Silva and its group about deepwater snapper grouper fishery.
Mr. Chairman, the letter was sent in our briefing book in Spanish, and the English translation was done by Diana. I believe that Mr. Silva was going to address this. I don't know whether he's here. Roberto, are you here with us?
Are you still with us, Roberto?
Yeah, ¿me oyen? Are you hearing me?
Sí, bien
yes,
claro.
Go ahead.
Okay. ¿Puedo comenzar? Can I start?
Sí, cómo no. Adelante.
Can I do in Spanish?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mi nombre es Capitán Roberto Silva, presidente del Congreso de Pescadores de Puerto Rico y miembro del DAP, del Caribbean Fishery Management Council. Para mí es un honor poderme expresar ante este grupo en el día de hoy. Tenemos nosotros una de las pesquerías que mayor envergadura y en condiciones propias se encuentran, según a nuestro entender, es la pesca de pargos de profundidad. Vamos a generalizarlo, el cartuchos, Queen Snapper, Six Snapper y ese tipo, y el Mystic Grouper en like a pike catch en ocasiones, y hemos tenido una situación de una data que recibimos. No quiero dictar que haya sido mala ni buena, no quiero entrar en eso, pero sí entendemos que la cantidad de pescadores que efectúan esta pesca es poca. Los días, como muy bien podemos irvanar el tema de Nelson, son aproximadamente 100 a 120 días para poderla hacer en un momento dado de unas datas estadísticas estables. Se triplicaron los números sin ninguna razón. Digo, con una razón, perdón, pero no con una razón real de capturas o desembarcos. Luego de esto han pasado alrededor de 8 o 9 años. El Congreso de Pescadores ha hecho innumerables peticiones a nivel local a través de cartas y a través de verbal, tan cercano como hace 2 meses, y innumerables esfuerzos. Y es nuestro interés llevar esto al foro del Caribe, al Consejo de Pesca del Caribe, para poder dilucidar cómo se pudiera lograr un esfuerzo colaborativo entre los pescadores de pargos de profundidad de Puerto Rico durante 3 años y intentar establecer unas cuotas reales de pesca para este tipo de pesca. A través del calentamiento global, stony coral, contaminación a través de los afluentes, ríos, etcétera, definitivamente se han lastimado muchas pesquerías. Entendemos pertinente el que se pueda trabajar este tema, y realmente el impacto socioeconómico que ha creado este pool data en un momento dado se pueda subsanar. Es de nuestro interés, según he podido compartir con las diferentes asociaciones a través de la isla, Vieques y Culebra, el interés que ellos tienen en colaborar con la comunidad científica, ir paso a paso, pescando, haciendo unas datas electrónicas cada 30 días efectivamente, nosotros como Congreso nos pudiéramos envolver hasta donde sea posible y colectar una buena data real durante 1, 2, 3 años, obviamente con el monitoreo científico, para ver si al final se pudiera lograr un nuevo ACL real de los pescadores. Temo el que se haya por tanto tiempo sin tomar este tema y vuelto a reconsiderar el que muchos pescadores se lancen a hacer la pesca, ¿ok? Y no estamos adelantando nada, estamos afectando al pescador que realmente sigue las leyes, no puede pescarlo, pero muchos más lo están pescando y no tenemos la data. Es más peligroso, y yo entiendo que es pertinente en el momento ya de que realmente tomemos cartas en el asunto y se pueda lograr un junte entre la comunidad pesquera y la comunidad científica. Es nuestro reclamo y nuestra petición frente al Consejo de Pesca del Caribe y todo el grupo. Realmente sencillo, no quiero tomar mucho tiempo, pero si se lograra un espacio de 3 a 5 años monitoreando debidamente los desembarcos, yo creo que sería un gran adelanto y tranquilidad para saber cómo va nuestro recurso. Realmente nosotros ahora mismo, los últimos 4 o 5 días, nadie ha podido ir a pescar. Es una pesca que se veda por sí sola. Se usan las boyas porque nuestras embarcaciones son pequeñas. No tienen el presupuesto económico para comprar varias máquinas y pescar. Solamente con una máquina pues se ven forzados a tirar diferentes boyas, y por eso muchas veces es eficiente para nosotros y económicamente viable el poder utilizar boyas. Quería tomar ese dato para unar a lo que había dicho Nelson. Nosotros entendemos que las características del hábitat donde viven estos pargos de profundidad en el Caribe, el Golfo de México y el Océano Atlántico, entendemos que este recurso es una de las alternativas hacia el futuro en momentos que experimentábamos el calentamiento global. Queremos un recurso sustentable y la posibilidad de aportar a este proceso con la revisión del ACL basado en una data adecuada y mejorada. Este esfuerzo colaborativo con los pescadores comerciales es la mejor fórmula para el manejo de esta pesquería. El balance de recursos pesqueros, socioeconómico y sustentabilidad alimentaria de Puerto Rico es nuestro norte. Hemos colaborado con la comunidad científica para poder colectar data y poder saber el estado del recurso de pargos de profundidad. Y estos resultados, a nuestro entender, reflejan una pesquería que en buenas condiciones. Entendemos que el esfuerzo del Congreso de Pescadores y las comunidades pesqueras están abriendo los brazos a la cooperación y a la colección de datos de desembarco y bioestadísticas relevantes. Esperamos que atiendan nuestra solicitud para empezar a discutir y facilitar tan importante petición e iniciativa. Básicamente lo que quería decir, cortito, ya sé que el tiempo nos ha traicionado, pero nosotros, la comunidad científica, la comunidad pesquera de Puerto Rico está en la mejor disposición de poder aunar esfuerzo con la comunidad científica para lograr el desarrollo nuevamente de esta pesca ordenada. Gracias.
Gracias, Roberto. Tenemos a Damaris, que solicitó el tiempo para hablar. Go ahead, Damaris. Have you turned to
Yes.
speak?
Thank you. Damaris Delgado for the record. I heard what Roberto Silva is saying, and I agree totally with him and with the comments that have been presented in the chat. We met with Roberto Silva weeks ago, as he said, and with some other representatives from the Congreso de Pescadores. We heard his worries about this fishery, and we all agreed with him with his arguments, and we prepared a draft administrative order to address his concern, the concern expressed to us. And that draft administrative order has been submitted to the Legal Affairs Office, and I believe the Junta Asesora de Pesca, the Fishing Board, Advisory Board, is also evaluating the administrative order. We shared it with the board, and we are waiting for their comments regarding the administrative order. We believe that order will properly address the concerns of the fishers and will make justice to many fishers. And I personally agree that there should be a way to open the fishery to many other people. So that's the status that I wanted to share with you at this point.
Marcos?
Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay, a couple of things. Number one, there is not a limited entry system in place in the federal government for this fishery. We do have an ACL. In the case of the local government of Puerto Rico, they have a proxy of a limited entry with that executive order. And I believe that the two issues to discuss here is number one, Puerto Rico is inclined to go with Roberto Silva's and the other fishers suggestion, which is to open it for 3 to 5 years, full reporting by fishers, electronically or otherwise, and then assess with the fishers the status of the fishery on a yearly basis, I believe. And then probably that time come with the better number for the ACLs and whatever numbers we need to establish for the management of the fishery. So two questions. If the local government of Puerto Rico, let's say, have the fishery open to all, that they can do it within the area jurisdiction, 35 miles from the shoreline, statute mile, 9 nautical miles. But then the issue of the ACL is what the federal government has to be mindful of. In this case, is that fishery in the EEC surpass the ACL, then you have a kick in of the applicable measures. If the fish is caught monthly within the area of jurisdiction of Puerto Rico, meaning within the 9 nautical miles, the question is then how much of that will account to the ACL? So Graciela and I have the answer for that, but for the record, the first question is if Puerto Rico opened this, what will be the effect? And probably Jocelyn can address this. What will be the effect, if any, on the ACLs and the applicable regulations?
Jocelyn?
Yes, sorry. I was having a little bit of technical difficulty there. Would you be able to repeat the question?
Okay, in the case of Roberto Silva representing fishers in Puerto Rico are asking for opening the fishery within the area jurisdiction of Puerto Rico for 3 to 5 years. The fishery is not closed at this time in the case of the federal government, but they would like to open that, and they collect the information using the electronic system or any other appropriate system. And then at the end of that term, they will be reviewing with the scientists the data collected every year to assess the status of stocks of those species. So the question is, what impact will that have in the regulations applicable in the EEC? How can we monitor then the fishery caught in the EEC that will be tallied up against the ACL established for those species?
Okay, so in terms of ACL monitoring, we do look at all landings of whatever species has an ACL, and then the accountability measure process, sets forth how those landings will be done. We use a 3-year average and compare it to the ACL, and then if that's been exceeded, then that's triggered, and then there's action taken to try to prevent ACL exceedances. But I'm wondering, is the question about how do we do the monitoring? How do we get the information? Right now, in terms of that, I think maybe there's others on the call that are more familiar with that, but I know we have various logbook programs. So I'm not 100% sure I'm following, but just in terms of federal management, it does account for all landings of the managed stock, because we want to make sure that we're managing the stock to prevent overfishing while allowing for that optimum yield.
Okay, Marcos, if I may, the whole thing is this. The numbers that the Science Fisheries Center collect are provided by the local government of Puerto Rico Fisheries Statistics Program. Those numbers include everything from the shoreline to the age of the EEC, because they at this time do not discriminate between one fishery area versus the other. Therefore, if you open the fishery to everybody and that number surpasses the ACL established, then you have accountability measure that will kick in. Let's say that you have 100 fish for the ACL, 100 pounds for queen snapper, and now you only catch 80 pounds. But if you open it and you catch 200, then you have accountability measures where you have a close of the season, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the question that we have here. If by any token the fishery is all done in the area of jurisdiction of Puerto Rico, still the landings are count against the ACL established by law at this time. So those are the issues that you have to take in consideration with this. It's not just a matter of opening the fishery to everybody and his brother. It's just what are you going to do with the ACL? And in order to move from the number that you study for an ACL for any particular species, you have to convince the SSC that the best available information provided by the center merits revision of that ACL one way or the other, status quo, up or down of that ACL. And that's what we need to look at regarding this proposal.
So following up on that, that's very helpful, Miguel, and I agree with what you're saying. So if there's more fishing pressure in the state waters, then that could affect, the amount of landings that are expected, and we'd want to maybe look at, if we have the right reference points, what the stock can sustain. But based on what we have in the law now, those ACLs and those overfishing limits, that would all landings would be monitored, and you would have the accountability when those measures are exceeded. And the length of the closure period, for example, if there's an accountability measure, trying to prevent an ACL exceedance, we would look at landings, and if we have a sense of if they're occurring in state waters versus federal waters. So the federal closure might need to be longer if there would still be landings in state waters. It's possible too, if there's a lot of landings in state waters, you wouldn't be able to prevent an ACL exceedance with any length of federal closure, but I just don't have a sense of how much fishing would occur in areas where there isn't now, and how that would play out, but those are considerations.
Jocelyn, this is Marcos. I have a question about it. On the past, we talked also about on the issue of data improvement. Once you have a data improvement, quality or quantity, there was some leeway or some freedom that can cause in terms of start to adjust to the reality. That can be also the case depending on the way this is implemented. I have Andy on the queue after you, Jason. Go ahead.
Sure. So our accountability measures right now say things like, we're sort of looking for the trigger. Has the ACL been exceeded? And then there's the response. What do we do to prevent an ACL exceedance? So on that trigger question, we kind of ask, well, do we think the ACL has actually been exceeded, or is it, just that monitoring has improved or reporting has improved? So we kind of base the measures on baseline landings with a certain understanding of reporting. If that reporting has improved, but we don't think the underlying landings have actually gone up, it might look like there's an ACL exceedance, but we might decide actually that's just a reflection of better reporting. And so in that way, the regional administrator has the ability to say, well, we don't think this really has been triggered and there's a need for corrective action. And so the Science Center is involved in kind of helping make that determination. This might be a different issue where we're sort of, there would be different entrants potentially or additional fishing pressure. So we're getting reports of that fishing pressure and just taking that into account in the normal process. But we also if there's additional landings and things like that, we might want to see, what the stock can sustain. So you might want to evaluate some of the reference points that you have and to see that we have the proper management.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. Won't repeat what Jocelyn said. I think she's captured it well as well as Miguel, in terms of the implications of potentially allowing additional fishing effort and harvest, and what that would do in terms of triggering accountability measures and exceedance of the annual catch limit. What I did want to comment on is, in reading the letter, it seems like there's kind of two purposes. One is obviously to reconcile some of the qualification criteria that were used initially to allow entry into the fishery or prohibit entry into the fishery. But then the other aspect of this is kind of the improvements in data collection that would then potentially lead to an adjustment to the catch limit. And I guess I would just want to word of caution here in that just because landings are increasing doesn't necessarily mean that translates into a higher catch limit. We did base obviously the catch limits previously on average landings history over some period of time, but we need to ensure that obviously the landings that are being harvested are sustainable. And there are a number of efforts with this fishery ongoing, including an exempted fishing permit, collaborating with fishermen to collect additional data that the Science Center is working on. So that all has to be factored into obviously any kind of future decisions with changes to the catch limit beyond just potentially increases in landings associated with greater participation.
On the same point, I would like to make this question probably to Andy, because it's a follow-up on his comments. If this is well designed and there is biological parameters and information, as we was discussing for data pool on the past, on the presentation made for the on the tech memo that we just have a little while ago. If this is supported by the best technicians and people with the knowledge, don't you see an opportunity here to pursue this willingness of the industry to help and to get information?
So yes, I mean, obviously, anytime industry is willing to assist with data collection and enhancing the information we have to manage a fishery, that is a win for everyone. And in terms of kind of the data limited approaches, I guess my comment would be that that's something that we certainly can pursue. Obviously, we haven't made any changes to management at this point. We've just heard a few presentations over the course of the last few hours. And so if that is a direction that the Caribbean Council heads, then certainly work in this area and in particular in this fishery, potentially through some sort of pilot study in coordination with the center and other entities, could benefit obviously kind of the future management and shift in management potentially away from the biomass-based or abundance-based catch limits to some other data poor methods.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on the queue? Let me see here the chat.
Roberto Silva wants to say something, Marcos.
Who?
Roberto Silva.
Robert, go ahead.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Hello. Ok, esa es nuestra intención. Nuestra intención es tomar acción sobre recursos. Cuál sea el resultado, lo vamos a coger. Lo que sí realmente necesitamos y nos interesa el Congreso de Pescadores es que haya una relación entre los desembarcos y el ajuste o el manejo biológico de recursos. Actualmente ahora estamos en peor situación que ninguna. No tenemos la data adecuada, hay un limited entry que no se ha reestructurado nunca y tenemos pescadores furtivos y pescadores comerciales haciendo pesca, pero no pueden reportarla. El interés de los pescadores es una relación de los desembarcos con la comunidad científica para un manejo adecuado. No estamos pidiendo el que realmente un desenfreno de la pesquería. Realmente entendemos que hay un espacio razonable para los pescadores que habemos y para las salidas que podemos hacer. Y eso es realmente ese reajuste de información de ambas partes. Yo creo que nos pasaría al próximo nivel donde nos quedamos únicamente en un pool data y ahí nos quedamos sentados. No ha habido manejo y para mí entender, esto es muy personal, ya no Congreso de Pescadores, porque no es la decisión de nuestra junta, pero eso para mí es más peligroso que realmente que hagamos una unión de los desembarcos, una buena data y un buen manejo biológico. Cual sea el resultado en las aguas federales, pues estamos en la mejor disposición de acatarlo, pero sabemos que hay que hacer algo. No nos podemos, yo entiendo que no nos deberíamos de quedar y debería haber un diseño, y si podemos obtener un apoyo técnico del Science Center para realmente nosotros hacer unas reuniones, y va a ser el primer junte súper bueno entre la comunidad científica y los pescadores. Tengo ya el feedback, tengo el de ellos, que ellos están todos dispuestos a colaborar. Y vamos a tener una data pura y limpia y vamos a manejar el recurso mejor. Algo tenemos que hacer, en mi opinión. Gracias.
Gracias, Robert. We have 3 other people on the queue. Let's start to move the meeting along. I think this is a great discussion. And I want to add to the record that I have been talking to some commercial fishermen from Pargo de Profundidad, Deepwater Snapper, and they are aware of this process that have to be taken, that there is some scars on the beginning of the process, that they have to be patient about it. This is what just Roberto mentioned, and they are willing to participate and to make it better. That's basically the synthesis of what I understand by talking to them. Jose Char, go ahead, you have the floor.
Hello, you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay, Marcos. Hi, my name is Jose Char. I live in Rincon, west side of Puerto Rico, and we got some concerns about what Damaris was talking about the new OA that's coming out for flexibilize the issues with the permits given or the process to request that permit for the State Department, and what are gonna do the fishermen that, for example, myself have request that permit last October, and I haven't heard nothing. They just said that I don't got the experience, and what I'm gonna do until this new OA gets signed, what other fishermen are gonna do? You're gonna lose a lot of data. We're gonna lose a lot of data, valuable data. I always go like the right way and do the things right way. I know a lot of guys doing the same stuff, and I know a lot of guys too doing the wrong way and not, fishing without a license, and we still like losing that data each and every day that the weather allow us to go out, and this is going to affect us as a social member of the community and in an economic way too. And I would like, to have some light on it. I don't want to see dark in the tunnel. I just want to see a little bulb, because they always say you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Maybe with not with the old OA, but with the new OA. So when this new OA is going out?
Thank you, Char. Thank you for your participation, Nelson and Sinai, and wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Marcos, you need to allow Damaris to answer Mr. Char. Is that a right question to her?
Go ahead, Damaris. Very brief, please.
I think that I have explained the status, and I think Shar understood. We are waiting, at least myself, I'm waiting for the feedback, the official feedback from the Junta Asesora de Pesca. And as Char, we are looking forward to finish up this process and sign the administrative order.
Thank you, Damaris. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say thank you, Roberto, to get into this and taking care too. That's what I've been saying for a long time. When this special permit have been established, is to resolve one problem that was in numbers, is not in the fishery. And I think we have a great opportunity right now to step into the plate, work together with the fishermen, bring better data, and I know that we have space to bring more guys, more fishermen to this fishery that I'm pretty confident that is healthy, and they can make a living from it. And we can, like I always say, we cannot be losing this important data, because we never are going to know how healthy this fishery is if we still falling asleep in this. So please, trying to do something. And Roberto, you got my support. Anytime you need me, you can find me. You know how to find me. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nelson. Sinai, to wrap up.
Yep, afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Chair. If I could, I'll just request permissions to share my screen with a quick PowerPoint. I'll try and move through it rather quickly and just get to the points that need the council's attention. So this is a quick update on what we're working on for the EBFM. The purpose of it was to give more time.
Marcos, we haven't finished yet. The
Yeah,
presentation by
I
Dr.
thought it
Sinai
was, Sinai,
is on the
just a second,
TAP.
because I thought it was a question to the point we was discussing about the presentation of Roberto Silva. Just hold on for a second, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to summarize, there are two things. Puerto Rico can do whatever they want to do because it's their jurisdiction, so they can open the fishery to everybody and his brother if they want. They can provide the information. If they follow to the letter the request presented by Mr. Silva, what they're saying is to have a start fishing 3 to 5 years, duly raised training landings, which meaning reporting to every catch. For the deep water snapper commercial fisheries, in order to provide better data and in terms of the landing, and the objective is to provide biologists a real number of data, et cetera. So that's one thing that they could do. Then have a new and better scientific data in order to reevaluate the ACF for the species. So in this case, the council doesn't have to do anything. The local government can go ahead and, as the Mari explained, they're waiting for the junta, for the fishery board, advisory board of the Department of Natural Resources to evaluate this and recommend to the council, to the secretary of DNR, what is the next step. In terms of the action that can be taken by the council at this time is just to wait, because then when you have the information, you will be able to look at the ACL, and as Roberto said, you can then reassess the status of that fishery and see if the ACL should be reviewed and evaluated somehow using the process that we have in the federal government. And that way we are, in this case, we are abreast of the issue. We can wait for the local government to decide what are they going to do, and they can report back to us at the December meeting through the Maris or anybody else from the department, and then we can take it from there. But one word of caution here is when you go back to the fishers and you tell them, if you provide this information, we are going to move the ACL, and that ACL doesn't move an inch, they're going to kill Roberto or somebody. So we have to be very careful what we're going to say upfront, how we are going to present this to the fishers. So we cannot promise that the ACL is going to be removed, moved, or anyway. What we can do is what Roberto said in his letter, to have new and better scientific data in order to reevaluate the ACLs. And that's as far as we can go for in terms of what the council, not fisheries can do.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for stepping up to the plate and to bring this to the council. This is the end of the conversation, and keep writing the right letters, touching the right channels to move any of the ideas to promote sustainable fishery in our area. That will be welcome on this council to have a clear and transparent discussion. Thank you. The next presentation, Sinai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just share my screen. Okay, as I said, the purpose of this is to give an update on the BFM TAP, as well as to provide some time for comments from the council. As during the last meeting, it was requested to have a little bit of more time for discussion regarding some of the issues that were brought up for the EBFM TAP in terms of the goals, as well as the timeline moving forward. I'll move through some of the background quickly to get to the information on those things. So first off, a little bit of background as to the purpose of why the EBFM TAP was developed. I won't read these out. I've provided this to the council, so if you want more information on that, you can always feel free to look at the report once it's posted and read more on it. But basically, NOAA NIMS has supported implementation of an EBFM, or ecosystem-based fisheries management, to inform and enable better decisions. And that has led to using the EBFM roadmap developed by NOAA to create fishery ecosystem plans at the council level among the different regions and territories in the US. The EBFM TAP was developed on October 23rd, 2019. I've included some of the pertinent information as to the purpose and justification for the EBFM TAP, and it's to assist in the development, collection, evaluation, and peer review such statistical, biological, economic, social, and other scientific information relevant to the Council's development of the FEP and amendments. It's composed of individuals engaged in ecosystems research or knowledgeable. And then the purpose
Then I am sorry to interrupt, but you're showing the whiteboard instead of the presentation. Sorry about that. Check to see in your view options and the share screen.
How about now?
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
All right. Apologies, I'm not sure why that's the case. So the EBFM TAP provides expert scientific and technical advice to the Council on the development of, on the preparation of fishery ecosystems plans, and on the effectiveness of such a plan once in operation. So again, the purpose of the TAP is to aid the Council in this information and identifying the scientific resources available. So that is the purpose of the TAP, and we are to support the Council with our information and making recommendations in the development of the FEP. So we are here to provide ongoing scientific advice on EBFM management for fishery management decisions, including recommendations for habitat status, social and economic impacts of management measures, and ecosystem-based impacts on the sustainability of fishing practices. All of these were developed under the charter for the TAP that was created by the Council. So what we're doing is trying to draft FEP, or Fishery Ecosystems Plan. I've posted what we have under current guidelines for us to follow to draft it out. The process that we're following is based on the LENFEST FEP loop, which is also identified in the EBFM roadmap by NOAA. I won't go into too much detail on that because Michelle's talked about it. But really what we are asking for the Council to look at today is the draft goals and objectives so that we can move forward as an EBFM TAP with drafting the FEP under the goals and objectives that we are proposing to the Council. The overarching goal of the FEP is to promote ecosystem-based approaches to ensure healthy, resilient, and productive marine ecosystems and the fisheries resources dependent upon those ecosystems within the context of the unique biological, ecological, economic, social, and cultural characteristics of those fishery resources and the communities that depend on them. The corollary goal is to provide the framework that promotes the following sub-goals or objectives to increase human community resilience within the context of changing ecosystems, promote ecosystem resilience within the context, oh, I apologize, that's double. So define present ecosystem status and functionality, understand dynamics of fisheries and ecosystem services, describe key ecosystem linkages, identify research priorities, identify additional ecosystem essential species in need of conservation and management, understand the risks to the fishery ecosystem and trade-offs from different management strategies, to improve the data and information needed to support marine ecosystem management, to prevent overfishing and or ecosystem overfishing, to achieve optimum yield, to incorporate ecosystem considerations into stock assessments, to bring ecosystem considerations into the decision-making process, and to promote adaptive management policies by reviewing MSA, National SSC, and the CCC. So these were the ones developed under the EBFM TAP, and this is what we're proposing to the Council for review and to allow us to move forward. I just wanted to take about 2 minutes to discuss what's ongoing with the FEP development process. These are the conceptual model stakeholder workshops that Michelle was discussing. The purpose of these are for us to reach out to stakeholders to get their input and understanding their needs in drafting the FEP. I completely understand what Julian and Tony were saying, and we'll listen to any recommendations that you have for better creating outreach with the fishermen. However, the way we had set this up, given the limited resources of the TAP, was that the conceptual model workshops were split among the different groups. The SSC and the DAPS were conducted by the CFMC and with help from NOAA staff. The coastal businesses and environmental NGOs were done by Mellivore Consulting. Those have all been completed. What's underway are conceptual model workshops with the scientific community and with fishermen that are being done with ICER Caribbean. And I've provided the timeline of the next activity. It is very similar to what I presented at the last meeting. However, we've changed the wording on some of the activities and the timeline objectives based on some of the comments that we had received from the chairman to reflect the need for the council's informed decision on these processes. So with that, I'll just kind of move to the main point of this, which was to suggest that the council approves or motions to approve draft goals and objectives as presented. And with that, I will leave it for discussion, questions, or comments. If you are not interested in sending this up for a motion, we would appreciate comments on the goals and objectives so that I can present those comments to the rest of the EBFM staff to discuss and make recommendations to represent for a motion for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Jocelyn, just to make sure, because it was not, is in other business, this discussion is appropriate to make a motion and vote on it, or you have to wait for the next meeting, Jocelyn?
Thanks, Marcos. So the Magnuson-Stevens Act says that the actions that the council is gonna take, like for final action, those need to be specifically in the notice so that the public has an opportunity to attend the meeting and ask questions. So it would need to be in the agenda that was part of the notice. But I think usually that's more referring to taking final action on, you know, an amendment or the FMP. That being said, you know, it's sort of like a maybe a little bit more of a gray area. If you wanted to specifically notice that you were speaking about this, so the public has an opportunity to weigh in and see this more specifically, then you could defer it to another meeting.
If I may, Jocelyn and Mr. Chair, we had proposed this on the agenda at the last meeting, and this was a continuation of that discussion. It just didn't make it onto the agenda.
Understand. I just want the process to run very sharp and clear. That's why the question. And we have Tony Blanchard requesting a turn to speak.
Yeah, this is Tony. I
Go ahead,
just have a quick. You could hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
Is for DFW agency, and him being on the top, whether they
He needs to start over.
Tony, can you start over?
Yeah, I have a question for Jocelyn. Whether it's a conflict of interest that Mr. Haptis is the chief of fisheries for DFW, which is a regulatory agency. When he became chair of the TAP, he was working for UVI, which is another regulatory agency. It's just a legal question that I have.
Sure. So you're asking if there's a conflict for Sinai to serve in the role as the chair of the TAP, or to be on the TAP?
Yes, as him being known as the chief of fisheries for DFW.
Sure. I had emailed a little bit with Miguel about this. I think that, Sinai was appointed, when he was serving in his personal capacity. So I think what's important is just to be clear about which role, that he's now serving in. So if he's serving still in that personal role, or if he's intending to serve in this role as affiliated with his new position within the government of the Virgin Islands. So I think that's just sort of a question just to be clear about in which role he's participating. And then, with that clarity, I think we can move forward. I also think the council could consider, what individuals it wants to have on this committee. Obviously, Tanai brings various expertise, and that's why he was appointed. He still has that expertise. So I think I'd suggested having a charter document that just makes clear, who's on the number of persons that are on this board, what capacities they serve, and I think we'd just be more clear. But I don't necessarily see a conflict of interest, but it's just a question of being clear. Given this change in position, how is he serving in this capacity? And then is that the council has the ability to discuss, who serves on these boards, and what the council's comfortable with, which experts it wants to have on these panels. So that's something that the council could discuss as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Tony. We have on the queue Vanessa Ramirez on the chat request a copy of this presentation to be sent to her and to all the council members, and Graciela is saying that will happen. And anybody else would like to comment or make a question?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, Graciela.
Go ahead, Graciela.
So when you have the screen for the moving forward with the FEP, right, the goals and objectives that you have talked about for the last year or so, I don't think that everything is written on stone. So this is a draft FEP that can evolve, but the idea is to have already the information from the council members on what direction they want us to take, because then we would have to make priorities in terms of everything that is in the FEP. So having your guidance in terms of what the goals and objectives are, it's really, one step forward to getting us in that direction. There are many efforts taking place at the same time. And one thing that is clear is that once we have established goals and objectives, as I said, they are part of the draft FEPA. So this is not the final time that you will see it, but at least they provide that guidance that staff needs and the TAP needs in order to move forward and make priorities along the way.
Thank you for the point of clarification. Any other council member would like to jump in and make a comment? I don't see anybody else here. I just want to comment that even though I read and I feel that I'm well informed about what Sinai present, I think it's pertinent to circulate the email requested by Vanessa Ramirez for every council member having enough time to read this and to have an opinion about it, and for the next meeting, or any other process, if there is a quicker process besides of waiting for the next meeting. And Miguel or Jocelyn, if you can help us out to find a quicker way, or we have to wait until August.
What are you talking about?
To have the input or the approval of this draft.
For the TAP?
from the council.
Marcos, can you explain to, because I'm seeing two things in the chat. I don't know specifically what you're referring to.
Can you put back the last slide, the one with the motion, please? Thank you.
Yeah, you have to do that in August.
So we'll amend the agenda for the August meeting to include the EBFM tab request for the approval of the goals and objectives.
Yeah, in order to amend the agenda, you have to send a note to Diana so she can send it to Vicky. If we don't have time for that, we can put it in other business. But with understanding to everybody that they have to come ready to make this decision. If Jocelyn agrees, then that's what we need to do.
Sure. So as I said before, the Magnuson-Stevens Act wants the agenda to be clear about matters that are for council action. So when Graciela was describing this, these are just draft goals. I think if we were approving the plan, we certainly would need that to be in the agenda. But if we're just trying to give them direction that this looks like reasonable goals to move forward, and the council have an opportunity to see this again, it might be appropriate to vote on this at this meeting. But if you're more comfortable more specifically noticing it in the next meeting notice in the Federal Register, so that it's very clear to the public the decisions the council is going to be making, then we could do that as well.
Yeah,
as I said, this is more gray area.
Marco, if I may, from Jocelyn, what you're saying, there's no legal issue with having the motion now, because this is just what you're doing. You are not finalizing anything. But remember, this still continues to be a draft until the process is finished. So what the council will be doing here is just to modify those goals and objectives as per the recommendation from the TAP.
I have the turn to speak for Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Marcos. And maybe a question for Miguel. I think we might be saying something similar here. So I'm not sure we even need to make a motion on this at this point, given it's a draft, and I hear there is at least maybe some concerns or people want some additional time to take a look at this. I'm certainly perfectly comfortable with the EBFM TAP moving forward to use these goals and objectives, with maybe some recognition from the council that we might have some additional input as this draft continues to be developed and finalized. But I'm not seeing anything in the goals, sub-goals, and objectives that is of major concern to me. Maybe some refinements could be made along the way, but to me, I think the TAP is certainly good to proceed if that's the preference of the council as a whole.
I shared your opinion, Andy. I just want the council members or you to make a motion and to follow up after the clarification of Jocelyn.
Marcos, what he's saying is you don't need a motion, just by recognizing this language that you have here, just to tell the TAP to continue working on the model, continue working on the document with this goals in mind. And he's saying you still have a chance to modify somehow. There is nothing here that is contrary to what you have been discussing for the last 5 years. It's just that they put in context the real actions that you can take, the goals and objectives. So you can go ahead and just take note that you have this report and instruct the TAP to continue working using this goals and objectives as Andy is suggesting.
As a chairman, we're hearing everything everybody said, and based on what I read about the document, this is the path that I recommend the council to follow. I didn't hear any opposition, meaningful opposition to the content, to what it says. Just keep the process going. That's my recommendation to the group. And
you as a chairman, it's not a recommendation. You just instruct the staff to pursue this, and the TAP will continue. It's clear for the record.
This is what I'm trying to say in English.
Yeah, but just say it once and for all. Just let the TAP continue the work using this language.
Just keep doing the great job you're doing, and continue the work as it is. and we're gonna participate a little further on the process if there is any need for any council member. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have to go to the hospital due to an emergency. A friend of mine, Graciela, will take care to finish the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Hope everything will go well. Next item on the agenda is a participation requested by, I think I have a ACL, Graciela, that you mentioned. Can you clarify what it means for the other business?
So that's really in relation to what Dr. Strelczyk was going to talk about in the spiny lobster.
Yeah, thanks, Graciela and Marcos. I just wanted to let the council know that the accountability measure for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico has been triggered. So the catch limit is monitored and compared to the average of 2017 through 2019 landings. Based on that average time series, landings exceeded the catch limit. Right now, we are evaluating that exceedance in light of obviously that time frame, but also what occurred in 2020 and any trends in 2021. But likely will need to implement a closure of spiny lobster in federal waters that would be announced in the coming weeks in terms of a time frame. I don't have any specifics on dates other than to remind the council that the accountability measure would result in a closure that would back up from September 30th. So the closure would be sometime between now and then end on September 30th if it's sufficient to constrain harvest to the catch limit. So more information will be coming. We will certainly do fishery bulletins. We will certainly allow fishermen opportunity time to remove gear from the water, but just wanted to give you a heads up that the accountability measure had been triggered.
Question, accountability measure, just for clarify to everybody, apply to the whole US EEZ?
That is correct.
Any comments, any questions?
That's for Puerto Rico only, right, Luis Carlos?
Correct, just for Puerto Rico only. We have yet to implement the island-based FMPs and make the changes.
I'm sorry, now I'm a little confused. That was why my question, because the island base was not implemented yet. This applied to the US Caribbean waters of San Thomas, San John, Puerto Rico, and everybody, or just around Puerto Rico?
Yes, so it's specific to Puerto Rico. The closure will apply in federal waters off Puerto Rico.
Thank you. That's what I really need to be very clear on the record for everybody to understand. Thank you. Any comments?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, Ms. Graciela.
Go ahead.
So one of the requests that we have ongoing with the Puerto Rico government is to actually acquire the data from the e-reporting that has been that is available for 2020 and 2021 on a monthly setup. There are issues still with the crossover from the e-reporting to the NOAA Science Center database. But the request is specifically to look at the trends from that amount of harvest that has not been accounted for from the data set that we already have from the commercial catch. So we are on with ongoing conversations between the Science Center and the DNR regarding the passing of the data from the e-reporting DNR to the actual database of NOAA. So the request has been made. The non-disclosure things that we have to sign have been signed, but the The actual transfer of the data needs to be worked out between the DNR and the Science Center, and that's already been working on. Kevin McCarthy sent the information regarding confidentiality of the data. And so that's working, but in the process that it will take to get that data passed over to the Science Center, the request still stands to get aggregated data from the e-reporting of the DNR specifically for lobster. That could help. I'm not saying that it will definitely help in the resulting accountability measure that's been triggered, but that it could help in providing us information on the trends, the monthly trends of the 2020 and 2021. So on behalf of the acquiring the best available information that is out there, the council would like to request that data so that we can use it in looking at these trends for 2020 and 2021. Thank you.
A comment follow-up on Graciela. This is a request to the DNR. Damaris is on the meeting. This is an opportunity, a unique opportunity to start to show what electronic data reporting can do to the fishing community, and this data and this cooperation coordination to make this data available is beneficial for the resource and for the fishing community, and for sure everybody will be very glad and thankful for you to follow up on this, for this data to be available, because in the end of the world, the end of the road, I'm sorry, this will put us in a better position to take a decision. And I please request Damaris to follow up internally on the DNR to expedite this process. Thank you.
Marcos, just one other thing to add real quick. So I appreciate Graciela's comments. I do want to thank Puerto Rico. The regional office science center have been receiving some of this additional data for both 2020 and 2021 for both electronic reporting as well as standard data collection. So that has been shared with us and has been obviously part of the information that we're looking at and determining the potential closure for spiny lobsters. So I just want to make the council aware of that.
Yes, and I agree with you. I'm just waving the flag of priority, and because I see opportunities here for overall benefit of coordinating the efforts, and this is my request at this time. And the next item on other business is Forest Species by Nelson Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be really quick. Before Hurricane Irma and Maria, the decline was beginning to be noticed, but in small scale, but after it has worsened significantly. Coastal net and bait fishermen have approached me regarding this issue, and they are really concerned about it. With the decrease of forage species and increase in predators, such as tarpon among them, have been noted to the point that they compare it to an epidemic with individuals that easily can reach 60 pounds and over. The abundance of sardines and other small species that attract fish to shore has decreased considerably. Other species, coastal species like blue runners, jack, goggle-eye, herring, drift away and avoid being with them for a long time, and that's are the species that the local people, eat. When we try to fish, they got trapped on the fishing gear, breaking them, and all the other catch get lost. Around 20 years ago, before the catch of tarpon was prohibited, this species was used on a smaller scale by small business to make local dishes, and also its scales were used to make handicraft. That at least create a balance between them and other species and could interact together. However, I want to clarify that I am not asking to the local government to reopen the catch for tarpon. In my opinion, other factors, for example, climate change, runoff, coastal erosion, and pollution of our coast, among others, have also contributed on the decline of forest fish, and the high amount of tarpon along the coast are one of the consequences of this. Since as part of the change, they also have to feed, and without a healthy stock of forest fish, the present increase along the coast. For this reason, I asked to this council to carry out studies that help to identify and correct the causes of the decline in forest species, which are also important to the coastal fishing and the benefits of our habitats and marine ecosystem as far as possible before this situation gets worse. I cannot fail to mention the coastal line coastal line fishes that are limited to fish due to the considerable numbers of tarpon that you can sometimes see going up and down between the wave and the sands. So I really appreciate the help that this council can give to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Adding to the discussion, which I already spoke to Nelson, we agree and we disagree on a few things, but I want to mention too about forest species is that there is some hotspot sargassum accumulation around the island, addressing the East Coast, many of them which create a permanent anoxic, unhealthy waters with low oxygen, low pH. That the way I see it is like a dead towing station during the spawning season. And I think we are not measuring or considering this event. Since the sargassum start for our area, the forest species that gather the little tunis on the lighthouse of Fajardo is not there anymore. The fish, the small anchovies and the small sardines that create that activity doesn't get to the shore anymore, or if they get, they die immediately or get consumed by the fishes that are there that can support the low oxygen. We need to study and we need to know more about the base of the food chain. Otherwise, we are not doing ecosystem-based management. The focus is to support a study on that. And this is something that I really want to say to this group. Anybody else?
This is Carlos.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I think for years I have been talking about developing a forage fish management plan. And maybe it's time to start discussions. But I also do see Nelson's point when it comes to tarpon. I mean, we have Sandy Point on St. Croix, where during a nesting season for leatherbacks, there are about 2,000 nests laid on that beach. And when those hatchlings come out, the tarpons are just having a field day. But, that's something that, they're protected here because it's for a charter business, for catch and release business. But there are other issues, like Marcus said, with the sargassum, and all of that needs to be looked at.
Thank you very much. I really don't want to go in the line of arguing in favor or against any idea, because we are based this discussion on speculation and appreciation. What I want this council to promote is to request attention and funds to study and to get information to take the best decisions possible. On this process, I am available to support any initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Nelson, for your presentation. There is no other public comment that we predict. to be here. Other business that we predict to be here. We are passing out to public comment. Anybody from the public that would like 5 minutes to present or to speak about any other issue or comment on presentations made before?
Mr. Chair, you have Joel from the Fisheries Association Aguadeña.
Sí, bueno.
Go ahead, Joel.
Disculpen, pues mi nombre es Joel González y represento la Asociación de Pescadores Aguadeños. Y en nuestra zona estoy de acuerdo con el compañero Nelson, ya que en nuestra zona oeste se ha vuelto una plaga a tal punto que los sábalos llegan a prácticamente millas de distancia. Ya no es cuestión de que el sábalo está en la orilla. Y son miles y miles y miles. Y eso el sábalo no deja en cuanto a las especies pequeñas como la sardina, la comida, el camaroncillo, eso se lo come todo. Incluso se está comiendo un pez que prácticamente ha desaparecido en gran manera en nuestras costas, que es el machete, lo que nosotros le llamamos el machete acá, al igual que el casabe, se lo ha comido todo prácticamente, porque es un pez que está creciendo prácticamente, pues pesa 100 libras o más. Y pues ese era mi comentario. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias. Por eso tenemos que hacer un estudio para realmente saber todas las causas y la dinámica de la carnada. That's why we need to make a study and support the study to really know what is going on and which level of pressure and dynamic is really happening out there, more than just isolated important observations. Anybody else?
Yes, Marcos, Vanessa Ramirez.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
Yes, a small comment. I agree with Marcos about the situation that we need to make more recommendations to address some studies about the tarpon. We have to remember that for the last year, practically all the restaurants and everything were closed. So the tarpon have to move on from the coast to more deep. And I know that in the West, we have a lot of them, and that they can also affect and impact the protected areas in the Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. We have Nicole Friux. Griux.
Nicole, can you hear us?
Sorry, I was getting my mute on. No, I appreciate all of that. Thank you so much.
No comments, Nicole?
I think, are you referring to Nicole Grillo or to Nicole Angeli?
Grillo.
Okay.
Well, Nicole can type it up in the chat and we can read it for the record. Marcos, I don't see anyone else with a raised hand or chats or comments in the chat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Graciela, let's announce the next council meeting. In the meantime, Nicole, connect.
Okay. So we have the next council meeting will be August 11th, and it will still be a virtual meeting. It's a one-day meeting only. Then for the December meeting will be 7th and 8th of December. There is already a contract with the Mario Courtyard, but most likely it will be a hybrid meeting depending on what the protocol for COVID is at that time. And Marcos, that's all I have in my notes.
Nicole was able to connect?
I haven't heard.
Marco.
Yes.
Okay, so this was a question to Tony Blanchard and to Julian McGrath in regards to the Isa Caribe. As Tony mentioned, they were here in St. Thomas talking to the fishers that were in Frenchtown because that was the most prevalent names given to them. And my question to them is, when the program starts in the study, if they would be willing to talk to whomever it is that is going to be doing this, just to let them know what they are going to be expecting or what the reasoning behind the reluctance is once they start off going to talk to the fishers.
Well, I'm seeing, yes, for sure they can answer to you, but I think it will be way more effective if you guys call each other and coordinate this those questions to create a channel of communication. If Julian or Tony want to respond or to comment before we adjourn.
Mr. Chairman, this is Stacy Williams. May I make a comment?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, we are now in the process of contacting all the fishers and fishers leaders in Puerto Rico, and we will be recontacting the liaisons and fisher leaders in the USVIs. So I could write my email in the chat, and for any comments or questions, anyone could email me, and I could respond to any of their questions. So yeah, we are actually in the process of writing up the letters and sending them out, hopefully at the end of this week, for the conceptual models with the fisher.
Understand. I just promote those direct channel of communication for the information not to get lost on the way. Thank you very much. Seeing nobody else on the queue for public comments, we are ready to adjourn the meeting. It's 4:29 p.m. Thank you for your patience for a productive meeting, and we'll see you guys in August 11th.
Need a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
Second.
And Mr. Check did a motion to adjourn, second by Carlo Farchetti. Any opposition? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for the public, for the participation.
Okay, see you.